Chapter 28-26. The ancient cold continent was the largest continent among the 99 continents under the ancient cold sect. The headquarters of the ancient cold sect occupied the entire continent. When they were close to the ancient cold continent, the elder brought Feng Chun and Wang hung down from the sky and onto the continent. The ancient cold sect has a strict hierarchy. The stronger you are, the higher your status. The elder introduced the continent to Wang Hung. There's a huge array above the ancient cold continent. Even supremacy gods can't fly there. Supremacy gods were the realm above the ancient gods. Like the ancient gods, it was also divided into 3 sub-realms: star supremacy, holy supremacy, and tribulation supremacy. In the immemorial chaos, an immemorial god expert was considered a top expert. As for those above them, they could be called peerless experts. For example, Fire Demon True Monarch and Dead Star Sector Lord. The former ruler of the Despair continent, Hand of Despair, was a holy supremacy. As for the Tian Shu Yuan and the head of the Lin family, they were both star supremacies. That was why Hand of Despair was able to suppress the two and dominate the Despair continent. Unfortunately, he was severely injured by Dead Star Sector Lord and was killed by the Ice Demon Puppet. Most of the disciples in the Ancient Cold Sect are in the Life Ancient Realm. Only a few of them are supremacy gods. The elder continued, "With your strength, you could be considered a core disciple in the Ancient Cold Sect. However, you still need to work hard. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated." The competition in the Ancient Cold Sect was fierce. There were limited resources and many disciples. This made the competition even more brutal. What a powerful array! Feng Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the array before him. He muttered, "The person who set up this array is definitely an unparalleled expert. You know about arrays too?" The Ancient Cold Sect elder looked at Feng Chun in surprise and asked. "A little," Feng Chun said. "That's right. This array is called the Ancient Cold Array. It was set up by a good friend of the sect master to guard the Ancient Cold Sect," the elder said. "Although supremacy gods can't fly, it can't stop world gods from flying. Of course, even a universe god can only fly once trapped in the Ancient Cold Formation." World god? Feng Chen's heart stirred slightly. After coming to immemorial chaos, he knew too little about cultivation realms. Now, he learned from the elder of the ancient frigid sect that above the ancient gods was the eminent god, and above the eminent god was the world god. What about those above world god? Feng Chen couldn't help but murmur when he thought of the bloodline monarch, absolute star world overlord, and the others. Above world deity? The elder of ancient cold sect snorted coldly, ignorant. Universe gods are already considered to be the top existence in immemorial chaos. Those who have reached the level of universe god are peerless experts who can easily destroy immemorial chaos. I have cultivated for 10 billion years, and I have never heard that there is a higher realm above universe god. Are universe gods the strongest? Wang Heng asked curiously. Hearing Wang Heng's voice, the ancient cold sect elder's expression eased a little. That's right. There are strong and weak universe gods too. The weak universe gods are only slightly stronger than sect master. As for the top universe gods, it is said that they can control the supreme rules. Hearing that, Wang Heng was dumbfounded and his heart trembled. It is too difficult to become a universe god. There hasn't been one in hundreds of millions of years, the elder of ancient cold sect said. Until now, there hasn't been a universe god in ancient cold sect. After a brief introduction of the ancient cold sect, the elder brought Feng Chun and Wang Heng into the ancient cold sect. "Elder Tianhan, you are back." As soon as they entered the mountain gate, an elder quickly walked over and asked with a smile. "I wonder if Yin Xian passed the test," the elder asked anxiously. Elder Tianhan spread his hands helplessly and said, "Yin Xian didn't pass the test. He was killed in the land of inheritance of ancestor ice." What? Hearing that, the elder's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe it. Yin Xian's strength is the best among the geniuses of the 99 continents. It is hard to find a match for him in the same realm. Moreover, Even star venerables would fall victim to his assassination technique if they weren't careful. Who killed him? The elder asked in a deep voice. Could it be a venerable god expert from another continent? Elder Tian Han shook his head and said, No, he is the one who killed Yin. When the elder saw Fang Chun, his eyes were filled with shock. Star Ancient Realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although he is in the Star Ancient Realm, his fighting power is hard to defeat even life Ancient Realm experts, Elder Tian Han said. Humph! Yin is a disciple of Ancient Cold Sect. The elder was displeased. Although Fang Chun had great potential, Yin was a disciple that he had brought in. Now that Yin was dead, he was naturally displeased. Elder Chang, don't be angry. I will bring him back to Ancient Cold Sect and let him be a sparring partner. As for whether he can persevere, it will depend on his luck, Elder Tian Han said with a smile. Hearing that, killing intent flashed in Elder Chang's eyes. He flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Wang Hung smiled bitterly at the side. He could imagine that Fang Chun would have a hard time in the future. He glanced at Fang Chun. The latter looked as if nothing had happened. His face was calm. As a disciple, Wang Hung naturally received great treatment. After Elder Tian Han settled him down, he brought Fang Chun to the sparring area. This will be your residence in the future. Without my orders, you are not allowed to leave the sparring area, Elder Tian Han said. At a glance, the sparring area was huge. It almost took up an entire city. However, the environment here was very bad. There were many sparring partners and very few rooms. These are the rules of Ancient Cold Sect. Take a good look. Elder Tian Han threw a small booklet to Fang Chun and turned to leave. There were a total of 100 courtyards in the sparring area. Each courtyard was occupied by someone. The courtyard's environment was the best. The heavenly energy was dense, and there were even servants to serve them. Outside the courtyards, there were group rooms. Many people were squeezed together to sleep. Just looking at it made one speechless. Little brother, are you a new sparring partner? Just as Fang Chun was thinking about where he should go, a voice suddenly rang out. Fang Chun turned his head and saw a skinny man walking over with a smile. Fang Chun nodded. The latter said, I am a very enthusiastic person. I will bring you to find a place to stay. Fang Chun followed behind this person and came to a corner of the group rooms. Here, this will be your residence in the future. As he spoke, this person stretched out his hand and said with a faint smile, 10 star stones. Fang Chun did not understand. What did this mean? This person's face instantly darkened. Brat, don't play tricks with me. I brought you here to find a place to stay. Shouldn't you give me some reward? I'm already being merciful by only asking for 10 star stones. If it were someone else, I would have asked for at least 50 star stones. Fang Chun finally understood. Seeing that he was a newcomer, he wanted to bully him. I don't have any star stones. Fang Chun spread out his hands. Do you want to die? This person emitted a strong aura that was close to Fang Chun's. His face was ferocious as he said fiercely, Let me tell you, the most worthless thing in the Ancient Cold Sect is the life of a sparring partner. Even if I kill you, the Ancient Cold Sect will not blame me. They will only blame you for being too weak. So if you don't want to die, hand over the star stones. Fang Chun shook his head. No matter where he went, he would meet such people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. I really don't have any star stones. Fang Chun said calmly. Good, very good. You think that I, Sun Han, am easy to bully? As he spoke, Sun Han clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body on his fist. He suddenly punched towards Fang Chun. Dong! Fang Chun stood still and took Sun Han's punch head-on. Buzz! The halo of sword chi revolved around his body, easily blocking Sun Han's punch. Dang, dang, dang. The strong rebounding force forced Sun Han's body back. After he stabilized his body, he stared at Fang Chun. I didn't expect you to be so smart. However, do you think that this will make me stop? You are wrong. Sun Han sneered. I, Sun Han, have seen many hotheads like you. You won't live for more than 3 days. Boom! Sun Han attacked again. This time his fist was stronger. However, the result was still the same. Fang Chen looked at Sun Han with a smile. There were no injuries on his body. You. Sun Han was shocked. Chapter 28-27. At best, Sun Han's strength was only that of an ordinary life ancient realm cultivator. In the outside world, he wouldn't even be able to enter the ranks of the 99 geniuses. With such strength, how could he injure Fang Chen? Even if Fang Chen stood still, the chaotic origin soar body would be enough to block Sun Han's attack. You're courting death. Sun Han's anger rose when his 2 punches were blocked. He felt that he was being mocked by this newcomer. Boom. However, before Sun Han could react, he felt a fist the size of a sandbag land squarely on his body with a bang. A vast amount of energy rushed into his body like a torrent, destroying his body. Dong! A deafening sound rang out. Sun Han's thin body was heavily smashed to the ground, causing cracks to appear on the floor. Poochie! Dust flew. Sun Han quickly got up from the ground, trying his best to stabilize his internal organs. He spat out the dust in his mouth and glared at Fang Chen. Brat, as a newcomer, you actually dared to take the initiative to attack. I think you're tired of living. Sun Han raged. Although it was his first time here, Fang Chen had already figured out the rules of the sparring area from Sun Han's words. Whoever had the biggest fist was the rule. Bang! As soon as Sun Han's voice fell, he was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Sun Han raised his head to the sky and roared furiously. Bang, bang, bang. However, what followed was the sound of his body hitting the ground and his miserable shrieks. Fang Chen's fist landed on Sun Han's body again and again. Of course, he didn't kill him. Otherwise, with his strength, Sun Han wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. As a newcomer, he didn't want to become the target of public criticism. After a long while, Fang Chen kicked Sun Han's body. The latter didn't move at all, like a dead pig. His head was swollen, his clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in wounds. Get up. It's not over yet. Fang Chen said. Sun Han pretended to be dead. He swore that he would never bully a newcomer again. What the hell was going on? How could a newcomer with a cultivation of the star, ancient realm, be so strong? With such potential, why would he be a sparring partner? He would be good enough to be a disciple, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. That was the only thought in Sun Han's mind. He hated Fang Chen's guts, but he didn't dare to say anything. Stop pretending. This strength isn't enough to take your life. Fang Chen said. Sun Han revealed a helpless expression. He slowly crawled up from the ground and said with a bitter expression, Big brother, please spare me. Didn't you just ask me for star stones? Fang Chen asked. Sun Han hurriedly waved his hand and said, How could I dare to ask Big Brother for star stones? You're simply a freak. You're clearly only in the star ancient realm, but your strength is so strong. At this moment, Fang Chen stretched out his palm. Sun Han was stunned when he saw this. Hand it over. Sun Han hesitated and said weakly, Big brother, I cut the crap. You should have been prepared when you asked for star stones. Fang Chen scolded. Sun Han didn't dare to say anything. He opened his spatial ring and took out some star stones. Take them all out. Fang Chen's body was full of sword chi. He used his aura to pressure Sun Han. The latter was scared and didn't dare to play tricks. He quickly handed over all the remaining star stones. I've worked hard to accumulate all of these. Sun Han said helplessly, Big brother, can you leave me a few star stones to cultivate? Fang Chen checked. There were a total of 300 star stones. He grabbed 10 star stones and threw them to Sun Han. This is for you. With that, Fang Chen turned around and left, leaving behind Sun Han with a bitter smile. Although the sparring area was large, there were only 100 individual courtyards. Simply put, only the strong could live in individual courtyards. This group of residences isn't a place for people to live in. I should find an individual courtyard to live in. Fang Chen stretched lazily and walked towards the 100th courtyard. He had his reasons for choosing the 100th courtyard. Firstly, he had just arrived and didn't want to be in the limelight. He also didn't want to attract too much attention. Secondly, he just wanted a quiet place to cultivate. Even the 100th courtyard was fine. Since that was the case, he naturally had to choose a relatively weak sparring partner. I'm sorry. Fang Chun said apologetically. There was nothing he could do about it. This was reality. He was also doing this to survive. Dong dong dong. Fang Chun gently knocked on the door of the 100th courtyard. Who is disturbing my cultivation? A rough voice came from the courtyard. With a thud, the door opened, and a fat man weighing at least 150 kilograms walked out from inside. Were you the one knocking on the door? The fatty angrily asked. Fang Chun nodded. Sorry, I'm new here and don't have a place to stay. I want to live in your courtyard. I wonder if you can part with it? Hearing this, the fatty laughed. You want me to give you my courtyard? The fatty pointed at his own nose and said, Are you sure, newcomer? Fang Chun nodded. Yes, that's what I meant. You're courting death. The fatty was thoroughly enraged. His thick fist fiercely smashed towards Fang Chun. This time, Fang Chun didn't passively defend. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out and easily pierced through the fatty's fist, knocking his huge body to the ground. Damn fellow, I'll tear you to shreds. The fatty struggled to get up from the ground and roared with incomparable anger. However, Fang Chun didn't give the fatty any chance. He spoke with his fist. Bang, bang, bang. The fatty screamed miserably. Under Fang Chun's continuous bombardment, he didn't even have the chance to resist. In the end, the fatty directly begged for mercy. Sir, please spare me. I'll immediately give you my courtyard. Hearing the fatty's words, Fang Chun finally stopped attacking. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? Fang Chun said something that made the fatty feel helpless. He swaggered into the 100th courtyard. Fatty quickly thought about it for a moment, then quickly followed in. Why are you still coming in? Fang Chun frowned and said with some displeasure. Plop. The fatty knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, Big brother, my respect for you is like the endless water of the Yellow River. From now on, I, the fatty, will follow you. No matter what you ask me to do, I, the fatty, will not blink an eye. Fang Chun wanted to refuse, but then he thought about it. After all, he didn't know much about the ancient cold sect. Having such a person as a subordinate would save him a lot of trouble. What's your name? Asked Fang Chun. I'm called Fatty Duh, said the fatty. Good. From now on, you can live here. Without my orders, you're not allowed to disturb me. Thank you, sir. The news of Fang Chun entering the 100th courtyard quickly spread through the sparring area. Many sparring partners were discussing it. Just where did this person come from? He had just arrived, but he had already entered the 100th courtyard. Damn, isn't he a bit too powerful? Hearing this explosive news, Sun Han's jaw almost dropped. At the same time, he was secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, Fang Chun had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. Sun Han, have you heard? A new sparring partner has entered the 100th courtyard. Suddenly, several people walked over. Sun Han nodded and was about to speak when one of them said disdainfully, Humph, that idiot fatty can't even defeat a newcomer? He really is a disgrace to our sparring area. I also heard that fatty knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He's willing to be that person's servant. I don't believe a newcomer can be that strong. These sparring partners mocked Fatty Duh and even looked down on Fang Chun. Sun Han didn't say a single word. He looked at them like they were idiots. The trash in their eyes was someone who could casually take their lives. Of course, Sun Han wasn't so kind as to warn them. It had to be known that some of these people had tried to extort him when he had first arrived. He was happy to see them run into a wall. Idiots, it's best if they rush over and provoke him. Then there'll be a good show to watch. Sun Han thought to himself. Just watch. It won't be long before someone can't resist going to teach him a lesson. A newcomer won't be able to jump around for long. That's right. I don't believe those people who are on par with Fatty Duh will be able to endure it. Chapter 28:28. Sparring partners had the lowest status in the ancient cold sect. Their lives were also the most worthless. They were casually ordered around by others, and the ancient cold sect disciples would do their best to fight. Every time a sparring session ended, it would be the happiest thing for them if they were still alive. Liam Mo, quickly go to the disciples' area and be Li Tianxiang's sparring partner. Elder Cold Sky's voice reached the sparring area, and many cultivators shook their heads. As for Liam Mo, who was happily chatting with others, he was instantly dejected. This was because he knew that it would be difficult for him to return alive. Many sparring partners walked over and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Liemo left and never came back. That night, news of Liemo's death spread. The entire sparring area instantly fell silent. Although sparring partners had to be prepared for death, everyone would feel fear when they were close to death. As for those sparring partners who had a bad relationship with Liemo, they also mourned for him at this moment. When facing the ancient cold sect, all the sparring partners in the sparring area were like a family. In the 100th courtyard, Master, Liemo is dead. The fat general reported the news to Fong Chun. When Fong Chun heard this, he was slightly stunned. Is this what happens to sparring partners? Hearing Fong Chun's words, the fat general said, "It's very difficult for sparring partners like us to have a good ending. However, there are still countless cultivators in the 99 continents who crazily think of ways to enter the ancient cold sect as sparring partners. This is because they use sparring partners as a springboard to achieve their goals. However, almost all of them died in the ancient cold sect after becoming sparring partners. Has no one ever succeeded?" Fong Chun continued to ask. "Yes, but it's a pity that they were 1 in a million prodigies." The fat general said, 10,000 years ago, a peerless prodigy appeared in the sparring area. During his sparring career, he killed a total of 100 prodigies in the ancient cold sect. There were even peak prodigies among them who were at the peak of the life ancient realm. In the end, he was accepted by the ancient cold sect, and his status changed. He became a high and mighty prodigy. After that, he unleashed all of his hidden potential and became the top disciple of the ancient frigid sect, becoming famous throughout the world. Of course, this kind of thing rarely happens. In the past 10,000 years, there has only been one person like this. Fatty smiled bitterly. If it were that easy, they wouldn't be here as sparring partners. Oh, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was curious about this genius who had killed 100 disciples of the ancient frigid sect. Next, Fatty began to explain some of the rules of the ancient cold sect to Fong Chun. After listening, Fong Chun finally understood. It turned out that being a sparring partner was not completely hopeless. The ancient frigid sect would also examine prodigies with monstrous potential and nurture them. Of course, once he was determined to be a sparring partner, it was almost impossible for him to make a comeback. Unless the upper echelons of the ancient frigid sect thought highly of him and were willing to step forward. This method was too difficult, and no one dared to ask for it. Apart from that, there was another method, which was to become a disciple of the ancient frigid sect by killing 100 disciples like the genius from 10,000 years ago. This was the most likely chance of success for many sparring partners in the sparring area. In that case, the upper echelons won't say anything if I kill a disciple of the ancient frigid sect as a sparring partner? Fong Chun asked hurriedly. Fatty nodded. That's right. The ancient frigid sect is different from other sects. It's relatively crueler. Only after passing through layers of selection can one be considered a core disciple of the ancient frigid sect. If you die in battle as a sparring partner, you can only say that you're not qualified to be a disciple of the ancient frigid sect. One had to know that prodigies would appear in the 99 continents all the time. Therefore, the ancient frigid sect never lacked prodigies. Fong Chun nodded and had a plan in his heart. A few days later, a group of sparring partners gathered outside the 100th courtyard. Fong Chun, get out here. The leader of the sparring partners had a scar on his face and exuded a terrifying aura. He was also quite famous in the sparring area and was believed to be the cultivator most likely to defeat Fatty. His name was Jin Xian. A mere newbie dares to be so arrogant. He's courting death. That's right. Fatty is a servant of a newbie. He's simply an embarrassment to our sparring area. Get out of the sparring area. Around Jin Xian, many sparring partners cursed Fong Chun in order to curry favor with him. Creak. The door opened and Fatty walked out. My master said that none of you are qualified to make him fight, Fatty said. Hearing this, Jin Xian was even more furious. Get him out here if you have the ability. Watch how I kill him. Fatty shook his head and closed the door without saying anything else. Damn it, he's too arrogant. He doesn't even give face to brother Jin Xian. Fatty is just like a dog. Many sparring partners roared angrily. However, at this moment, Elder Tianhan's voice rang out again. Fang Chun, quickly go to the disciple area and be Li Tianxiang's sparring partner. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of discussion could be heard. Many people were secretly delighted, and their faces were full of mockery. Let him continue acting. Now, a newbie going up against Li Tianxiang is simply courting death. Brother Jin Xian doesn't need to do anything. He definitely won't be able to walk back to the sparring area alive. Idiot, go to hell. Countless mocking voices could be heard in the courtyard. Fang Chun shook his head and walked out of the courtyard. Immediately, the noise disappeared and everyone's eyes fell on him. Brat, you're Fang Chun? Jin Xian asked arrogantly. As sparring partners, it's fine if you don't work together, but you even have internal strife. I really feel sorry for you. Leaving behind those words, Fang Chun walked away. Everyone looked at each other. Only Jin Xian bared his teeth, wishing that he could personally tear off Fang Chun's head. Stop pretending. I'd like to see how you'll survive from Li Tianxiang's hands. Li Tianxiang was an official disciple, and his cultivation base was at the Life Ancient Realm. However, his strength was far from Wang Heng's. Fang Chun soon arrived at the disciples' area. A black-robed man stood in the square with his hands behind his back. A breeze blew, causing his robes to flutter. He had a very strong confidence and a mocking smile on his face. Are you new? Li Tianxiang asked when he saw Fang Chun. Fang Chun nodded. Elder Tianhan, why did you send me a new sparring partner? Although this person's cultivation base is at the Star Ancient Realm, his combat strength is comparable to the Life Ancient Realm. He's a strong opponent. Don't underestimate him, Elder Tianhan reminded. Unfortunately, Li Tianxiang was arrogant and disdainful. He didn't put Fang Chun in his eyes at all. One move, Li Tianxiang said. I only need one move to kill you. Fang Chun raised his head and looked at Li Tianxiang seriously. Then he suddenly asked, Did you kill Liemo? Are you talking about that trash? He couldn't even take one move from me. What qualifications does he have to be a sparring partner? What a waste of our ancient frigid sex resources. Li Tianxiang sneered. Fang Chun shook his head. It's all for survival. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at me here? Li Tianxiang said angrily. That's right. I'm sure you have a certain understanding of me. You know that I never leave anyone alive. Li Tianxiang thought that Fang Chun knew that he couldn't leave alive, so he didn't care about anything else. Don't worry. I'll give you a quick death. Li Tianxiang said, Since you care so much about Liemo, I'll immediately send you to see him. As soon as he said that, a wild aura spread out from Li Tianxiang's body. He wanted to suppress Fang Chun with his monstrous aura. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. You keep saying that others are trash. Who would have thought that in my eyes, you're trash too? Fang Chun murmured as Li Tianxiang's attack came towards him. Then he punched out. In the sparring area, many people, including Jin Xian, were waiting for good news. Why hasn't there been any news yet? Jin Xian asked. I think that guy is being killed by Li Tianxiang. That's right. Brother Jin Xian, don't be impatient. Li Tianxiang never leaves anyone alive. He's dead for sure. It's fine if a newcomer doesn't know the rules, but he still dares to be arrogant. Many people were extremely dissatisfied with Fang Chun. However, just as everyone was waiting for the news, a figure approached from afar and returned to the sparring area. Looking from afar, that figure was so imposing and so shocking. Some of the sparring partners had sharp eyes and immediately saw Fang Chun. Chapter 28-29. Fang Chun's return caused quite a stir. Could it be that this guy survived Li Tianxiang's attack? Some people found it inconceivable. They were well aware of Li Tianxiang's strength. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My guess is that he ran away before the battle, Jin Xian said. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Running away before the battle was a severe punishment. Even the sparring partners in the sparring area would be punished. Thinking of this, everyone was even more dissatisfied with Fang Chun. Is this guy trying to get us killed? That damn guy. It seems that we really need Brother Jin Xian to teach him a lesson. I suggest that everyone attack together and suppress him. Then we'll hand him over to Elder Tianhan. This way, our sparring area might be able to avoid punishment. I agree. I also agree. With Jin Xian in the lead, many sparring partners became restless. Fang Chun had just approached the 100th courtyard when he was surrounded by the crowd. Seeing everyone glaring at him, Fang Chun shook his head and sneered. His eyes were filled with mockery. Brat, running away before the battle is a great taboo. Are you trying to get us all killed? If you surrender obediently, you might be able to escape this calamity. That's right. If you wait for us to attack, you'll be dead. With Jin Xian in the lead, many sparring partners said coldly. A bunch of idiots. Fang Chun was too lazy to argue with them and prepared to leave. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Jin Xian stretched out his hand and stopped Fang Chun. Fang Chun's expression gradually became serious. He looked at Jin Xian and said, "If this was before Li Mo's death, you would have already lost your life by blocking me like this." Li Mo's death had also affected Fang Chun. He believed that sparring partners were all for the sake of standing out. There was no need to argue, so he didn't want to attack Jin Xian and the others. At this point, you're still putting on an act. I think you won't give up until all hope is gone. Jin Xian sneered and looked at Fang Chun mockingly. Elder Tianhan sent you to be Li Tianxiang's sparring partner, but you were afraid of death and ran away at the last moment. You dragged us down, so before Jin Xian could finish speaking, Fang Chun interrupted him. Who said I ran away? Isn't that so? If Li Tianxiang made a move, would you still be able to come back alive? Jin Xian shrugged and said with a look of disbelief, I've already killed Li Tianxiang. Fang Chun said word by word. As for you guys, since you're all training partners, I'll let you go. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Fang Chun entered the 100th courtyard. For a moment, Jin Xian was stunned. He was frightened by the look in Fang Chun's eyes. What a terrifying gaze. Jin Xian took a deep breath as he recalled the scene from before. Brother Jin Xian, are we just going to let him go like this? A sparring partner's voice pulled Jin Xian back to reality. Damned fellow. Jin Xian instantly regained his confidence and prepared to make trouble for Fang Chun. Boom! A powerful aura spread out in the air, and soon after, Elder Tianhan appeared. He was expressionless as he looked down at everyone. It's over. There was only one thought in everyone's mind, and that was that they were done for. Elder Tianhan's anger was too terrifying. Damn fellow, he dragged us all down. At that moment, many people were cursing Fang Chun. They lowered their heads and waited for Elder Tianhan's punishment. However, after waiting for a long time, Elder Tianhan did not say anything. He just looked at them quietly. Jin Xian was a little surprised. He raised his head and cupped his fists. Elder Tianhan, sparring partner Fang Chun killed Li Tianxiang. After saying that, Elder Tianhan disappeared into the air. What? The crowd below instantly exploded. They were all dumbfounded. Elder Tianhan's words were still echoing in the air. Could Elder Tianhan have made a mistake? How could Fang Chun kill Li Tianxiang? A sparring partner did not believe it. Bang! Jin Xian sent him flying with a slap. How dare you question Elder Tianhan? Are you tired of living? Li Tianxiang was killed? Heavens! Fang Chun really killed Li Tianxiang. Only now did everyone realize that Fang Chun really did say that he killed Li Tianxiang. However, they did not believe it at all. Now that they thought about it, their scalps turned numb. It was simply unimaginable that a newbie sparring partner could kill Li Tianxiang in his first attack. This news spread like a kite in the sparring area. Aside from the sparring partners in the individual courtyards who were cultivating in a race against time, the other sparring partners were all shocked. This fellow is too strong. Sun Han shamelessly came to the 100th courtyard. He did not want to leave no matter what and begged Fang Chun to take him as a servant. Looking at Sun Han, Fang Chun had a helpless expression. In the end, he said, All right, you can stay here and help me take care of the daily matters. Thank you, sir, Sun Han said emotionally. The next morning, Many sparring partners formed a long line in front of the 100th courtyard. Being able to kill Li Tianxiang was enough to prove that Fang Chen's strength far surpassed the fatties. That also made Jin Xian and the other sparring partners feel terrified. If Fang Chen was dissatisfied with them, he could kill them with a wave of his hand. Creak! The door opened and Sun Han walked out. He said, "Sir is very busy right now and doesn't want to see you. You can all return." "Brother Sun Han, please say a few good words in front of Sir." Everyone clamored, hoping that Sun Han would help them. Jin Xian was especially regretful. What kind of status does Sir have? How could he lower himself to your level? We're all sparring partners, so there's no need for internal strife. "You can all return," said Sun Han, pretending to be Fang Chen. Seeing his shameless appearance, Jin Xian really wanted to punch him in the face. If it was before, he would have already done so. But now he didn't dare. "Right, Sir has been cultivating recently and is a bit tight on money," said Sun Han with a smile that wasn't a smile. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then they all understood. They took out star stones and handed them to Sun Han. "I'll thank you on behalf of Sir." Although they were a bit unwilling, there was nothing they could do. In order to obtain Fang Chen's forgiveness, what was a mere star stone? After everyone left, Sun Han looked at the star stones piled up like a mountain, and a smile bloomed on his face. Within the courtyard, "Sir, these are the star stones they sent over." "There's a total of 8,000, said Sun Han honestly. Fang Chen nodded and took out 2,000 star stones. He handed them to Sun Han and Fatty Da 1,000 each. "Thank you, sir." Fatty Da and Sun Han were delighted. They were now even more certain that their decision was correct. Fang Chen put away the remaining 6,000 star stones. He casually grabbed a star stone. Then he used his mind to absorb the energy inside the star stone. Crack! The star stone turned into powder and scattered with the wind. 6,000 yuan. It won't take long, Fang Chen muttered. Star stones were a kind of currency in the ancient chaos era. Of course, cultivators could also use them to cultivate. Strictly speaking, star stones were the same as spirit stones in the ancient sword continent. However, the energy contained within was far from what spirit stones could compare to. Life ancient realm cultivators could absorb the energy within star stones to speed up their breakthrough. The 300 star stones he had obtained from Sun Han had already been used up by Fang Chen. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen continued to absorb star stones. Disciples area. A blue-clothed man stood quietly in the square. There was a corpse at his feet. It was Li Tianxiang's. Interesting. A new sparring partner was actually able to kill Li Tianxiang. The blue-clothed man's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. There were no external injuries. His internal organs were shattered. This guy's strength is pretty good. He found Li Tianxiang's weakness and killed him in one blow. The blue-clothed man said, "It's been a long time since an official disciple was killed by a sparring partner. This is getting more and more interesting." After inspecting Li Tianxiang's corpse, the blue-clothed man believed that Fang Chen was a body-refining martial artist, and his mystic technique was most adept at restraining body refinement martial artists. "I hope he can withstand my attacks. If that's the case, I can have some fun too." The blue-clothed man turned around. "Arrange a time for me. I want to personally face this sparring partner." "Yes." Soon, Elder Tianhan sent Fang Chen to the square. He was very efficient. Chapter 28:30. The sparring area was in an uproar. If Fang Chen's killing of Li Tianxiang was a fluke, then his killing of Lan Xiao was definitely a manifestation of his strength. Even the sparring partners in the individual courtyards were paying attention to Fang Chen. He had only been in the sparring area for a few days, but he had already caused such a huge commotion. Many people were investigating who Fang Chen was. They wouldn't know if they didn't investigate, but once they did, they were shocked. When they learned that Fang Chen was just a peak star ancient realm cultivator, their hearts were in turmoil. They didn't dare to imagine how a star ancient realm cultivator could be so strong. A star ancient realm cultivator can actually kill Li Tianxiang and Lan Xiao. Isn't this potential too monstrous? Every step forward in the ancient god realm was extremely difficult. Otherwise, Fang Chun wouldn't have been stuck at the peak of the star ancient realm for so long. The difference between each small realm was like 1,000 miles. Anyone who could fight above their realm was practically a proud son of the heavens. In such a large sparring area, there were quite a few sparring partners who could kill Li Tianxiang. However, they were all in the life ancient realm, the same realm as Li Tianxiang. But now, a peak star ancient realm cultivator had appeared and easily killed Li Tianxiang and Lan Xiao. How could they not be shocked? Soon, they came to a conclusion. Fang Chen's potential was no weaker than an official disciple of the ancient Frigid sect. With his strength, he even had the chance to become a core disciple. They couldn't understand why such a monstrous genius would be sent to the sparring area. Could it be that this kid offended the ancient Frigid sect? In the individual courtyards, some sparring partners were secretly thinking. In short, Fang Chen became a famous figure in the sparring area. Of course, this was nothing. In the following half a month, he consecutively killed 8 official disciples, including Lan Xiao and Li Tianxiang. A total of 10 official disciples had died at his hands. This news not only caused a stir in the sparring area, but also in the official disciple area. Many sparring partners gathered in front of the 100th courtyard. Heavens, it's been a long time since so many sparring partners gathered. Yeah, I saw the top 10 sparring partners. Haha, this feels great. A talent has finally appeared in my sparring area. Could it be that the scene from 10,000 years ago is about to reappear? The ordinary sparring partner, who was watching from afar, said excitedly. Creak! The door opened and Sun Han walked out. Everyone, please come in. Those who came today were basically the top 20 sparring partners. They were already considered the top warriors in the sparring area. This was because among the 10 official disciples that Fang Chen had killed, there were disciples whose strength was comparable to the top 20 sparring partners. Therefore, many sparring partners had already regarded Fang Chen as a sparring partner on the same level as them. Ha! I've heard a lot about Brother Fang. It's like thunder in my ears. It's really like thunder in my ears. Many sparring partners greeted Fang Chen one by one. Sit. Fang Chen nodded one by one and took the lead to sit on the stone bench. The other sparring partners also sat down one after another. Brother Fang, as sparring partners, were on the same boat. So, let's not beat around the bush. Today, we're here to persuade you, a man with sword-like eyebrows said. The other sparring partners also focused their eyes on Fang Chen. In half a month, you've killed 10 official disciples, which has already aroused public anger. I advise you to keep a low profile in the future. Otherwise, the official disciples have 10,000 ways to kill us. The other sparring partners nodded, their faces full of helplessness. Even if I keep a low profile, will the official disciples really let me go? Fang Chen shrugged and said. He glanced at everyone and said slowly, What's your purpose in coming here? Is it because of time that the passion in your heart has been washed away? What happened to your lofty ambitions and aspirations? Fang Chen's voice suddenly became louder. Every sparring partner who comes here is not willing to be a sparring partner for the rest of their lives. However, what I see now is racking your brains to think about how to survive in the hands of the official disciples. It's really sad. For a moment, the courtyard was silent. More than 20 sparring partners fell into silence. Fang Chen did not say anything else. He looked at everyone quietly. After a long time, the man with sword-like eyebrows spoke again. We also want to stand out, but it's too difficult. Difficult? How do you know it's difficult if you haven't tried? If you hadn't been afraid, every time you fought with the official disciples, you wouldn't have been unable to kill one official disciple, right? Treat every battle as the last battle of your life to stimulate your potential, Fang Chen said. Everyone's hearts trembled, as if they had realized something. They all looked at Fang Chen. People can't have no goals, Fang Chen said. With a goal, there will be motivation. Fang Chen stood up and said slowly, To tell you the truth, my goal is to kill 100 disciples, leave the sparring area, and recreate the miracle from 10,000 years ago. After saying that, Fang Chen signaled Sun Han to see them out. Many sparring partners were shocked. They didn't know how they left Fang Chen's independent courtyard. Fong Chen's words were very effective. From that day onwards, these sparring partners got rid of the previous haze. Every time, they tried their best, even at the risk of losing their lives, to fight with the official disciples. For a time, the official disciple area suffered heavy losses. This scene attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the ancient Frigid sect. At the same time, many of the official disciples in the official disciple area hated the sparring partners to the extreme. Damn it, it's all because of that damn guy. Humph. Ever since he killed 10 of our disciples, those sparring partners fought with us as if they didn't care about their lives. This can't go on. We have to kill that guy. After they lose their spiritual leader, they will be in a mess. Many of the official disciples began to plan how to kill Fong Chen, until one day, the third-ranked official disciple came out of seclusion and asked for Fong Chen's sparring partner. In the sparring area. What kind of joke is this? They simply don't treat us sparring partners as humans. No matter how strong Fong Chen is, can he defeat Gung Kai? That's right. Gung Kai is the third-ranked official disciple. Even in our sparring area, there aren't many people who could defeat him. It must be because the official disciples have suffered heavy losses recently. They want to kill Fong Chen as a warning to others. After Elder Tianhan gave the order, Fong Chen prepared to go. Sir, you can't. Sun Han stopped him. Beside him, Fatty also quickly shook his head. Do you think we have a right to refuse? Fong Chen shrugged. Besides, I might not lose. When Fong Chen left the sparring area, all the sparring partners came to send him off. I'll be back. After saying this, Fong Chen plunged into the official disciple area. In the square of the official disciple area. When Fong Chen arrived, Gung Kai had yet to appear. He waited quietly while the surrounding disciples pointed at him and whispered among themselves. He's that Fong Chen? I heard that he's been quite arrogant recently. That's right. He's quite ruthless. He specifically targeted us official disciples. He's courting death. He killed 10 official disciples in a row. He's quite brave. Unfortunately, he still died in the end. Those sparring partners are simply idiots. They actually tried to use this method to soar to the top. What a joke. Many disciples were full of ridicule towards Fong Chen. They thought that he would definitely die this time. Look at how calm he is. I really want to go up and slap him. He's just putting on an act. When senior brother Gung Kai comes, he'll probably be scared to tears. Can he withstand senior brother Gung Kai's punch? In the void, Elder Tianhan and Elder Chong stood side by side and looked down. Do you think this guy can withstand Gung Kai's attack? Elder Tianhan asked. Who does he think he is? Withstand Gung Kai's attack? What a joke. Elder Chong said in disdain. Even Wang Hung can't compare to Gung Kai's strength. If not for his unparalleled potential and the inheritance of the Ice Matriarch, how could he become a core disciple the moment he entered? Elder Chang's words were obvious. Fong Chen's strength was not even comparable to Wang Heng's. How could he compare to Gung Kai? He's lucky to still be alive after killing so many official disciples. It's a pity that he met Gung Kai this time. Elder Chong was still brooding over Fong Chen's killing of Yin Xian. Elder Tianhan smiled, but did not say anything. Chapter 28:31. In the square, Fong Chen stood with his hands behind his back, facing the mockery around him indifferently. Gung Kai hadn't arrived yet. It seemed that he was purposely trying to intimidate Fong Chen, but Fong Chen didn't care about this. Between him and Gung Kai, only one of them could survive. Therefore, this battle was destined to be a fight to the death. He wouldn't hold back. A mere Gung Kai was nothing in his eyes. Time ticked by, and Gung Kai appeared amidst the exclamations. His golden robe fluttered in the wind. Gung Kai's appearance directly caused an uproar in the entire official disciple area. All the disciples were shouting wildly. Normally, it was rare to see an official disciple ranked in the top 10. Therefore, Gung Kai's appearance caused quite a stir. Dong! Gung Kai stood in the square, looking at Fong Chen with a smile and said, "You are Fong Chen?" Fong Chen didn't speak. Gung Kai was a little unhappy. He frowned slightly and said, "It seems that you are prepared to die. You talk too much nonsense." Finally, Fong Chen spoke. Hearing this, Gung Kai's face was completely gloomy. He clenched his fists, making the sound of his bones cracking. His whole body exuded a terrifying killing intent. He roared in a low voice, "Good, very good. I haven't seen such an arrogant sparring partner in a long time." When Gung Kai was preparing to challenge Fang Chun, he had already made his decision. Die! Gung Kai's figure flashed. His body was like a cannonball, directly rushing towards Fang Chun. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, lightning flashed. Gung Kai's body turned into a golden light, exploding out. Everyone exclaimed. Gung Kai's strength was stronger than before. How could a mere sparring partner resist such a Gung Kai? Too strong. I didn't expect Gung Kai's strength to be so strong. Yes, the stronger senior brother Gung Kai is, the less chance the sparring partner has. Oomph. A mere sparring partner dares to provoke senior brother Gung Kai. He is courting death. Just watch. Senior brother Gung Kai won't kill him easily. He will definitely torture him until he wishes he was dead. In an instant, countless voices of discussion came from the square. Too weak. Fang Chun raised his head and stared at Gung Kai with his dark eyes. He clenched his fists, and the aura around him shook. Seeing that Gung Kai was about to arrive, he quickly punched out. Dong! It looked like a simple punch, but it carried a shocking power. When his fist collided with Gung Kai's, a thunderous sound exploded. When Elder Tianhan and Elder Chong saw this from the clouds, their expressions changed drastically. Impossible! Elder Chong cried out in disbelief, unable to believe what he was seeing. Below, in the square, a rainbow light flashed. The incomparably powerful Gung Kai was actually sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. Crack! With a crisp sound, Gung Kai's fist broke in an instant. Blood spurted out, and his flesh was badly mangled. A miserable cry came out of Gung Kai's mouth. Dong! His body smashed heavily onto the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. He crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. His entire body was covered in blood, and both of his arms were crippled. How is this possible? In a huge square, countless people cried out in surprise. They were all dumbfounded. Was all of this real? Just how strong was this sparring partner? Even senior brother Gung Kai couldn't kill him? Oh my God, what did I just see? This guy only exchanged one punch with senior brother Gung Kai, and he crippled both of his arms. Isn't he a little too strong? The disciples who were originally disdainful of Fang Chun were shocked. They couldn't imagine that Gung Kai, who was ranked third among the official disciples, would be defeated by a sparring partner with a single punch. Brat, you succeeded in infuriating me. Gung Kai looked up to the sky and roared in anger. At the same time, his eyes were scarlet and filled with killing intent. Buzz! A powerful black aura emerged from Gung Kai's body. This black aura instantly covered his entire body. At the same time, a fat and ferocious beast shadow condensed behind Gung Kai. Roar! The ferocious beast shadow let out a deafening roar, and a wild power quickly spread out. Senior brother Gung Kai has used his trump card. He's too strong. It's unimaginable. This was Gung Kai's trump card. He didn't intend to use it at first, but with just one punch, both of his arms were crippled. Gung Kai was furious. You're dead. As soon as Gung Kai finished speaking, he stomped his foot and rushed out. The ferocious beast shadow behind him opened its mouth and wanted to devour Fang Chun. Get lost. Fang Chun punched again and sent Gung Kai's body flying. At the same time, he took the full blow of the ferocious beast shadow. Dang, dang, dang. His body kept retreating. What? In the square, the crowd exclaimed one after another. Gung Kai's trump card couldn't even be killed by this guy. Most importantly, he only took a few steps back after taking the attack of the ferocious beast shadow. Not good. Everyone seemed to have realized something. They subconsciously cried out, "Oh no." However, Fang Chun, who had stabilized his body, stomped his foot and jumped up to counterattack. Swoosh! Dazzling sword radiance fell from the sky and pierced the body of the ferocious beast shadow at lightning speed. Crack! The ferocious beast shadow kept struggling and finally dissipated in the air. After the ferocious beast shadow disappeared, Gung Kai instantly lost his ability to fight. His face was ashen, and he kept retreating. His eyes were filled with fear. Pucci! The hidden star sword fell from the sky like a shooting star and pierced his head. Gung Kai's eyes were wide open. He died with his eyes wide open. However, all of this was not important. What was important was that he became Fang Chen's background. Silence. The square was as silent as death. All the official disciples looked at Fang Chen in fear and slowly retreated. At this moment, their hearts gave in. Fang Chen was too strong. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for him. In the clouds, Elder Tianhan was shocked. Elder Chong, who was beside him, flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Fang Chen was like a god, standing quietly in the square. At this moment, he was so tall in everyone's eyes. The ancient frigid sect and even the entire primordial chaos believed that the strong were respected. Although Fang Chen was a sparring partner, he won respect with his iron fists. After a while, a deafening sound rang out in the square. Many official disciples were shouting Fang Chen's name. He broke Gung Kai's arms with one punch and killed Gung Kai with one sword. News of this matter spread like wildfire. In the sparring area, everyone was waiting anxiously. Suddenly, they saw a figure appear in the distance. Immediately, a wild smile appeared on their faces. When the news spread to the sparring area, everyone felt that it was unbelievable. At the same time, they also thought that the sparring area was going to rise again. Fang Chen seemed to be going down the path of the genius from 10,000 years ago. All the sparring partners were convinced by Fang Chen. Even Gung Kai was killed by him. Who else in the official disciple area could be his match? Unknowingly, Fang Chen had become the absolute leader of the sparring area. The height of his prestige had already reached an unimaginable level. After Gung Kai's death, there was no more news from the official disciple area. It was said that the first and second-ranked disciples had come out of seclusion. However, when they heard about the battle between Gung Kai and Fang Chen, they shook their heads. They didn't have the courage to challenge Fang Chen at all. After all, the gap between the top 3 disciples was very small. If Fang Chen could defeat Gung Kai, he could also defeat them. Suddenly, the sparring area was very lively. The higher-ups of the ancient frigid sect also called for an emergency meeting because of Fang Chen's strong performance. Everyone, what do you think about sparring partner Fang Chen? The elder who spoke was in charge of the official disciples and sparring partners of the ancient frigid sect. He had a high status and was highly respected. Fang Chen's strength is very strong. He could be ranked as a core disciple. I think we should make an exception and take him in, an elder said. That's right. Our ancient frigid sect created the sparring area for this purpose. Naturally, we should take in those with outstanding talent, the other elders echoed. Of course, these were all voices of agreement. There were still some voices of opposition, such as Elder Chong. Chapter 28:32. The ancient frigid sect was huge and filled with geniuses. Under the strong opposition of Elder Chong and the others, they didn't accept Fang Chen in the end. Their reason was simple. If they wanted to become a disciple of the ancient frigid sect through sparring, they would have to put in 10 or even 100 times more effort. Fang Chen didn't know that they were talking about him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't consider becoming a disciple of the ancient frigid sect for the time being. That was because he realized that in the process of fighting with the ancient frigid sect disciples, although they were all insta-killed, he was still able to gain some insights. The ancient frigid sect is indeed a big sect. Although the strength of their official disciples is average, their secret techniques are unheard of. Fang Chen muttered to himself in the 100th courtyard. Through the supreme ancestral eye, he could barely capture the Taoist rhyme of Gung Kai and the other secret techniques. He could then analyze them and absorb them as his own insights to improve his cultivation. There was a gap between the star ancient realm and the life ancient realm. Even a genius like Fang Chen couldn't easily cross it. He was accumulating. When he accumulated to a certain extent, success would follow naturally. He wasn't in a hurry. He had already made a rough plan. He would use the ancient frigid sect as a springboard to reach a higher level of the world. The ancient frigid sect's misty peak. This was the highest peak in the ancient Frigid continent. It was also the main peak of the ancient Frigid sect. Only the upper echelons of the ancient Frigid sect were qualified to climb this peak. Today, the misty peak was shrouded in mist. Under the nebula, there was a chessboard. Two old men were playing chess with relish. Ancestor Han. Suddenly, an old man in a Taoist robe stretched out his fingers, picked up a shirako, and gently placed it on the chessboard. He raised his head and looked across, his eyes full of respect. I'm confused. Why can a star ancient realm cultivator attract your attention? The old man in the Taoist robe asked, puzzled. As the sect master of the ancient Frigid sect, he had seen all kinds of geniuses in the 99 continents under his command. However, he couldn't understand why Ancestor Han would pay so much attention to such an ordinary guy. In his memory, Ancestor Han didn't care about anything. He didn't even appear on the day of the last sect master election. What do you think of him? Ancestor Frost asked with a smile. Ancient Cold Sect Master was a little confused, but he still made a comment on Fong Chun. This boy has only cultivated for a short period of time, but he can crush life ancient realm cultivators with a star ancient realm cultivation base. Even in the primal chaos, he can be considered a genius. His potential is good, but unfortunately, ancient Frigid sect leader paused and looked at Cold Ancestor. Cold Ancestor signaled him to continue. Ancient Frigid sect leader continued. Strong potential doesn't mean anything. Since ancient times, ancient Frigid sect has produced many geniuses, but only a few of them have been able to mature. Speaking of the geniuses of the ancient Frigid sect, the ancient Frigid sect leader was also very proud. Since ancient times, the ancient Frigid sect had countless geniuses. And now, there are even some geniuses who were about to reach his level. This made him feel very gratified. In this region, the ancient Cold sect had maintained absolute dominance. There was an endless stream of geniuses, which made the ancient Cold sect famous in the immemorial chaos. Ancient Cold sect master was a tribulation supremacy and a great tribulation supremacy. He was only one step away from becoming a world god. Once he reached that level, the ancient Cold sect would usher in earth-shaking changes. Hearing this, Cold Ancestor shook his head gently, obviously not agreeing with ancient Cold sect master's comment. Obviously, you don't really know him. Cold Ancestor smiled. If you knew that he broke the record set by Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian, I wonder how you would feel. What? As expected, ancient Cold sect master's expression changed drastically. His heart was in a stormy sea, and he couldn't believe it. After a long time, he calmed down and said slowly, "Is that true?" Cold Ancestor nodded. You know me. I usually don't pay attention to these things. But not long ago, Empyrean Star Realm Lord came to me and said that this boy is his good brother. He asked me to take care of him. At that time, I learned of such a person, and I was very surprised. Who was he to be able to call Empyrean Star Realm Lord a brother? Then, I immediately started to investigate him. If he didn't investigate, he wouldn't know. But once he did, he was shocked. This news was obtained from the mayor of Tianshu Yuan. Cold Ancestor personally came, and the news was accurate. After learning the news, Cold Ancestor had a deeper understanding of Fong Chun. He believed that Fong Chun was a peerless monster, and if he was nurtured well, his future achievements wouldn't be any weaker than him and ancient Cold Sect Master. Empyrean Star Realm Lord's brother. Ancient Cold Sect Master was shocked. Even he was like an ant in front of Empyrean Star Realm Lord. However, a sparring partner was Empyrean Star Realm Lord's brother. This, for a moment, ancient Cold Sect Master didn't know what to say. Empyrean Star Realm Lord doesn't want his brother to be in danger, but he also doesn't want me to have to do everything. So, he told me that if he encounters danger, I can just help, Cold Ancestor said. Ancient Cold Sect Master finally understood why Cold Ancestor suddenly came out of seclusion. Then, should we take him in as a core disciple? Ancient Cold Sect Master asked. After all, this guy was related to Empyrean Star Realm Lord. If he continued to be a sparring partner, it wouldn't be the same. Cold Ancestor waved his hand and said, "No need for now. Let's follow the rules. If he can pass the test, it won't be too late to let him become a core disciple." Saying this, cold ancestor stood up. All right, don't let anyone know about this. Ancient cold sect master's heart trembled as he looked at cold ancestor's disappearing figure. He was just a tribulation paragon expert, but he could already rule over a region and become the master of sect. As for Empyrean Star Realm Lord, he was a famous expert among world deities. The sparring area was very quiet. After being stimulated by Fong Chun, everyone went to cultivate. In the 100th courtyard, Fong Chun sat cross-legged, comprehending his unparalleled sword Dao. After a long time, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and a smile appeared on his face. After coming to Ancient Cold Sect, my harvest is not small. It's a pity that the sparring area has too little resources. Fong Chun murmured. Most importantly, no official disciple was his opponent. He couldn't wait to fight against the core disciples. Ding, ding, ding. Sun Han hurriedly walked in from the outside with a solemn expression. What's wrong? Seeing this, Fong Chun asked. Lord, something happened. Sun Han said in a low voice, Fatty died. What? Fong Chun stood up and asked with a frown. What happened? Tell me clearly. Not long ago, Fatty and I were ordered to go to the official disciple area to be sparring partners. Fatty had already defeated his opponent, but who would have thought that a core disciple would suddenly appear? He was extremely dissatisfied with Fatty's performance and attacked him forcefully. Fatty was no match for him and was killed instantly. Recalling everything that had happened before, Sun Han's scalp went numb. Fatty. Fong Chun's heart was filled with killing intent. No matter what, Fatty was his servant and a core disciple of Ancient Cold Sect. Attacking him in public was a blatant provocation. Fong Chun suppressed the anger in his heart and took a deep breath. He said slowly, Don't worry, I will take revenge for Fatty. Lord, Sun Han wanted to say something, but stopped. Speak. After that core disciple heard about your recent deeds, he scoffed. The reason why he asked me to come back was to pass a message to Lord. Sun Han said. He said that Lord must bring 100,000 star stones to apologize to him within a month. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing Lord. Crack. Fong Chun clenched his fist and a crisp sound rang out. Huge ripples appeared in the surrounding space. An oppressive aura spread out. Even Sun Han felt extremely oppressive. Interesting, really interesting. Fong Chun said coldly, I just wanted to cultivate quietly, but you came to provoke me. Of all things, she shouldn't have placed her attention on him. Pass the message that I, Fong Chun, will bring 100,000 star stones to him in a month, Fong Chun said. Sun Han nodded and turned to leave. After the message was sent out, the core disciple laughed wildly. A sparring partner is still a sparring partner. He doesn't dare to not lower his head in front of me. Chapter 28:33. The status of core disciples in the Ancient Cold Sect was extremely high. They were above the official disciples and were considered the true elite disciples of the Ancient Cold Sect. They were also the future hope of the Ancient Cold Sect. Among the core disciples of the Ancient Cold Sect, there had been countless experts. And now, a core disciple had issued an ultimatum to Fong Chun, causing a huge commotion. Especially in the sparring area, all the sparring partners were fiercely resisting. They felt that this was against the rules. Let's go find Elder Tian Han together. I don't believe that a core disciple can do whatever he wants. That's right, we're not convinced. Although we're sparring partners, we're also living people. For a moment, the sparring area was filled with anger. However, at this critical moment, Elder Tian Han suddenly arrived. He came to tell Fong Chun that there was a mission assigned to him. Mission? Fong Chun was a little stunned and asked in confusion. That's right. Strictly speaking, every once in a while, I'll fight for a mission for the sparring area. Although it's called a mission, it's actually an opportunity. Elder Tian Han looked at Fong Chun with a complicated expression. If he still had any enmity towards Fong Chun when he first saw him, the enmity in his heart had already disappeared without a trace after interacting with him for such a long time. Although Yin Xian's potential was strong, he was still not an official disciple of the Ancient Cold Sect. Elder Tian Han had also thought it through. Even if he lived in seclusion, he was probably not as good as Fong Chun. Moreover, He had a faint feeling that with Fong Chen's strength, it was very likely that he would create a miracle. It was a miracle that had never happened before in the sparring area. Even the genius from 10,000 years ago did not perform as well as Fong Chen. As the elder in charge of the sparring area, he naturally had to protect all the sparring partners. Because of this, he often quarreled with Elder Chang. However, Fong Chen did not know about this. With your current strength, you're already the undisputed #1 in the sparring area. Therefore, this mission has landed on you, Elder Tianhan said. That's right. This mission is a little difficult. Therefore, after a discussion among the higher-ups, they've decided to send 2 official disciples to complete the mission with you. Fong Chen listened attentively. What kind of mission was it? Some members of the Fiend Blood Tribe have appeared in the Wisdom Cloud continent under the Ancient Cold sect. Your mission is to kill all of them. Elder Tianhan said, according to the information we have, the Fiend Blood Tribe of the Wisdom Cloud continent is basically all at the Life Ancient Realm. Fiend Blood Clan? Upon hearing this, Fong Chen's expression changed. He recalled that when he first went to Luo Bing continent, he had destroyed the Fiend Blood Tribe's plan. He did not expect to encounter the Fiend Blood Tribe again after such a long time. What kind of race is the Fiend Blood race? Fong Chen could not help but ask. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that this was an evil tribe. However, Fong Chen was puzzled. Since the ancient Han sect was so powerful, why hadn't the Fiend Blood Tribe been exterminated? It's a long story, Elder Tianhan said. All you need to know is that the Fiend Blood Tribe is an extremely evil tribe. They live on the blood of human warriors. Then why did the Ancient Cold sect allow them to grow? Do you think that the Ancient Cold sect doesn't want to exterminate them? The Fiend Blood Tribe has the support of other big sections. Moreover, it involves a lot of benefits. A slight move in one part will affect the whole situation. Before they have enough confidence, the Ancient Cold sect does not want to act rashly, Elder Tianhan explained. All right, it's enough for you to know this. As for the Honorable God, you don't have to worry about it at all. The people of the Fiend Blood Tribe will release a powerful Fiend Blood aura all the time. The stronger they are, the more obvious the Fiend Blood aura will be. Once the Honorable God appears, the Ancient Cold sect will be the first to discover it. Elder Tianhan knew about Fong Chen's worries, so after saying a few simple words, he turned around and left. Fong Chen had not expected that the people who were going to the Wisdom Cloud continent with him would be the first and second disciples among the official disciples, Fan Zhe and Fan Ming. He had not expected them to be brothers. The next day, Fong Chen and the 2 brothers gathered at the official disciple square. The 2 of them nodded gently at Fong Chen. Although they looked calm, their hearts were in turmoil. All right, I have told you the details of the mission. You can set off now, Elder Tianhan said. Then, Fong Chen and the other 2 took the teleportation formation and left the Ancient Cold sect. The Wisdom Cloud continent was not too far away from the Luo Bing continent. However, the environment here was very different from the Luo Bing continent. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fong Chen and the other 2 suddenly appeared in the city. Ha ha! The 3 supreme talents of the Ancient Cold sect have arrived. Excuse me for not going out to meet you. The city master immediately appeared to welcome Fong Chen and the other 2. City master, we are here to exterminate the Fiend Blood Tribe, Fan Zhe said. Fiend Blood Tribe. Hearing this, the city master was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, the 3 of you have come at the right time. Po-Adversity City has been harassed by the Fiend Blood Tribe. I have even fought with them several times. Speaking of the Fiend Blood Tribe, the city master felt a little helpless. Buzz! Just as everyone was talking, a soft sound suddenly came from the void. There were some complicated sounds in the sound. Fiend Blood Tribe, Fan just said in a low voice. Immediately, he shot up into the sky and exuded a vast aura. He then rushed out of the city. When Fan just saw this, he followed closely behind and left. Just as Fong Chen was about to leave, he found the aura of the Fiend Blood Tribe in another place. Let's go. He used the space-time escape technique and chased after the aura. Fong Chen intercepted the Fiend Blood Tribe on the back mountain deep in Po-Adversity City. Die. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword whizzed out, and the invincible sword principle was instantly displayed. The fiend blood tribe's body turned into a thick blood mist. However, it was still unable to withstand Fang Chen's powerful attack. Foolish human, you will pay for your recklessness. The evil voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Hiss! Fang Chen opened his palm and activated the black hole bloodline. In an instant, the blood mist in the sky was sucked dry. After the blood mist entered his body, it was wrapped up by the black hole bloodline. In the blink of an eye, it was refined and turned into ashes. The bodies of the fiend blood tribe are formed by the blood mist. After they die, the blood mist that escapes from their bodies is highly toxic. Even ancient realm martial artists will be poisoned if they are not careful. Fang Chen muttered. This was the second time he came into contact with the fiend blood tribe. He understood them better. Elder Tian Han said that the fiend blood tribe infiltrated the Jun continent this time because they seemed to be looking for the weapon that a venerable god had lost. Fang Chen recalled what Elder Tian Han had said to him. That was the weapon that a venerable god had lost. If he could obtain it, his strength would increase greatly. Buzz! The hidden star sword trembled and let out a loud sword chime. It seemed to be very interested in the weapon that was the venerable god's consciousness. My partner, don't worry. I will not abandon you. If I obtain the weapon that the venerable god had lost, I will refine it into your body, Fang Chen said with a smile. Thank you, master. A soft voice came out from the hidden star sword. The hidden star sword was nurtured by Fang Chen with his blood and sweat. Now that it had been nurtured by more than 50 special bloodlines, its attack power had become even stronger. Moreover, as time passed, the hidden star sword mutated. Its intelligence grew rapidly, and it could control the hidden star sword on its own. Adversity City, City Governor's Mansion. Ha! The three of you are indeed the geniuses of the ancient cold sect. You have just arrived, and you have already won a battle. The Adversity City Governor was very happy. He raised his cup and drank to his heart's content. Fan Ming and Fan Zhe looked at each other. There was a complicated look in their eyes, but they quickly returned to normal. Adversity City Governor, we will go and rest first. If there is any news about the Fiend Blood Tribe, inform us immediately. After saying that, the two of them turned and left. Looking at the backs of Fan Zhe and Fan Ming, Fang Chen frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with the two of them after they killed the Fiend Blood Tribe. However, he could not pinpoint what was wrong. Could they have been poisoned? Fang Chen suddenly thought. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Given their strength, if they were poisoned, it would be impossible for them to suppress it. I must be overthinking. He shook his head hard to get rid of the complicated thoughts in his mind. The Fiend Blood Tribe, the venerable god's lost weapon. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Chapter 2834. The Fiend Blood Tribe was very cunning. Ever since Fang Chen and the other two had killed a few of them, the Fiend Blood Tribe seemed to have disappeared. However, the more it was like this, the more uneasy Fang Chen felt. He felt that this was the prelude to a storm. The Fiend Blood Tribe was accumulating strength. Once they were done accumulating strength, they would give him a blow. He could not wait. He had to take the initiative to attack. It had been 7 days, but there was no movement from the Fiend Blood Tribe. Fan Ming and Fan Zhe were not in a hurry. Instead, they were cultivating in the city governor's mansion. The Adversity City Governor was also grinning from ear to ear. Now that the Fiend Blood Tribe had stopped attacking, the pressure on him had lessened. After Fang Chen told the Adversity City Governor about his thoughts, he left the city alone. Fang Chen moved quickly on the vast plain. He was constantly sensing the fiend blood aura in the surrounding air. Nothing. After traveling for about 2 hours, Fang Chen was anxious that he had not found a single Fiend Blood Tribe member. Crash! Just as he was about to rest, a black shadow flashed across the mountain range in front of him. Immediately after, Fang Chen caught a glimpse of the Fiend Blood aura. Fiend Blood Tribe. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, he came to the mountain range. You want to leave? It was not easy to find the Fiend Blood Tribe member. How could he let him go so easily? Fang Chen stretched out his hand and launched a thunderous attack. A vast amount of energy gushed out from his palm. The entire mountain range was covered by dark clouds that covered the sky. When Fong Chen's hand pressed down, a cracking sound could be heard in the air. Boom! The Fiend Blood Tribe member was suppressed by Fong Chen's hand and turned into a cloud of blood fog. He then refined it. There must be a Fiend Blood Tribe member here. Fong Chen's royal spiritual consciousness spread out and covered the entire mountain range. As expected, soon, he found traces of the Fiend Blood Tribe and chased after them. Deep in the mountain range, 3 Fiend Blood Tribe members, who were at the peak of the ancient life realm, looked at the scene coldly. Damn it, just as Fanja and Fanming said, he is difficult to deal with. Just now, they had sent one of their clansmen to lure Fong Chen out. Who would have thought that the latter would kill him with lightning speed? If it's a one-on-one fight, we're no match for him at all. That's right. Such an expert is only a sparring partner in the ancient frigid sect. It's a pity that we've set up an inescapable net and are just waiting for him to walk right into it. While the 3 members of the Fiend Blood Tribe were talking, Fong Chen approached them. An ear-rending sound was heard as Fong Chen approached them from afar. Fiend Blood Clan, Fong Chen shouted, his voice echoing throughout the mountain range. Foolish human, how dare you ruin the plan of our Fiend Blood Tribe? You're dead meat. That's right. If you surrender obediently and surrender to the Fiend Blood Tribe, you might still be able to live. Dong! A deafening sound was heard, and rich evil blood power surged out from the 3 evil blood clans. They were ready for battle. Courting death, Fong Chen sneered and leaped onto the mountain peak. He waved his sleeve, and the hidden star sword flew out automatically. He displayed the invincible sword principle calmly. Ha! However, at that moment, the 3 evil blood clans laughed wildly from the mountain peak. Buzz! A dazzling triangular light suddenly appeared on the mountain peak and restrained Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen was shocked to find that his body had been restrained and he could not move. What's going on? Freeze! The 3 evil blood clans joined forces to activate the triangular light and restrain the hidden star sword in the void. Lad, this is the bloodline skill of our Fiend Blood Tribe. You don't have to struggle. Let's end this quickly and kill him. Apparently, the 3 evil blood clans were afraid that a long delay would lead to trouble. They wanted to end this quickly and kill Fong Chen. Boom! A wild evil blood aura spread out from the mountain peak. Fong Chen was restrained and could not move. He could only watch as the attacks of the 3 evil blood tribes landed on him. Bloodline skill. Fong Chen muttered anxiously. Let's give it a try. At that moment, he had no choice but to take the risk. At that thought, Fong Chen activated the black hole bloodline in his body. At the same time, more than 50 special bloodlines erupted. The colorful special bloodline power formed a colorful scene around Fong Chen. Dong! Fong Chen took the attacks of the 3 evil blood clans and spat out a mouthful of blood. Crack! The black hole bloodline was too powerful. It used more than 50 special bloodlines as its foundation to launch its strongest attack to shake the triangular light. Under the strong attack of the black hole bloodline, a crack appeared on the triangular light. There's a chance. Fong Chen was delighted, and he continued to attack with greater strength. Seeing this, the 3 evil blood clans' faces changed. Kill him! The 3 of them roared and attacked Fong Chen in a frenzy. Boom! However, just as Fong Chen had a clue, he suddenly felt a vast power coming from behind him. It was as if his body had been struck by lightning. With a bang, he smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. He was smashed into the ground. It's you? The moment he turned his head, he saw 2 familiar faces. Instantly, he was furious. However, under the restriction of the 3 evil blood clans' bloodline skill, he could not fend off the attacks of Fanja and Fanming. Die! After Fanja made his move, Fanming followed up with a strong attack. He used his trump card and hit Fong Chen's head, causing him to enter a state of serious injury. Is he dead? On the mountain peak, the 3 evil blood clans and the 2 brothers looked down at Fong Chen's battered body and asked softly, "This guy is tough. Only when his primordial spirit is completely destroyed can he be considered dead." Fanja reminded them. Don't worry. Leave it to the three of us. The three evil blood clans used their bloodline skill again, wanting to destroy Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Pain filled his body, and his strength was depleted. Fang Chen felt that he was so close to death for the first time. Am I going to die? Fang Chen's lips were pale as he asked in a hoarse voice. Buzz! A sword radiance came down from the sky and pierced through the bloodline skill of the three evil blood clans. Vast sword chi shrouded Fang Chen. Swoosh! Immediately after, Fang Chen's body disappeared from the big hole. Oh no! Fanja shouted. He wanted to stop Jian Wushuang, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had disappeared from the sky. There was a faint sadness in the air. Isn't he just a guy in the Star Ancient Realm? His primordial spirit was severely injured by our bloodline skill. Even if he managed to survive, his cultivation will not be able to progress. That's right. If he survives our bloodline skill, he will become an idiot. Don't worry. Although we did not kill him completely, we will keep our promise. Having said that, the three evil blood clans waved their hands and threw a file over. They said, we have some clues about Her Eminence's lost weapon. The area has been sealed off by the evil blood clan. After we take the weapons away, the two of you can go ahead on your own. You can take whatever we leave behind. Don't worry. We are only interested in Her Eminence's lost weapon. We are not interested in anything else. Fanja and Fanming nodded. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. They then quickly returned to Poadversity City. Big brother, what are we doing? Fanming asked carefully. As long as Fang Chen is dead, who will know that we are cooperating with the evil blood clan? Fanja said. Moreover, it is only a cooperation. We each take what we need. Moreover, we want to borrow the evil blood clan's help to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen had suppressed the official disciple area with his strength and killed Gung Kai. This was a slap in the official disciple area. The two of them knew that they were not strong enough to kill Fang Chen. Therefore, they had been enduring and waiting for an opportunity. Previously, when they left Adversity City to chase after the evil blood clan, they had reached an agreement with the evil blood clan. But Fanming still felt guilty. If the higher-ups of the ancient cold sect knew about this, they would definitely die. Don't worry. You have heard that Fang Chen's primordial spirit was severely injured by the evil blood clan's bloodline skill. Even if he managed to survive, he is just a walking corpse, Fanja said with a smile. Fanming nodded and did not say anything else. Ha! What did the two supreme talents gain? The Poadversity City Governor came out to welcome them. Chapter 2835. Fanja and Fanming did not say anything. They just nodded and returned to their residence. When the Poadversity City Governor saw this, he fell into deep thought. Soon, news spread that a great battle had taken place outside Poadversity City. The Fiend Blood Tribe had appeared. When the Poadversity City Governor thought that Fanja and Fanming must have been involved in this battle. It doesn't matter. As long as the two of them are here, the Fiend Blood Tribe will not be able to do anything. After thinking for a while, the Poadversity City Governor flung his sleeves and left. After all, Poadversity City was not the only city in the Intelligent Cloud continent. There were countless cities, and every city could be invaded by the Fiend Blood Tribe. As the Poadversity City Governor, he only needed to ensure the safety of Poadversity City. Poison City was not too far away from Poadversity City, but it was not close either. Now that the Fiend Blood Tribe had invaded, the martial artists in Poison City were on tenterhooks. A few days ago, the Fiend Blood Tribe had attacked, and the Poison City Governor had died on the battlefield. For a time, Poison City was without a leader, causing chaos. The Fiend Blood Tribe had hidden in the dark to sow discord. In short, in just a few days, Poison City had fallen into a sorry state. In a hidden courtyard in the western suburbs of Poison City, a white-robed man sat quietly on the ground with his legs crossed. His face was pale, and his clothes were covered with blood. Dazzling and colorful bloodline power emerged around his body. These bloodline powers were rapidly refining the heavenly energy in the air, thereby healing his injuries. Whoosh! After a long time, his injured internal organs gradually stabilized. He suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The bloodline power around him was instantly withdrawn. Cough, cough. Just as he was about to speak, he coughed violently, and his body trembled violently. When he looked at his body, his face was gloomy. I will take revenge for this. At this moment, Fang Chun was filled with anger. Even when he was trapped by the Fiend Blood Tribe's bloodline technique, he was not as angry as he was now. However, at the critical moment, the two official disciples of the ancient Cold Sect had colluded with the Fiend Blood Tribe to sneak up on him. He had to take revenge no matter what. It had to be said that Fanja and Fan Ming's plan was perfect, and they also took advantage of Fang Chen's underestimation of the enemy. The bloodline techniques that the three Fiend Blood clans used were very unique. However, Fang Chun was still confident that he could deal with it. He just needed time. At that time, the situation was urgent, and he could only barely resist. He did not expect Fanja's sneak attack at all. He was caught off guard, and Fanja attacked with all his strength. Furthermore, Fanja had used a taboo secret technique to shatter his internal organs through his own body. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Hole bloodline had played an extremely powerful role at the critical moment, it was very likely that he would have died. Half a month had passed since that battle, but Fang Chen's injuries still hadn't healed. My internal organs are damaged, my meridians are broken, and my dantian is showing signs of damage. Fang Chen murmured with a complicated expression on his face. This was the most serious injury that he had ever suffered since he started cultivating. He had almost died in the Intelligent Cloud continent forever. However, it was fortunate that he had survived. Even Fanja and Fan Ming would not have thought that he would be able to survive such a situation of certain death, right? The day that I recover from my injuries will be the day that all of you die. In the following time, Fang Chan began to devote himself to healing his injuries. Time passed quickly, and the 1-month deadline that the core disciples of the Ancient Cold Sect had given to Fang Chan had arrived. Today, the Ancient Cold Sect's official disciple square was very lively. Countless official disciples had arrived early to see if Fang Chan would really give in and hand over the 100,000 star stones. Just as everyone was talking about it, the core disciple arrived. He was wearing a black robe, and his body exuded a terrifying aura. He jumped up and landed from the void. His pitch-black eyes swept across the surrounding crowd at lightning speed. After which, he asked in a deep voice, "Where is Fang Chun?" "Senior brother, Fang Chun went out to do a mission a month ago," a disciple replied. "What?" The black-robed core disciple's face instantly darkened, and then he said, "Today is the last day of the 1-month deadline. I will wait for him here. If he doesn't come, he will bear the consequences." After that, the core disciple did not say anything else. He closed his eyes and waited. Many of the official disciples who were watching had different expressions. After the core disciple's words reached the sparring area, many sparring partners were extremely anxious. "What should we do?" Fang Chun went out to do a mission. "He definitely won't come back today." "Then what should we do? Are we going to break the appointment?" Everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions in their eyes. They knew better than anyone how important it was for a core disciple to break the appointment. "Let's go and explain it to him," the top 10 sparring partners in the sparring area suggested, and it was seconded by many other sparring partners. Soon, they arrived at the official disciple square. Everyone thought that Fang Chun had come. Who would have thought that after searching through everyone, Fang Chun was nowhere to be seen? "Where is Fang Chun?" someone asked. "Senior brother, Elder Tianhan sent Fang Chun out to do a mission. Senior brother Fanja and senior brother Fan Ming are also with him. They can testify." "Senior brother, can you give us some more time?" a sparring partner said while cupping his fists. The core disciple remained motionless and did not open his eyes. However, a few official disciples pointed at them angrily and cursed. "You're just sparring partners. Without our orders, what right do you have to come to our official disciple area? You can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to plead for others. You are courting death. Leave quickly, or don't blame us for being impolite." A few official disciples raised their palms and emitted a powerful aura. They were ready to attack. "Senior brother," a sparring partner wanted to explain, but he was answered with a simple punch. Crack! The core disciple suddenly opened his eyes and threw out a punch as fast as lightning. With just one punch, the sparring partner was killed. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill all of you," the core disciple said gloomily. Core disciples cannot be humiliated. If Fang Chun does not bring 100,000 star stones here today, he will definitely die. The core disciple made his stand, and the sparring partner's heart sank. Under the watchful eyes of many official disciples, they suppressed the anger in their hearts and left the official disciple area. In the end, Fang Chun did not appear. The core disciple revealed a sinister smile and said, "I have already given him enough face. He is courting death. Don't blame me for being impolite. From today onwards, if Fang Chun dares to take half a step into the ancient frigid sect, I will tear him into pieces." Whoosh! The core disciple flicked his finger, and a resplendent finger light shot out, creating a big hole in the ground. Then he disappeared. Many official disciples looked at each other in dismay. The news spread like wildfire in the sparring partner area and the official disciple area. Many martial artists had their own thoughts. As for Fang Chun, who was the main character, he had already forgotten about this matter. He was focused on cultivating. In a courtyard in the western suburbs of Poison City. "Sir, I have already inquired about the news you asked for." The waiter stood beside Fang Chun and reported with a smile. "Although Poison City is very chaotic, the Poison Disaster Elixir contest is still going on as scheduled." "What about the Fiend Blood Tribe?" Fang Chun asked. "The higher-ups of the Poison Disaster Elixir contest have come out to suppress the Fiend Blood Tribe temporarily. They do not dare to act recklessly." The waiter continued, "The rewards for this Poison Disaster Elixir contest are very generous. It is said that the winner will be rewarded with a Poison Disaster Elixir." The waiter handed a file to Fang Chun, took some star stones from him, and left the courtyard. Poison Disaster Elixir contest? Fang Chun's lips curled up, revealing a smile. His injuries had basically stabilized, but there was still a long way to go. But now, there was a way to heal his injuries quickly, and that was the Poison Disaster Elixir. The records of the ancient frigid sect are indeed correct, Fang Chun said with a smile. Although the Poison Disaster Elixir contest has already declined and is no longer what it used to be, their foundation is still extremely deep. The legendary Poison Disaster Elixir has attracted the attention of countless martial artists. In the eyes of the world, the Poison Disaster Elixir was the fiercest and most domineering poison elixir. Even life, ancient realm martial artists, and star venerables did not dare to touch it casually. However, in Fang Chun's eyes, it was a holy healing medicine. Chapter 2836. At its peak, the Poison Adversity Pill Association was comparable to the ancient cold sect. In the ancient times, when the Poison Adversity Pill Association rose, the ancient cold sect was still a very weak sect. At that time, the Poison Adversity Pill Association had developed to its peak, and there were countless powerful alchemists in the sect. They could refine all kinds of heaven-defying elixirs. According to legend, the territory of the Poison Adversity Pill Association was many times larger than the current ancient cold sect. Many people thought that the Poison Adversity Pill Association was very likely to be one of the strongest sects in the primordial chaos. However, because of an unforeseen event, it suddenly declined. Until now, no one knew what caused the decline of the Poison Adversity Pill Association. After countless years, as the powerful alchemists of the Poison Adversity Pill Association died or were injured, their territory continued to shrink. Until now, they were just holed up in the Poison Adversity City of the Wisdom Cloud Continent to make a living. Fang Chun sighed. They were so powerful back then, but now they had fallen to such a state. However, even if they had fallen, their foundation was still there, and no one dared to underestimate them. According to the historical records, the Poison Adversity Pill Association's most powerful item was the Poison Adversity Divine Pill. People had always been looking for it, but no one could get it. According to the Poison Adversity Pill Association, if the pill existed, the person would exist. But now, the Poison Adversity Pill Association was holding a Poison Adversity Pill competition at such a critical moment. and the reward for the first place was the Poison Adversity Divine Pill. This was incredible. It seems that the Poison Adversity Pill Association can't hold on anymore. Fong Chun analyzed that it might be related to the invasion of the Fiend Blood Tribe. Speaking of the Poison Adversity Divine Pill, it was definitely an epic-level elixir. Fong Chen's injuries were mainly caused by the Fiend Blood Tribe's bloodline technique, and then by Fange's forbidden secret technique. The combination of these two methods caused enormous damage to his internal organs and blood vessels. In fact, he even showed signs of being poisoned. This was the so-called poison adversity fusion. Things that were not poisonous by themselves would become highly poisonous when they were combined. With Fong Chen's strength, he could completely force the poison out of his internal organs and blood vessels, but it would take too long. The second method was the Poison Adversity Divine Pill. Fighting poison with poison, the Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill was one of the most poisonous divine pills in the world. Using it to fight the poison in one's body, it could completely cure the disease. Looks like I need to make a trip to the Poison Adversity Pill Association. The Poison Adversity Pill Association's headquarters was located in the center of Adversity City. The dazzling 9-story pavilion was exceptionally dazzling. It could be seen from far away. Normally, countless martial artists would gather in front of the Poison Adversity Pill gathering. However, it was Adversity Pill Association headquarters. On the 9th floor of the pavilion, there were more than 10 old men sitting there. They were all the upper echelons of the Poison Disaster Pill Association. Poison Adversity Pill Association. The Poison Adversity Pill Association Association. Poison Adversity Pill Association. President, are we really going to give the Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill away? An elder asked. The president closed his eyes and asked. Adversity Pill Association. Pill Adversity Pill Sect Pill. The once glorious Poison Adversity Pill Association was finally disbanded. The Fiend Blood Tribe is attacking the Poison Disaster City on a large scale. Their target is very clear. They are here for the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. The president coughed and continued. Although my Poison Adversity Pill Association has fallen, as long as we have a successor, we will rise again one day. The Poison Adversity Divine Pill is our only hope. There's no hope for us old men. That's why we're holding the Poison Disaster Pill competition. We'll choose a genius of alchemy to give away the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. That's the only way to preserve a glimmer of hope. When the other elders heard the president's words, they felt even more bitter. So quiet? Fong Chun was somewhat astonished. The huge 9-story pavilion was exceptionally quiet. That's right. I guess it's because of the influence of the Fiend Blood Tribe. Apart from the people who signed up for the Poisonous Adversity Pill competition, no one dares to walk around. Fong Chun entered the main hall. A staff member inquired about the reason for his visit. The staff member's expression instantly changed. He then said, "Please wait for a moment. I will inform the elders immediately." Soon, an elder came to Fong Chen's side. "Young man, do you want to sign up for the elixir competition? Do I have any requirements?" Fong Chen asked. "At least you can refine a good grade pill," the elder said with a smile. He then pointed at the alchemy platform beside him. Fong Chen did not say anything and walked directly to the alchemy platform. He had already prepared all the herbs needed for the alchemy platform. He immediately started to refine the pill, and a scorching flame appeared in his palm. At first, the elder was a little careless. However, when he saw Fong Chen's manipulation technique, his expression gradually became solemn. Interesting. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Fong Chun refined the pill in one go. After watching, the elder stared at Fong Chun with his eyes wide open. "Young man, do you have a master?" Fong Chun shook his head. He had learned all his alchemy skills by himself. He had never had an orthodox master. "Can I participate in the Poison Disaster Pill competition?" Fong Chun asked. "Yes, of course. Just come back here in 3 days," the elder said with a smile. Looking at Fong Chen's back view, the elder hurried back to the 9-story pavilion. "Elder, hey, how is the person who just signed up?" An elder asked. "This guy has only cultivated for a short period of time. However, His alchemy technique is very unique. He even has the shadow of an alchemy master from the Antiquity age. The pills that he refined are also of high quality. The color and quality are perfect, Elder Hay said. Most importantly, he does not have a master. He has been self-studying. What? After hearing Elder Hay's words, everyone was curious about Fong Chun. In a hidden mountain outside Poison Disaster City, the surroundings were filled with a strong, evil aura. The people of the Fiend Blood Tribe had gathered here. The Poison Disaster Pill competition will begin in 3 days. Our people have successfully sneaked in. Is the Poison Disaster Pill Guild finally unable to hold on? This time, not only will we get the Divine Pill, but we will also destroy the Poison Disaster Pill Guild. Don't worry. Although Man Shui's alchemy skills are not the best, in this small Poison Disaster City, he is above everyone else. Be careful. Don't fall. The people of the Fiend Blood Tribe started to discuss how to destroy the Poison Disaster Pill Guild after they got the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. Sha. After Fong Chun returned to his courtyard in the western suburbs, he said to the empty space, "You have been following me for so long. Why are you still not coming out?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly walked out with shifty eyes. "Your spiritual consciousness is too powerful. You can actually find me." The person nodded at Fong Chun and said, "I followed you here to inform you of something." "What is it?" "If I am not wrong, you have also signed up for the Poison Disaster Pill competition." "So what?" "Unfortunately, my master is also very interested in the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. He hopes that you can give up on the competition," the person said. Hearing this, Fong Chun frowned and stared at the person. "Everything depends on one's ability. If your master defeats me in alchemy, then I have nothing to say," Fong Chun said. "Your Excellency, do you know who my master is?" The person frowned slightly. He was very dissatisfied with Fong Chun's words. "My master is the famous master of the Wei family. If you offend him, it will be difficult for you to walk in the Wisdom Cloud continent." "What? Your master is afraid of losing the competition, so he is secretly threatening all the contestants?" Fong Chun sneered. "So you do not agree? Since you are a lackey, I will not kill you. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will twist your head off," Fong Chun said coldly. "You?" The person was furious, but in the end, he restrained himself. "You will regret it." After saying that, the person turned and left. Fong Chun sighed. The Poison Disaster Divine Pill was too attractive. The news had not spread completely yet. It had only spread around the Poison Disaster City. One could imagine that if the news spread completely, the entire Wisdom Cloud continent and even the ancient cold sect would be shocked. Time is of the essence. Chapter 2837. 3 days later, the Poison Disaster Elixir competition was held as scheduled. All the martial artists in the huge Poison Disaster City came to watch. In front of the dazzling Poison Disaster Elixir gathering, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. Countless martial artists surrounded the square of the elixir competition. There were more than 10 contestants in the square. They were all martial artists who were qualified to sign up after the preliminaries. Everyone's potential in alchemy was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Fong Chun stood in the last position. He felt that someone was looking at him with malicious eyes. He turned around and saw a man in armor with a trace of anger in his eyes. "Looks like this guy should be the young master of the Wei clan." Fong Chun could feel that this person had ill intentions towards him. Around the square, everyone was discussing. "I wonder who will emerge victorious in this alchemy competition. No matter the result, the Poison Disaster Elixir gathering should be disbanded." Yeah, who would have thought that the elixir of the Poison Disaster Elixir gathering would be given to someone else? "If I can get the Poison Disaster Elixir, I'd be willing to be your slave. Don't even think about it." The Poison Disaster Elixir. The voices that came one after another represented their confusion and shock. However, in general, among the 10 or so alchemists, the one that everyone thought the most highly of was the young master of the Wei clan. The Wei clan was considered an overlord force in the entire Zhiyun continent. The young master of the Wei clan had loved alchemy since he was young. He had been cultivating to this day, and his alchemy skills were superb. Today, the young master of the Wei clan was determined to get the poison disaster elixir. However, he was worried that a dark horse would appear and disrupt his plan. Therefore, he ordered his subordinates to secretly threaten those who signed up. Now, it seemed that the effect was not bad. The remaining 10 or so people ignored his threats. Wait until I get the poison disaster elixir. All of you will die. The young master of the Wei clan thought to himself. His cold gaze swept across everyone. Where are the others? At the front of the square, the president and the others were already seated. However, the other contestants did not come. Did they give up? Elder Black asked. The president shook his head and said, "Let's not wait. Let's begin." Elder Hay immediately stood up and roughly explained the rules of the Poison Adversity Pill competition. Everyone, the rules of this Poison Adversity Pill competition are very simple. There are no rules. What we're looking at is the final result. Whoever concocts the highest grade pill will be the final winner. Elder Black said loudly, "The winner will be bestowed with our Poison Adversity Pill Association's Sect Guarding Pill, the Poison Adversity Divine Pill. At the same time, he will be conferred the title of the association's new president." Below, there was an uproar. Countless martial artists were excited. Fang Chun, on the other hand, was rather shaken. However, he sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that an ancient superpower would end up like this? Thinking of this, Fang Chun clenched his fists and became even more determined about the path he wanted to take. Pursue the peak of martial arts and protect family and friends. I must get the poisonous disaster divine pill. Fang Chun swore to himself. Soon, more than 10 alchemists were already in place. In front of each of them was a pill refining platform with a complete set of materials. The refining time is only 30 minutes. Let's start now. After Elder Black announced the start of the competition, more than 10 alchemists quickly immersed themselves in refining pills. Only Fang Chun was not in a hurry to start. Instead, he carefully selected the materials. It seemed like he had to check every material carefully. Seeing this, the president and the others on the rostrum nodded in satisfaction. He is not in a hurry. This lad is rather calm. The president gave a high evaluation. He felt that it was rare to see an alchemist as calm as Fang Chun among the younger generation. After spending some time, Fang Chun finished selecting the materials and began refining pills. This lad is interesting. He did not choose the dark dragon grass. Seeing this, many elders and the president on the rostrum had the same question in their minds. Among the herbs they had prepared, the dark dragon grass was the most precious and important herb. If they wanted to refine a higher grade pill, they had to use the dark dragon grass. However, this lad had given up on the dark dragon grass and chose some more common herbs. What was he trying to do? After pondering for a while, some information appeared in the president's mind. Could it be? The president's expression gradually turned serious, and even his breathing became hurried. If his guess was correct, Fang Chun was undoubtedly the best successor of the Poison Adversity Pill Association. I hope my guess is correct. The president's eyes were fixed on Fang Chun. He was getting more and more interested in Fang Chun. In the blink of an eye, half of the incense stick's time had passed. 2 alchemists finished refining the pills as fast as they could. Phew! The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief and presented the pills to Elder Black for him to evaluate. Elder Black took the pills and examined them carefully. He shook his head and said, "It took the shortest time. However, there are many flaws in the pills. The quality is not perfect, and the color is a little bad." Hearing this, the 2 great alchemists turned pale. This was already their best level, but they didn't expect that they would still fail. The poison adversity pill must be mine. Young Master Wei observed the situation around him as he refined the pills. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Flames burned in young Master Wei's palm. Oomph. This is the cold flame unique to my Wei family. How can you compare to it? On the main stage, many elders nodded. Cold flame of the Wei family was indeed a step ahead of others in alchemy. Young Master Wei's cold flame is well controlled. I wonder how he is in alchemy. Elder Black said with a smile, "Although cold flame is strong, I don't think young Master Wei has a good temperament. The result is not out yet. It could be anyone. Amidst the discussions of the elders, the young master of the Wei clan skillfully controlled the cold flame, continuously burning the pills. When 2/3 of the incense stick was burned, young Master Wei put away the cold flame. He was only one step away from completing the refinement. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. An alchemist who was close to young Master Wei suddenly stomped his feet, causing the square to tremble. Crack! The pills in front of young Master Wei shattered instantly. No! Young Master Wei gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned red. He abruptly turned his head and stared at the alchemist beside him. Damn you! How dare you trick me? Young Master Wei immediately thought of how the alchemist had secretly transferred the energy to his pills and caused his refinement to fail. I will kill you. Failing the refinement meant that he wouldn't be able to obtain the legendary poisonous calamity, Divine Pill. This made young Master Wei go crazy. Just as he was about to make his move, the fellow who had plotted against him had already walked over to Elder Hay with the medicinal pill in hand. The color and quality are perfect. It is a superior pill, Elder Black commented. The alchemist turned his head and looked at young Master Wei provocatively. Young Master Wei clenched his fists and his heart was filled with anger. You won't be able to leave the intelligent cloud continent alive. When the time was up, everyone else had finished their refinement. Fang Chun followed behind everyone and gave the pills to Elder Black for evaluation. The quality isn't perfect. The color is too bad. Several medicinal pills were rejected by Elder Hay. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. When he handed the medicinal pill to Elder Hay, Elder Hay's expression changed, and he hurried over to the president. The president whispered a few words into his ear. Then, Elder Black turned around and looked at everyone. The first place of this poisonous calamity pill competition is this little brother. Elder Black pointed at Fang Chun and said, What? Even the person who had schemed against the Wei clan's young master was somewhat astonished. His own pill was clearly a superior pill. So why was Wei clan's number one? Impossible. There must be a conspiracy. The alchemist shook his head and shouted. Shut up. Elder Black scolded loudly. The president personally appraised the pill. How can it be fake? At this moment, the president stood up and waved his hand for everyone to be quiet. Perhaps you all have doubts about this poisonous calamity pill competition. Now, I will clear your doubts one by one. Chapter 2838. Everyone stared intently at the president. They want to know how Fang Chun was able to win. Logically speaking, their pills should be of the same grade and color, but why did the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering choose this young man's pill? The president pointed at Fang Chun and said, because he used the most common ingredients to refine the same pill, while the other person used more precious ingredients. Can't you see whose alchemy skills are better? At this moment, everyone was enlightened and hurriedly looked at Fang Chen's alchemy table. Sure enough, the dark dragon grass was lying there quietly. How is this possible? The person who had tricked the Wei clan's young master was disappointed and could not believe what had happened. I don't believe it, he suddenly shouted with a ferocious look on his face. Swoosh! At this moment, a cold fist radiance shot toward him. We haven't settled the score between us yet. The person who spoke was the young master of the Wei clan. Although Fang Chun had obtained the final victory, the young master of the Wei clan was even more infuriated by the fact that this person had first taken care of him and then secretly killed Fang Chun. Get lost. He had been confident and thought that he could get the poisonous adversity divine pill. But who would have thought that it would end like this? When he saw the Wei clan's young master attacking him, he shouted angrily. Poochie! The Wei clan's young master forced the person back with a punch. Suddenly, an evil aura flashed across his body. Fiend Blood Tribe. Seeing this, the higher-ups of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering were furious. The Wei clan's experts who had been hiding in the dark also suddenly appeared. How dare the Fiend Blood Tribe sneak into the Poison Adversity City? You are courting death. Under the siege of so many people, the person was unable to resist and died instantly. After taking his revenge, the Wei clan's young master turned to look in the direction of Fang Chun and suddenly found that he was nowhere to be seen. What happened? He had searched the entire Poison Adversity City, but could not find any trace of Fang Chun. He snorted and looked at the president. I didn't expect the Fiend Blood Tribe to sneak into the alchemy competition to get the poisonous adversity divine pill, the president said coldly. President, we don't know where the first place went in the chaos. Should we restart the competition? The Wei clan's higher-ups asked. Let us discuss this for a few days, the president said apologetically. The president said apologetically, I'm sorry, everyone. Something like this happened during the alchemy competition. Please return. The higher-ups of the Poison Adversity Elixir Association entered the 9-story pavilion, leaving behind the helpless crowd. In a hidden mountain outside Poison Adversity City. Damn it. We are to be discovered. Humph, this idiot. Even if we lose the competition, there's no need for us to expose ourselves. Now, the Poison Disaster Pill Association is already on guard against us. There's also the Wei clan eyeing us from the side. Our plan is even more obstructed. Let's not act rashly for now. Our main goal is that weapon. After we obtain the weapon, we will forcefully break into the Poison Disaster Pill Assembly and seize the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. After this battle, the Fiend Blood Tribe gradually quieted down. Under the pitch-black night sky, Fang Chun stood alone on a mountain peak, gazing off into the distance at the waning lights of Poison Disaster City. He suddenly understood. 2. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Then, a figure walked out of the darkness. It was the president of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. President. Fang Chun cupped his fists. He was about to explain, but the president waved his hand to stop him. I know you are worried about the Wei clan's revenge. I understand, the president said with a smile. I can die in peace now that I have discovered such a genius in alchemy like you. The president could see that Fang Chun's alchemy skills were similar to the alchemists of the ancient times. He was even more convinced that Fang Chun would be the best candidate to be the next president of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. The president took out a jade box and handed it to Fang Chun. This is the legendary Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill. Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill. Fang Chun was overjoyed. He opened the box and looked at it. There were complicated patterns on the black pill. It gave off an ancient aura. Strictly speaking, this pill cannot be called the Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, the president said. Why? That's because the real Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill had already been eaten by the previous president in the ancient times. The Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill in your hands right now is merely an imitation of the Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill that was refined later on. The president said, however, even if it is a fake Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, its effect is still beyond your imagination. This pill has been passed down to the present day and has been passed down by every guildmaster. From today onwards, you will be the 79,000th president of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering, the president said. He asked for Fang Chun's name and then sent a mark into Fang Chun's forehead. This was the experience of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering over the countless years. It was a peerless alchemy recipe that everyone envied. Fang Chun, are you willing? The president asked. I am willing. Fang Chun nodded. Since he had obtained the Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, he naturally had to do something for the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. Your task is to go into hiding. When you are strong enough, you will rebuild the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering, the president said. The president warned, but don't be anxious. You must wait until you are strong enough to reveal your identity. Otherwise, your enemies will kill you. Definitely. All right, take the pill and leave this place quickly. The president and Fang Chun talked for a long time. They talked about the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering in the ancient times until dawn. That night, Fang Chun learned a lot about the secrets of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. Before dawn, Fang Chun bowed deeply to the president 3 times and then turned to leave. I hope I did not misjudge you. The president laughed. After Fang Chun obtained the Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, he left Poison Adversity City and went into hiding. Not long after, there was a fierce battle in Poison Adversity City. The Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering took the initiative to attack and started a life and death battle with the Fiend Blood Tribe. In the end, the Fiend Blood Tribe defeated the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering with an overwhelming advantage. It was said that the Wei family was involved in this. They hated the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering and wanted to get their hands on the Poisonous Adversity Elixir Gathering. In the end, they joined the battle and destroyed the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. After that, the Fiend Blood Tribe left Poison Adversity City. From then on, the Poison Adversity City was completely under the control of the Wei family. In a hidden mountain range, Fang Chun clenched his fists so tightly that his veins popped out. The Wei family and the Fiend Blood Tribe. Fang Chun's heart burned with rage. He would engrave these two forces into his memory. One day, he would take his revenge. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He then took out the Poisonous Adversity Elixir. Splash! The Poisonous Adversity Elixir melted in his mouth, and its effect spread instantly. The strong venom instantly spread all over Fang Chen's body. His lips turned purple. It was enough to show how strong the Poisonous Adversity Elixir's toxicity was. Crush! Fang Chun was prepared. He activated the poison in his internal organs and collided fiercely with the Poisonous Adversity Elixir. CSISI. It was a one-sided battle. The poison could not pose any threat to the Poisonous Adversity Elixir. After that, Fang Chun used the same method to burn the poison in his blood. Finally, the medicinal effect of the Poisonous Adversity Elixir spread to his limbs and bones. After a while, Fang Chun let out a sigh of relief. The imprint on his forehead flickered, and his lips regained their original color. Even though it is not the true Poisonous Adversity Elixir, it is strong enough. In just an hour, his injuries were healed. If he relied on his own efforts to expel the poison, it would take him at least 10 years. The medicinal effect of the Poisonous Adversity Elixir had perfectly fused with his chaotic origin sword body. This allowed his body to become a true poison body. The current me should be immune to poison, right? Fang Chun laughed happily. Not only were his injuries healed, he was immune to poison. Furthermore, he had obtained the accumulation of the Poisonous Adversity Elixir Association over the years. His harvest was huge. The only thing that made him sad was that the Poisonous Adversity Elixir Association was completely destroyed. The association master and others died on the battlefield. There will be a day when I rebuild the Poisonous Adversity Elixir Association. At that time, the world will be shocked. Fang Chun stood up and looked up at the sky. He muttered to himself, with the powerful accumulation of the Poisonous Adversity Elixir Association, Fang Chen's path of concoction could be said to be a meteoric rise. Even an alchemist who had cultivated for 1 trillion years could not compare with him. In the future, a powerful alchemist was destined to rise in the immemorial primal chaos and shock the entire primal chaos world. But now he was too weak and needed to keep a low profile. Chapter 2839. The effect of the Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill was far more than that. On the third day after swallowing the divine pill, Fang Chen's body shook. The heavenly energy in the void crazily poured into his body. The entire mountain range fell into chaos. His primordial spirit felt that the power of the void seemed to be integrating into his primordial spirit. Dong! His mind shook, and his body began to transform. Fang Chun was pleasantly surprised because he knew that the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time had finally disappeared under the effect of the Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill. Now, he was breaking through to the life ancient realm. Am I going to break through? Fang Chun was very excited, but he still suppressed it. He took a deep breath and calmly absorbed the heavenly energy in the void. Breaking through from the star ancient realm to the life ancient realm was a fundamental change. After reaching the life ancient realm, one could change one's fate, and the primordial spirit would completely transform. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had long reached the emperor realm, far surpassing other martial artists in the same realm. Therefore, the process of breaking through is easier. It took almost no effort to break through to the life ancient realm. After a long while, the mountain range returned to calm. A terrifying vortex appeared around Fong Chen's body, and the vortex emitted extremely rich heavenly energy. Huff! Fong Chen took a deep breath. With a thought, the heavenly energy around him surged into his body. At the same time, he felt the power of faith in the Shura universe crazily pouring into his mind. Ancient Saint Chaos, Shura universe. Since Fong Chen's avatar was captured, the bone progenitor had been sitting here. Suddenly, he felt the change in the Shura universe. After thinking for a moment, he was overjoyed. He knew that Fong Chen must have broken through. What a spectacular scene! The bone progenitor murmured. My disciple must have broken through to an extraordinary realm. At the same time, the Shura universe had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Before this, the Shura universe was already considered the top among the many miniature universes. Now, after the metamorphosis, the Azura universe's laws had undergone a tremendous change. The most important change was the increase in heavenly energy. As a result, the God realm of the Shura universe was completely different from the miniature universes such as the Milky Way universe. Simply put, the deity world of the Azura cosmos could give birth to cosmos gods. It was unlike other miniature universes where there would not be a single cosmos god in a million years. Dong! Fong Chen's body shook. After absorbing all the power of faith, he suddenly opened his eyes. I made a breakthrough. Fong Chen felt relaxed. After breaking through to the life ancient realm, his strength had once again increased. Now, I can even fight against the Star Venerable, Fong Chen said confidently. By relying on his invincible sword Dao and his Emperor-class nascent divinity, he had become the most powerful and invincible life ancient expert in all of history. He stood there proudly, looking up at the void. The Lost Mountain Range was a mysterious mountain range. The Fiend Blood Tribe had launched a large-scale attack to search for the weapon left behind by the Saint God in the Lost Mountain Range. It's time for revenge, Fong Chen muttered to himself as he stepped into the Lost Mountain Range. He did not conceal his aura. His Emperor-class nascent divinity spread out, and his huge divine sense instantly covered the entire mountain range. He immediately discovered that many Fiend Blood Tribe members had gathered together to search for the weapon. Deep in the mountain range. Brother Sean, is the weapon really here? Yes, we've been searching for it for a long time, but we still have no clue. The Poison Disaster Pill Association has been destroyed, and the Poison Disaster Divine Pill is nowhere to be found. Now, we can only do our best to search for the weapon. The members of the Fiend Blood Tribe were very anxious. The leader of the Fiend Blood Tribe was called Shui Shan. He was the commander of this attack on the Wisdom Cloud continent. His cultivation had reached the limit of the life ancient realm, and his combat power was comparable to a Star Venerable. Under the premise that the Saint God did not dare to make a move, his attack power was enough to sweep across the Wisdom Cloud continent. It's not that easy to find the weapon of the Saint God, Shui Shan said in a deep voice. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt a vast aura in the air. Shui Shan frowned and stared ahead. Through the towering tree, he saw a human warrior walking toward him. A human warrior? Brother Shan, he's just a human warrior at the life ancient realm. There's no need to be afraid of him. That's right. Let me kill him. During this period of time, many members of the Fiend Blood Tribe had been searching for the weapon, and they had been feeling very lonely. Now that they saw a human warrior making a move, they immediately attacked. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Fiend Blood Tribe member appeared in front of Fong Chen. Stupid human. Why didn't you take the right path to heaven? Why did you have to come here to die? Boom! The Fiend Blood Tribe member attacked directly. An extremely powerful force emerged in the air, and the extremely evil Fiend Blood aura condensed into a long spear. It whistled as it shot toward Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face was calm. There was no trace of fear on his face. You're dead meat. The Fiend Blood Tribe member sneered and increased his attack power. Oh no! Shui Shan's eyelids twitched. He seemed to have realized something, and he quickly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fong Chen had already attacked. With a simple punch, Not only did he shatter the Fiend Blood Tribe's long spear, but he also killed the Fiend Blood Tribe member. Crash! Many members of the Fiend Blood Tribe were completely shocked. They stared at Fang Chun, dumbfounded. Only Xue Shan's face darkened. He knew that this person was not ordinary. After killing the Fiend Blood Tribe member, Fang Chun acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to move forward. Human, are you courting death? Xue Shan scolded coldly. Courting death. Fang Chun shrugged his shoulders. If you can kill me, I'll admit defeat. Human, you're too arrogant. Fang Chen's words angered the members of the Fiend Blood Tribe. Many of them attacked him together. Boom! They were too weak. They could not withstand Fang Chen's powerful force. When he threw out a punch, the heavens and the earth shook. Dong! The entire earth shook, and the space was distorted. Corpses fell from the sky, and blood stained the earth. Fang Chun lifted his head and looked at Xue Shan. Are you still not going to attack? Who the hell are you? Xue Shan's heart was filled with emotions. He could not imagine what kind of monster this guy was. He was only at the early life ancient realm, but the strength that he had displayed was too strong. Damn it! Xue Shan was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, his face darkened. He cursed, "You kill my people. So what? Even you will die in my hands," Fang Chun said calmly. Ha ha, stupid human. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I started my cultivation. Xue Shan laughed crazily. He had regained his confidence. If your human gods came, I might be afraid. But you want to kill me? Dream on. Facts have proven that arrogant people die earlier than others, Fang Chun said. You, Xue Shan was enraged. He stomped his feet, and a terrifying aura exuded from his body. You shouldn't have angered me, Xue Shan. Xue Shan said coldly. Now that you've forced me to make a move, you'll only have death awaiting you. Xue Shan looked down at Fang Chun from above with an invincible aura. Although I'm only at the life ancient realm, I can fight against early star venerables. You're just an ant in front of me, Xue Shan said disdainfully. Fang Chun shook his head. No matter how strong you are, you're just a life ancient realm martial artist. What was invincible in the life ancient realm? Fang Chun's next move had truly illustrated this point. Xue Shan was monstrous enough, but under Fang Chun's attack, he had no power to fight back. In the blink of an eye, Xue Shan had the thought of escaping. Bang! Unfortunately, he had only taken a few steps when he was kicked back by Fang Chun. You can only fight against early star venerables, but I can kill them. After Fang Chun said this, he brandished his sword and attacked. Gulp! Xue Shan's head was cut off, and his primordial spirit was shattered. At this point, all the Fiend Blood Tribe that had infiltrated the Zhiyun continent were dead. This is just some interest. One day, I'll destroy your Fiend Blood Tribe with my own hands, Fang Chun said softly as he looked at Xue Shan's corpse on the ground. Xue Shan wasn't weak, but unfortunately, he met Fang Chun, who had broken through to the life ancient realm. This was fate. In other words, it was the cycle of karma. Chapter 2840. The Fiend Blood Tribe had invaded the Zhiyun continent in order to retrieve Her Eminence's lost weapon and destroy the Poison Disaster Pill Association to take the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. Their plan was about to succeed, but Fang Chun's appearance had completely disrupted their plan. Xue Shan's death had completely announced the failure of the Fiend Blood Tribe's plan. Fang Chun stepped over Xue Shan's corpse and looked into the depths of the mountain range with his dark eyes. The void there was chaotic, as if everything was unusual. Her Eminence's lost weapon, Fang Chun murmured. After being in the Zhiyun continent for so long, he had asked around in detail. Her Eminence's lost weapon was most likely in this mountain range. Where is it? Fang Chun's divine sense spread out and covered the entire mountain range. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary life ancient realm martial artist's primordial spirit was at the peak of the king realm. His primordial spirit was at the emperor realm, so was very powerful. With a thought, the entire mountain range was in his sight. Soon, he found that something was wrong. The void in the depths of the mountain range was somewhat chaotic, and the heavenly energy there seemed to be a little thin. Let's go and have a look. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he jumped and came here. It seems that something is secretly absorbing the heavenly energy. Fang Chun was certain that Her Eminence's lost weapon was here. It was also the weapon that was secretly absorbing the heavenly energy. However, what puzzled Fang Chun was where the weapon was hidden, and why his divine sense could not find it. "Master, I can feel it." An excited voice came from the hidden star sword. Hearing this, Fang Chun's face lit up. "Where is it?" Whoosh! The hidden star sword left Fang Chun's hand and soared into the sky. A dazzling sword light burst out from the sword's body. When it soared into the sky, it changed its direction, and the tip of the sword pointed downwards. It swooped down at lightning speed. Whoosh! The sword light instantly shrouded the chaotic void below. The entire void was trembling as if it would be shattered by the sword light at any time. Fang Chun, who was not far away, suddenly understood the meaning of the hidden star sword. "Force it out," Fang Chun murmured. Sure enough, the hidden star sword had the same idea as him. It used its powerful sword chi to cut off the surrounding heavenly energy, oppressing the void and making it appear. Crack! After cutting off the power of the heavenly way for only a quarter of an hour, signs of an explosion suddenly appeared in the void, and cracks spread out. Then a wild aura spread out from it. Whoosh! The vortex was born, and a vast amount of energy revolved around it. A long sword gradually emerged from the vortex. A speck of starlight lingered on the tip of the sword, giving it an imposing aura. Your Eminence's lost weapon? Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly sense that the sword seemed to contain a trace of Her Eminence's aura. The owner of the weapon is at least a holy venerate, Fang Chun said confidently. Judging from the aura emitted by the sword, the owner of the weapon was definitely not an ordinary god. Wong. At this moment, the hidden star sword issued a resonant sword cry. At the same time, it frantically urged its own sword Dao power to suppress the longsword. Boom! The longsword started to resist and tangled with the star-hidden sword. Condense. Fang Chun activated his supreme ancestral eye, and the power of his ancestral eye surged out crazily. It instantly wrapped around the longsword and froze the void. Although the longsword's grade was much higher than the hidden star sword, it had been lost here for a long time. Therefore, it was caught off guard and was frozen by Fang Chun's supreme ancestral eye. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the hidden star sword suppressed the longsword with a powerful force. Dong! A surging force came out of the longsword. Fang Chun's palms danced quickly, forming one complicated seal after another, completely sealing the longsword. Phew! When the longsword stopped resisting, Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The longsword fell from the void, and Fang Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Wong! Suddenly, he felt a cool aura passing through his palm and into his body. He felt extremely comfortable. He looked at the long sword seriously and found that there were complicated runes on the body of the sword. At the same time, there were two bold and powerful words. Ancient blade. Fang Chun muttered these two words. This must be the name of the long sword. The name of the sword was Ancient Blade, and it was extremely sharp. After that, Fang Chun threw the long sword into Ming Cave Mountain and did not pay much attention to it. Don't worry. When we return to the ancient frigid sect, I will let you devour it. Fang Chun comforted the excited hidden star sword. When the long sword heard this, it became silent. Adversity City. What? The Fiend Blood Tribe is attacking Adversity City? When Fanja and Fan Ming heard this, their faces changed. Soon, they made a decision. The Fiend Blood Tribe has been forced to retreat. This is the best opportunity. Fanja smiled. Yes. After we destroy the Fiend Blood Tribe, we will look for Honorable God's lost weapon. At that time, we can go back and report back. Fan Ming said. The Adversity City governor did not say anything. Soon, Fanja and Fan Ming left Adversity City and headed to the mountain where Honorable God's lost weapon was. A few days later, a huge mountain appeared before Fanja and Fan Ming's eyes. According to the information that we have, it should be here. Fan Ming said. Let's go. Fanja said in a low voice. The two of them, one after the other, quickly entered the mountain range. At that moment, Fang Chun, who had gained a lot, had checked the entire mountain. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he was ready to leave. Suddenly, his spiritual consciousness moved, and he found Fan Zhe and Fan Ming. What are they doing here? Fang Chun was puzzled. Are they here for the ancient blade? When he thought of this, Fang Chun's face showed a sinister smile. He took out the ancient blade and stabbed it into the ground. Suddenly, the ancient blade released a powerful sword chi that wreaked havoc in the surrounding void. Swoosh! Fang Chun's body faded into the void. Fan Zhe and Fan Ming were searching when they suddenly felt a sharp and overbearing sword chi. Did you feel it? Fan Zhe asked. Fan Ming nodded. Such a powerful sword chi. Could it be the lost weapon of the honorable god that we are looking for? The two of them looked at each other excitedly. Their bodies flashed and they shuttled through the void. They quickly rushed in the direction of the ancient blade. In the blink of an eye, they saw the ancient blade that was stabbed into the ground. What a powerful sword chi. I can feel that the long sword contains the aura of the honorable god. Fan Zhe and Fan Ming were very happy. They stopped 100 meters away from the ancient blade and looked at it carefully. Fan Zhe felt that something was wrong. The long sword emitted such a powerful sword chi that it should have attracted the Fiend Blood tribe. Why was it so quiet here? Had the situation changed? Could it be a trick of the Fiend Blood tribe? Fan Zhe asked. So what if it is? The weapon is right in front of us. As long as we get it, no one will be our match unless the Fiend Blood tribe is at the level of the honorable god. Fan Ming said confidently. After hearing Fan Ming's words, Fan Zhe no longer hesitated. The two of them slowly approached the ancient blade. When they came in front of the ancient blade, Fan Zhe was very excited. He grabbed the sword hilt and tried to pull it out with all his strength. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The void around the ancient blade suddenly exploded. Terrifying sword chi rushed into Fan Zhe's body. Bang! Fan Zhe's body flew out and blood spurted into the sky. His clothes were tattered and he was in a mess. Brother, Fan Ming shouted. At the same time, he looked around warily and asked, Are you okay? Fan Zhe got up from the ground. He looked gloomy and said coldly, I'm fine. There is something strange about the sword. Be careful. Fan Ming nodded. After learning from Fan Zhe's mistake, he held the ancient blade carefully. Although he was prepared, he was still injured by the explosion. Bang! Fan Ming's body flew out as well. What happened? The two brothers looked at each other and were puzzled. Boom! A gray aura suddenly appeared in the area. In an instant, a powerful illusion appeared and wrapped the two of them up. Be careful. It's an illusion, Fan Zhe shouted. At the same time, he attacked the illusion wildly. At the same time, a voice came from the illusion. Long time no see. How are you? Chapter 28:41. The moment they saw Fang Chun, Fan Zhe and Fan Ming shook their heads in disbelief. Impossible, it's impossible. This is an illusion. What I saw is fake. At that time, Fang Chun was restrained by the bloodline of the Fiend Blood tribe, and then Fan Zhe personally attacked and severely injured Fang Chun. Although they did not see him die with their own eyes, there was no way he could survive in such a situation. All along, Fan Zhe and Fan Ming thought that Fang Chun had died long ago. But now he was standing right in front of them, alive and well. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. After a moment of panic, Fan Zhe came to his senses and steadied himself. He snorted and immediately launched a powerful attack. Boom! Fang Chun's figure instantly dissipated. Seeing this, Fan Zhe laughed loudly. However, only a second later, Fang Chun's figure condensed again. Damn it! Fan Zhe roared angrily. He punched wildly and kept attacking every corner of the illusion, trying to kill all of Fang Chun's illusions. After a long while, Fan Zhe stopped attacking. He was panting and his forehead was full of sweat. At this moment, a voice sounded. Have you had enough? Crash! Fang Chun appeared in front of Fan Zhe and Fan Ming. Fan Ming immediately attacked and wanted to kill Fang Chun, but this time, the latter did not give them a chance. Crash! The illusion suddenly changed. Fan Ming's attack missed and could not hit Fang Chun at all. Instead, he was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. This is not real. Fan Ming shook his head frantically and got up from the ground. Pucci. The hidden star sword shot from a distance, easily cutting through Fan Ming's attack and piercing into Fan Ming's body. Hiss! Hiss! The powerful sword principal power kept eroding Fan Ming's body. The power in his body was suddenly exhausted like a flood. Pucci! Fan Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and his body swayed. How is this possible? He looked in front of him in disbelief. Fang Chun was walking toward him step by step with a faint smile. How are you still alive? At this moment, Fan Ming finally believed that the Fang Chun before him was not an illusion. All of this was a trap that he had set up to deal with them. None of you are dead yet, so why would I die first? Fang Chun said coldly. Fanja rushed over from the side, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to launch an attack before he was chopped into two halves by the hidden star sword. The ball of light floated in midair. It wanted to rush out of the illusion, but it lost itself in an instant. Big brother, Fan Ming shouted, but it was to no avail. Fanja's primordial spirit light ball landed in Fang Chen's palm. Originally, I had no enmity with you, but you secretly colluded with the fiend Blood Tribe and wanted to kill me. Fang Chen looked at Fan Ming mockingly and said, the moment you made a move on me, you should have expected today's outcome. No, Fan Ming roared with a ferocious expression. So you must die today. Fan Ming's heart was filled with fear. Fang Chen's cultivation had broken through and his strength had increased greatly. He could kill his big brother with a wave of his hand, which made him want to retreat. Crack! In front of Fan Ming, Fang Chun squeezed hard and crushed Fan's primordial spirit. Big brother! Fan Ming screamed miserably. His eyes were scarlet and murderous intent surged in his heart. However, he didn't attack Fang Chun. Instead, he chose to escape from his place. Swoosh! Fan Ming's body turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. Go ahead and run. If you can escape from the illusion, it's my loss. Fang Chun shrugged and said disdainfully. Whoosh! 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 Fan Ming used all his strength and used his trump card. He even burned his blood essence to reach his maximum speed. I'll be safe as long as I escape from this place. I don't believe that he dares to attack me in front of so many people. Fan Ming thought to himself. However, no matter how hard he tried to escape, he couldn't escape from the illusion. How is this possible? Fan Ming's heart was filled with unwillingness. He used his mind to burn more than half of his blood essence. His speed soared again. At the same time, the power in his body surged as he tried to force his way out of the illusion. However, he still underestimated Fang Chen's means. Fang Chun had great attainments in the art of illusion. In addition, he had the supreme ancestral eye. Even a star venerable would find it difficult to break through the illusion, let alone Fan Ming. Go! Fang Chun patted the hidden star sword gently. The hidden star sword let out a deafening sword cry. It whizzed through the void and chased after Fan Ming. After a while, a miserable cry was heard. The hidden star sword returned to Fang Chen's side. There was a little blood on the sword. Through the heavy fog, Fang Chun saw the scene of Fan Ming's primordial spirit shattering. You asked for it, Fang Chun muttered. If they hadn't secretly colluded with the evil Blood Tribe to deal with him, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Buzz! The illusion dissipated, and the ancient sword was put away. Fang Chun stepped on the hidden star sword and left the mountain range. The vast Jiyun continent gradually calmed down. The evil Blood Tribe's plan had failed, so they didn't dare to attack for the time being. The Wei family had been looking for Fang Chun. Unfortunately, after he killed Fan Ming and Fanja, he had returned to the ancient cold sect through the teleportation formation in Puadversity City. The trip to the Jiyun continent had come to an end. This mission had taken a long time, which Fang Chun hadn't expected. Splash! With a flash of white light, Fang Chun came out of the teleportation formation. Suddenly, he felt strange gazes looking at him. Then, some official disciples hurriedly left the place. He ignored them and went back to the sparring area to find Elder Tianhan. Have you completed the mission? Elder Tianhan asked. Fang Chun nodded. There were some problems. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. What about Fanja and Fanming? Fang Chun pondered for a moment and said, "They are dead, killed by the evil blood tribe?" Fang Chun shook his head. "The two of them secretly colluded with the evil blood tribe to deal with me. They almost killed me. In the end, I killed them." After thinking about it, Fang Chun decided to tell Elder Tianhan the truth. When Elder Tianhan heard this, he was silent for a moment and said, "You did well. This is the reward for your mission." Elder Tianhan handed some star stones to Fang Chun and said, "Go back and have a good rest." The news of Fang Chen's return to the ancient cold sect spread quickly. The official disciple area was in an uproar. Countless disciples were waiting for the core disciple to make a move. Sure enough, after a while, that core disciple would speak, telling Fang Chun to quickly bring 100,000 star stones to accept his death. Otherwise, he would die without a proper burial ground. In the sparring area, many sparring partners gathered in the 100th courtyard when they heard that Fang Chun had returned. "What's going on?" Fang Chun asked. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, Sun Han explained, "Sir, when the 1-month time limit was up, the core disciple did not see you. He took his anger out on our sparring area and even said that when you return, he will tear you into pieces." Sun Han said helplessly, "During this period of time, our sparring area has suffered heavy casualties. In just a few months, the number of casualties has exceeded the previous 10 years. That core disciple has been secretly pressuring you because of his noble status. He wants to force you to appear." After hearing the whole story, Fang Chun frowned. His face was gloomy. He did not expect to implicate so many sparring partners in the sparring area because of him. At the same time, killing intent surged in Fang Chen's heart. "I'm sorry to have implicated you." Fang Chun nodded at everyone. "Fang Chun, the other party is a core disciple. He is very powerful. You'd better not be rash. Yes, at most, we will take it on together. So what if he is a core disciple? Can he cover the sky with one hand? Why don't we gather 100,000 star stones and send it to him as an apology?" Many sparring partners were thinking of a solution. They did not want to see Fang Chun clash head-on with the core disciple. That would be like hitting a rock with an egg. "Sir, the news of your return has already spread in the ancient frigid sect. That guy said that he wants you to bring 100,000 star stones to die." Sun Han said ruthlessly, "This guy is too arrogant. Not only does he want 100,000 star stones, but he also wants your life." Fang Chun stood up and looked at everyone. Then he said, "Help me send a message. He has 3 days to bring 1,000,000 star stones to the sparring area to apologize. Otherwise, he will die." Chapter 28:42. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Fang Chen's words undoubtedly ignited the passion of the ancient frost sect's official disciples. They were incomparably excited, and they were all paying attention to see what the core disciple would do. After all, Fang Chun, as a sparring partner, had suppressed the official disciples' area by himself. This was a great humiliation to them. If Fang Chun could be punished, they would be happy to see it. Not long after Fang Chen's word spread, the core disciple shouted through the air, "Interesting. A mere sparring partner dares to ask me to bring 1,000,000 star stones to apologize?" The core disciple sneered. 3 days? I'll wait for you here." The core disciple was completely infuriated by Fang Chun. He came from the core area to the official disciples area, waiting to see what Fang Chun would do in 3 days. Everyone, including the official disciples, was waiting to see Fang Chun make a fool of himself. In the sparring area, many sparring partners had grave expressions. Fang Chun directly confronted the core disciple. This was an extremely irrational method. However, he had already made up his mind. It was useless for others to dissuade him. "Sun Han, you should persuade Fang Chun." Some of the sparring partners whispered to Sun Han. "That's right. That core disciple is called Ding Mu. It's said that he stepped into the god level not long ago. Fang Chun is not his match at all. It's not too late to apologize now. If you really wait for 3 days, everything will be over." However, after hearing these people's words, Sun Han shook his head. "I believe in Lord." After saying that, Sun Han turned and entered the 100th courtyard. 3 days was neither long nor short. During this time, everyone's gaze was on the 100th courtyard. They were waiting, as if they were thinking of how to deal with it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Finally, under everyone's gazes, Fong Chun walked out of the 100th courtyard. Sun Han followed closely behind him. He's out. Many sparring partners instantly widened their eyes as they looked at Fong Chun. The time is up. I did not see Ding Mu come with 1,000,000 star stones to apologize. Fong Chun grinned. In that case, I'll go find him. With that, Fong Chun left the sparring area with Sun Han. At the same time, in the official disciple area square, Ding Mu was waiting quietly. Senior brother Ding Mu, I heard that Fong Chun has come out. He seems to be coming for you. I told you that guy was just trying to please the crowd. Once the 3 days are up, he will definitely apologize to senior brother Ding Mu. What a foolish fellow. You were so arrogant back then. Don't you still have to lower your head now? Many people sneered and mocked Fong Chun. Ding Mu raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. I'd like to see what sort of excuse you have. Everyone thought that Fong Chun was here to apologize to Ding Mu, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. On the square, Fong Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly walked forward. Every step he took attracted the attention of countless people. When he arrived in front of Ding Mu, they looked at each other across the air. Ding Mu sneered and looked at Fong Chun, waiting for the latter to speak. I told you to bring 1,000,000 star stones to apologize within 3 days, but you didn't come, Fong Chun said calmly. So what? Ding Mu asked disdainfully. Back then, I told you to bring 100,000 star stones and apologize within a month, but you refused, Ding Mu said. Now, even if you take out 1,000,000 star stones, you will die without a doubt. Ding Mu already had killing intent in his heart, wanting to kill Fong Chun. As a core disciple, it was normal for him to kill a sparring disciple. You killed Fatty Da, right? Fong Chun wasn't angry. Instead, he asked, do you know that he was my subordinate? That kind of blind guy deserved to die, Ding Mu cursed. Fong Chun nodded and stretched out his hand. Ding Mu was stunned. He didn't understand Fong Chun's meaning. What about 1,000,000 star stones? Fong Chun asked. Whoosh! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless cultivators widened their eyes. Is he crazy? After a short commotion, someone finally couldn't help but cry out. They couldn't understand. How could a sparring disciple be so confident in front of a core disciple? What did you say? Even Ding Mu thought that he had heard wrongly. 1,000,000 star stones, Fong Chun said calmly, ignoring the shocked gazes of the surrounding people. Everyone was discussing. Many people were mocking Fong Chun, thinking that he was overestimating himself. Stupid guy. He actually dares to ask for 1,000,000 star stones in front of senior brother Ding Mu? Who does he think he is? What a joke. After killing a few official disciples, he started to become arrogant and thinks that he is invincible. Just watch. Senior brother Ding Mu isn't someone to be trifled with. 1,000,000 star stones? Why doesn't he go to heaven? Even for a core disciple like Ding Mu, 1,000,000 star stones was an extremely huge sum. However, Fong Chun was asking for such an exorbitant price. Moreover, looking at his serious expression, it seemed that he was determined to ask for star stones. I asked you to bring 1,000,000 star stones to apologize within 3 days. Since you didn't come, I can only come personally, Fong Chun said with a shrug. Ding Mu pointed at himself and laughed out loud. His laughter was very crazy. You want to ask for star stones from me? Why? Can I? Fong Chun asked. Finally, when Fong Chun's voice fell, Ding Mu stopped laughing. His expression gradually became gloomy. He opened his palm, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his palm. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chun. Originally, I thought that as long as you brought 100,000 star stones and kneeled down to beg for mercy, I would cripple your cultivation and get out of the ancient cold sect. Then, this matter would be over. However, you don't know what's good for you. From now on, you will be my enemy. Ding Mu had never been soft-hearted towards his enemies. If I, Ding Mu, want to kill you, no one can save you, Ding Mu said coldly. So, are you sure you won't give me star stones? Fong Chun asked again. Do you have the qualifications? With a boom, Dingmu made his move. His hands were constantly forming seals, and rays of dark light appeared in the sky. When these rays of dark light gathered together, they condensed into a shocking long rod. Dingmu's big hand reached out and grabbed the illusory long rod in his hand. He swung it forcefully, and the long rod swept across the area. Even the void was trembling. Many cultivators in the surroundings retreated. The power that was emitted from the long rod made them feel extremely pressured. Some weaker cultivators couldn't even withstand it and directly prostrated themselves on the ground. Dying! Dingmu let out a low growl. His long staff carried an unparalleled force as it pressed down on Fang Chun. A powerful force swooped down and surrounded Fang Chun. Seeing this, Dingmu sneered. Under his all-out attack, Fang Chun would definitely die. Just a half-step Star Venerable. Originally, people thought that Dingmu had already stepped into the Star Venerable realm. However, judging from the aura that he released, he was just a half-step Star Venerable. Simply speaking, his current realm should be between the Life Ancient realm and the Star Venerable realm. He was a half-step Star Venerable who was much stronger than the peak Life Ancient realm experts. The gap between a half-step Star Venerable and a true Star Venerable was too big. Fang Chun had been able to kill early-stage Star Venerables, let alone a mere half-step Star Venerables. Whoosh! Seeing that the long rod was about to fall, Fang Chun flicked his finger. Starlight lingered on his fingertip. Everyone was dumbfounded as the starlight on his fingertip blocked Dingmu's long rod attack. Dong! The entire space trembled. The long rod's falling path was blocked. A wild aura burst out. No matter how hard Dingmu tried, the long rod could not fall. Damn it! Dingmu cursed. Killing intent surged all over his body. Poochie! The starlight lingering on Fang Chun's fingertip entered the long rod. With a boom, the long rod exploded from the inside and shattered. Ding! 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 Dingmu quickly retreated. At the same time, Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword and slashed out calmly. Rip! Above the sky, a dazzling sword light appeared. The extremely powerful power of the way of the sword enveloped the entire world. Everyone's hearts trembled, and a storm was set off. Press down. After Fang Chun said this word, the majestic sword light pressed down rapidly. Scram! Dingmu roared and threw out a punch. Crack! Chapter 2843. Fang Chun suppressed Dingmu with a single sword strike. No words could describe how stunning Fang Chun was. It was too shocking. Everyone's eyeballs were about to fall out. Dingmu was a core disciple of the ancient cold sect. Although he had not truly stepped into the Star Venerate realm, he was at least a half-step Star Venerate. However, he had no power to resist an ancient life realm cultivator. The entire square was dead silent. Everyone stood in their original spots, not moving at all. Only the piercingly cold sword chi in the air proved that they had just gone through a great battle. Even Dingmu himself had forgotten about the pain. His eyes were cloudy as he stared at the hidden star sword above his head. His heart was in turmoil, and his body was trembling nonstop. Wong! In the void, the sharp and domineering sword chi whizzed over, and the entire world was in a state of oppression. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked coldly at Dingmu. Heavens! Dingmu was actually suppressed by him. Is this real? What did I just see? A sparring partner actually suppressed a core disciple. After a while, a thunderous roar erupted from the plaza. Countless cultivators were shouting hysterically. A sparring partner suppressing a core disciple. From a certain perspective, Fang Chun had created a record that no one in the future could reach. He is too strong. No wonder he dared to ask for 1,000,000 star stones from Dingmu. If I were him, I would do the same. A half-step Star Venerate was suppressed by a single sword strike. If he wanted to kill Dingmu, Dingmu would have died long ago. That's right. This person's strength has exceeded everyone's expectations. His strength has already surpassed that genius from 10,000 years ago. Dingmu kicked an iron plate this time. Let's see how he deals with this. The hearts of many people were filled with shock. However, they endured it and looked at Fang Chun with sparkling eyes. Around the hidden star sword, There was an extremely powerful sword chi. As long as Fang Chen willed it, the sharp blade would cut open Ding Mu's head and kill him. However, at this moment, Fang Chen stopped his attack. The sword chi pressed down on Ding Mu. How is this possible? After Ding Mu recovered from his shock, a bitter smile appeared on his face. His heart was filled with fear as he looked at Fang Chen with dread. He was too strong. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. He could feel that if that sword had continued to press down, he would have died without a doubt. Right now, he could only place his hopes on the rules of the ancient frigid sect and hope that this sparring partner would stop attacking. You win, Ding Mu shrugged and said helplessly. However, I'm a core disciple. If you were to kill me, it will bring you trouble, Ding Mu said. He emphasized that he was a core disciple in order to intimidate Fang Chen. Are you threatening me? Fang Chen sneered. I'm not threatening you. I'm just stating a fact. The core disciples are the most elite disciples of the ancient frigid sect. Every death of one is a great loss. Ding Mu said calmly. So you're saying that our sparring partners deserve to be killed? Fang Chen asked. For a moment, Ding Mu was speechless. Before the battle, you said that you were going to kill me. You even asked me to bring 100,000 star stones to accept your death. You were so arrogant back then. Why are you so scared now? Fang Chen sneered. Fatty was my man, but you killed him mercilessly. From that moment onwards, we will not rest until one of us is dead. Are you really going to attack me? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ding Mu's expression changed as he asked in a deep voice. Bang! The hidden star sword smashed Ding Mu with force and sent him flying. A miserable shriek came from his mouth. His head was covered in blood. Ding Mu climbed up from the ground in a sorry state and glared at Fang Chen. Of course, I won't let you die like this. Fang Chen sneered. If I don't see 1,000,000 star stones in 3 days, you can wait for death. After speaking, Fang Chen added, don't think of asking others for help. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying your body and soul. Whoosh! As he spoke, Fang Chen flicked his finger and a ray of light entered Ding Mu's body at lightning speed. Ding Mu's face turned hideous and his body trembled. What did you do to me? Ding Mu roared in anger. If I don't see the star stones in 3 days, your body will completely rot and your primordial spirit will gradually dissipate. Fang Chen said, don't think of asking others for help. No one in the ancient cold sect can cure my poison. After swallowing the poisonous calamity divine pill, Fang Chen's body had become poisonous. His blood contained extremely strong poison. Even a supreme god expert couldn't cure his poison. Ding Mu roared in anger. He was shocked to find that the poison in his body had begun to spread and his internal organs were being corroded. What kind of poison is this? Why is it so powerful? Ding Mu's heart was filled with fear. He glared at Fang Chen fiercely and then turned to leave. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause resounded in the square. Fang Chen's performance had completely conquered all the official disciples. At this moment, even the official disciples who were filled with resentment towards Fang Chen were willing to applaud him. An early-life ancient realm sparring partner was actually able to suppress a core disciple with a single sword strike. This method was enough to go down in history. Fang Chen returned to the sparring area under the support of all the sparring partners. The entire sparring area was in an uproar. They gathered the star stones they had accumulated over the years and held a luxurious banquet for Fang Chen. Elder Tianhan also came to the banquet. He nodded at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. Fang Chen also felt the change in Elder Tianhan's attitude towards him, but he didn't say anything. Fang Chen, let me toast you. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that a peerless genius like you would appear in our sparring area. Yeah, today is the happiest day I've had in the sparring area for countless years. In the past, I was always looked down upon by the ancient Frost sect disciples. Today, I can finally hold my head up high. Even that person from 10,000 years ago can't compare to you. At the banquet, countless sparring partners came to drink with Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't refuse any of them and smiled brightly. After 3 rounds of drinking, Elder Tianhan came to Fang Chen and said, the higher-ups have already noticed you. They are very satisfied with your performance. Fang Chen nodded. Elder Tianhan continued, It won't be long before you can shake off your status as a sparring partner and become a true core disciple. Let me congratulate you first. I didn't expect that you would be able to achieve this in such a short time. Thank you, Elder Tianhan, Fong Chun said. Right? What are you going to do with Dingmu? Elder Tianhan suddenly asked. I went out to do a mission and missed my appointment with him. Then, I vented my anger on the sparring partners in the sparring area. This person is too evil and likes to bully the weak. Also, Fatty can't die for nothing, Fong Chun said in a low voice. You want to kill Dingmu? Elder Tianhan was a little surprised. He originally thought that Fong Chun would let Dingmu go after getting 1 million star stones. 1 million star stones isn't a small amount. If Dingmu can get it, I suggest that you let him go, Elder Tianhan said. Dingmu also has an elder behind him. It won't be easy to deal with this matter if it gets out of hand. Fong Chun shook his head. I gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. I'm just reminding you. After Dingmu returned to the core area today, he immediately found the elder behind him and asked him to expel the poison from his body. Once the poison in his body is expelled, he definitely won't give you any star stones. You have to plan well. After Elder Tianhan finished speaking, he turned and left. Fong Chun watched him leave and grinned. It's a pity that my poison isn't an ordinary poison. Even if the elder behind him attacked with his full strength, I'm still confident. In a courtyard in the core area, Dingmu's internal organs were severely corroded. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and there was an elder behind him. The elder's hands were on his back, helping him expel the poison. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A vast power rushed into Dingmu's body and fought against the poison. Gotcha! However, this power was devoured by the poison in just one move. Then, the poison spread throughout Dingmu's body without any restraint. Poochie! Suddenly, the elder suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed. Elder! Dingmu opened his eyes and hurriedly called out. The elder's eyes were filled with fear. I've never seen such a domineering poison. It's too powerful. Hearing this, Dingmu was very anxious. Could it be that even the elder can't do anything? The elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lightly shook his head. I can't do anything either. The poison is spreading in your body, and it will corrode your entire body in a few days. Prepare the star stones. There's no other way. Chapter 2844. In fact, it wasn't just the official disciple area. The core area was also in an uproar. Many cultivators who had a good relationship with Dingmu were puzzled when they learned that he had been heavily injured by a sparring partner. However, when they understood the ins and outs of the matter, they were dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine how an ancient life realm sparring partner could be so powerful. At this moment, they all thought of the sparring partner who had appeared out of nowhere a few years ago. Now, he had become a legendary expert of the ancient frigid sect. Could it be that another Mo Hong has appeared? Even the Mo Hong from 10,000 years ago couldn't have such terrifying battle prowess in the same realm. Right? That's right. Although Dingmu hasn't stepped into the Star Venerate realm, he's still a half-step Star Venerate. He's invincible in the ancient life realm. Yet, he was heavily injured by this sparring partner called Fong Chun. How terrifying. Just what kind of person is he? For a time, the core area was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing Fong Chun. Time passed. 3 days later, Dingmu appeared in the official disciple area, causing a huge commotion. What's going on? Isn't that Elder Ding? He's bringing Dingmu to the sparring area. Is he looking for Fong Chun to ask for an explanation? This is too much. Is he using an elder to suppress Fong Chun? When many official disciples saw this scene, they all followed Elder Ding and Dingmu to the sparring area. Where's Fong Chun? Elder Ding stopped an ordinary sparring partner and asked in a deep voice. The sparring partner stammered and pointed at the 100th courtyard where Fong Chun was. Fong Chun. Dingmu's voice reverberated through the entire sparring area, sounding mighty and mighty. Immediately, all the sparring partners gathered in front of the 100th courtyard. Elder Ding? Why has he come here? Elder Ding stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his pitch-black eyes staring at the 100th courtyard. Beside him, Dingmu's face was pale as he nervously waited for Fong Chun to appear. Creak! The door opened, and Fong Chun strolled out. He glanced at Elder Ding, then his gaze landed on Ding Mu. "Did you bring the Star Stone?" Fong Chun asked. Ding Mu's eyes were filled with madness. Flames of fury burned in his heart, but in the end, he forced himself to suppress it. "I brought it," Ding Mu said. "Remove the poison in my body first, then I will give you the Star Stones." As Ding Mu spoke, he took out a spatial ring from his chest and shook it in the air. "Are you negotiating with me?" Fong Chun frowned, somewhat displeased. Ding Mu instantly became anxious. He turned his head and looked at Elder Ding for help. The latter stepped forward and grinned. "Young man, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. You and Ding Mu are both members of the ancient cold sect. Why must you hurt each other?" Elder Ding's words were flawless, but to Fong Chun's ears, they were exceptionally harsh. "Take out the antidote. I'll give you the Star Stone," Elder Ding said slowly. Fong Chun shrugged and said nothing. A cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of Elder Ding's eyes. The surrounding disciples felt their hearts tremble. What sort of poison was this that even Elder Ding was helpless against? It had to be known that Elder Ding was a true god. As for Fong Chun, he was only an ancient life realm martial artist. "There's nothing to say. I'll only take out the Star Stone if I see it. Otherwise," with that, Fong Chun turned around and prepared to enter the courtyard. Elder Ding's expression changed. Then he nodded at Ding Mu. "Here." The spatial ring instantly shot out. Fong Chun stretched out his hand and caught it. He opened it and saw a total of 1,000,000 Star Stones. With a thought, he stored these Star Stones in Dark Cave Mountain. Then, he flicked his finger and a beam of light shot out. Ding Mu hurriedly reached out and caught it. "This is the antidote." Ding Mu looked at Fong Chun in confusion. The latter ignored him. Although he was suspicious, he still swallowed it. Wong. After the pill entered his mouth, the medicinal effects quickly spread. His corroded organs began to heal. Seeing this, it wasn't just Ding Mu who was shocked. Even Elder Ding was shocked. A moment later, Ding Mu's injuries were completely healed. The poison in his body had also been completely expelled. He was in high spirits and had regained his usual vigor. After carefully examining Ding Mu and confirming that he was fine, Elder Ding smiled at Fong Chun. "Little friend, this old man is very interested in this poison of yours. I wonder if you can tell me about it?" "Don't worry. This old man will definitely thank you." Fong Chun shook his head, refusing Elder Ding's request. How could he not know what Elder Ding was thinking? Seeing how overbearing his poison was, Elder Ding wanted to take it for himself. Unfortunately, he didn't buy it. "You don't need to worry. I'm just studying it." Elder Ding waved his hand and smiled. However, Fong Chun still refused. "Cup in my fist, this is my unique skill. I won't pass it on to outsiders." Hearing this, Elder Ding's face completely darkened. "Kid, don't be so shameless. As an elder of the ancient cold sect, I have a high status. Talking to you is already lowering my status. How can you be so ungrateful?" Elder Ding said coldly. Ding Mu, who was at the side, also clamored. Ignorant fellow. You even dare to offend Elder Ding. You're dead meat." In Ding Mu's eyes, sparring partners had the lowest status in the ancient cold sect. They should selflessly contribute to him. "Ha!" Fong Chun sneered. "Since that's the case, I won't force you." Elder Ding's expression changed. He said meaningfully, "This old man has been researching a secret skill recently. I've consumed a large amount of Star Stones and am a little short on money. I wonder if you can lend me some Star Stones. Don't worry. After I've researched the secret skill, I'll definitely return it double." The surrounding disciples rolled their eyes. Wasn't this too shameless? How could he ask for Star Stones so brazenly? "Sorry, I'm not lending," Fong Chun replied cleanly. "Don't go overboard. Do you believe that I won't kill you in front of everyone?" Ding Mu roared angrily, threatening Fong Chun. Fong Chun spread out his hands and said disdainfully, "You think you could do that? You!" Ding Mu was furious, but he didn't dare to make a move. After all, he was very clear about how terrifying Fong Chun's strength was. The reason why he dared to challenge Fong Chun was because Elder Ding was backing him up. His gaze fell on Elder Ding. "Elder Ding, A mere sparring partner dares to treat you like this. Can you tolerate it? If I remember correctly, sparring partners are the lowest in the ancient cold sect. Even if you kill them, the higher-ups won't say anything. This kid is arrogant and has provoked Elder Ding time and time again. He even threatened to wipe out all the disciples in the core area. It's simply unreasonable. The existence of such a person has seriously destroyed the order in the ancient cold sect. Elder Ding, please kill this kid and return peace to the ancient cold sect. Everyone was completely speechless at Ding Mu. They couldn't imagine that a human could be so despicable to such an extent. Elder Ding, who was standing at the side, stared at Fong Chun without blinking. Boom! Suddenly, a vast aura was emitted from his body. The entire area became extremely oppressive. Fong Chun felt that his body was restrained and he couldn't move. Is this the power of a divine sovereign? Fong Chun murmured. He was shocked. According to his estimation, Elder Ding's cultivation should have reached the legendary holy sovereign realm. He wasn't someone a star sovereign could compare to. In front of Elder Ding, he didn't even have the chance to make a move. However, he wasn't afraid of Elder Ding. He had already guessed that such a situation would happen. When he detoxified Ding Mu, he held back. Elder Ding, are you sure you want to make a move? Fong Chun asked calmly. You asked for it, Elder Ding said. Fong Chun pointed at Ding Mu and said, if you want to see him die with your own eyes, then do it. As soon as Fong Chun finished speaking, Ding Mu started foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground. He fainted instantly. What's going on? Elder Ding hurriedly checked Ding Mu's body. Soon, his face became gloomier. What did you do to the elixir? Elder Ding asked angrily. Take out the real antidote. Elder Ding's body exuded an unparalleled power, forcing Fong Chun. Chapter 2845. What do you want? Elder Ding, who was burning with rage, originally wanted to attack and kill Fong Chun. However, he stopped his attack in the end. His aura fluctuated, and a wild gust of wind blew past. His robes fluttered in the wind. He looked at Ding Mu anxiously. You should be asking what Elder Ding wants, right? Fong Chun shrugged and smiled at Elder Ding. Elder Ding's expression changed. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the poison in Ding Mu's body was. Just now, he thought that he could force out half of the poison with his powerful strength, but he failed. Moreover, every time he forced the poison out, the poison would spread faster. This made him very anxious. Hand over the antidote, and I can guarantee that I will not cause trouble for you in the future. In such a short period of time, Ding Mu was already foaming at the mouth, as if he was about to die. His origin spirit was also dispersing. This made Elder Ding even more anxious. Right now, he did not have the time to think about the 1,000,000 star stones. He only wanted to save Ding Mu. Whoosh! Elder Tian Han appeared out of thin air and nodded at Fong Chun. Hand over the antidote. Elder Ding has already promised that he will not cause trouble for you. With Elder Ding's status, he will not lie to you. Elder Tian Han's words were no different from saying that he was present and could be a witness. If Elder Ding turned hostile, he could definitely step forward to protect Fong Chun. Fong Chun nodded and directly handed over the other half of the antidote. After all, Elder Tian Han was an elder, and his status was rather high. If he really turned hostile, he would not gain any benefits. After obtaining the antidote, Elder Ding hastily fed it to Ding Mu, and the latter fell unconscious. However, his expression eased a lot, and the poison in his body was quickly dispersing. After a while, his aura stabilized. Seeing this, Elder Ding let out a sigh of relief. He glared fiercely at Fong Chun, and with a flick of his sleeve, he left with Ding Mu. He left behind many cultivators looking at each other in shock. In the 100th courtyard, Fong Chun and Elder Tian Han sat on the stone bench while Sun Han stood beside them and poured tea for them. Elder Tian Han sighed and said, You've completely become enemies with Elder Ding this time. With his vengeful nature, he will definitely not let this matter rest. It doesn't matter. As long as I don't give him another chance, he won't dare to do anything to me in the ancient frigid sect, Fong Chun said. Elder Tian Han shook his head. You've underestimated Elder Ding's methods. There's a huge reason why he's able to establish himself in the ancient cold sect. Moreover, you're about to enter the core area and will often see Elder Ding. If he wants to do something to you secretly, he can do it without anyone knowing. However, the identity of a core disciple might be able to intimidate Elder Ding. Fong Chun was stunned. Could it be that the upper echelons of the ancient frigid sect had been paying attention to him and wanted him to become a core disciple? Listen to me slowly, Elder Tianhan said. At the same time, in the clouds of the void, Ancient Han and Ancestor Han looked at each other and laughed. This guy actually still has such a trick up his sleeve. Ancestor Han laughed heartily. It had been a long time since he laughed so happily because of a junior disciple. He could suppress Dingmu with one strike. His attacking power is already comparable to a star venerate. Even among the core disciples, he's one of the best, Ancient Han said with a smile. 10,000 years ago, Mo Hong had appeared in the sparring area. 10,000 years later, Fong Chun, who was far more powerful than Mo Hong, had appeared. Ancestor Han was very excited. Back then, Mo Hong had relied on his monstrous talent and used the ancient frigid sect as a springboard to soar into the sky. Now, he'd already become a famous expert in the 99 continents under the ancient frigid sect. Moreover, he was quite famous in the immemorial chaotic world. After a period of observation, Sect Master Han Gu believed that whether it was potential or strength, Fong Chun was far superior to Mo Hong. He could imagine how terrifying Fong Chun would be in the near future. Now, it seemed that Ancestor Han's decision back then was really wise. There aren't many people in the younger generation who can make the absolute Star Sector Lord call his brother, Ancestor Han said. Ancestor Fra said, "This guy's potential is monstrous. He needs to experience life and death situations to grow. I'm going to send him to the border continent to train himself." "Isn't it too early?" Ancient Han asked. "No, it's not. He can fight across realms, so he has the ability to protect himself. If he can come back alive, he'll definitely be famous," Ancestor Han said. On a certain day, a mysterious phenomenon appeared in the sky of the core region. Deafening thunder resounded throughout the land. Wang Heng had successfully come out of seclusion. He'd broken through the last bottleneck and successfully entered the Star Venerate realm. "Congratulations, Wang Heng." Many core disciples came to congratulate him. Even some of the higher-ups and elders had come. Wang Heng's face was full of smiles. He received everyone one by one. After returning to the courtyard, he heard news about Fong Chun. Even though he's just a sparring partner, he's still so outstanding. Wang Heng sighed. The reason he'd been able to break through to the Star Venerate realm was all because of the Wang family's accumulation and the Ice Ancestors' inheritance. However, Fong Chun was different. He'd been alone for so long. He'd overcome many difficulties and obstacles to reach this step by step. It was really not easy, only he knew how difficult it had been. Wang Heng believed that if the two of them exchanged identities, Fong Chun might have already reached the Saint Venerate realm. From this, it could be seen how monstrous Fong Chun's potential was. With such a big commotion, I think the higher-ups of the ancient Han sect are already paying attention. It won't be long before we can see Brother Fong in the core area, Wang Heng said with a smile. Indeed, half a month later, a piece of news spread throughout the ancient Han sect. Sparring partner Fong Chun had been successfully accepted into the core area because of his outstanding performance. From now on, Fong Chun had transitioned from a sparring partner to a core disciple. This was a qualitative leap. When Fong Chun headed to the core area, many sparring partners were reluctant to part with him. Many official disciples were filled with fear. They even thought that they couldn't casually kill ordinary sparring partners in the future. If Fong Chun turned hostile, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. In short, in less than a year since he'd arrived at the ancient Han sect, Fong Chun had reached this step by step. After arriving at the core area, Fong Chun met an acquaintance. When Ding Mu saw Fong Chun, he snorted and turned to leave. Knowing Fong Chun's terrifying strength, Ding Mu didn't dare to make a move. However, this didn't stop him from reporting to Elder Ding. Soon, Elder Ding hurried over. A vast aura came from the void, and the entire sky froze instantly. Fong Chun. Elder Ding stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at Fong Chun. Elder Ding, what can I do for you? Fong Chun asked. Do you still remember what happened in the sparring area? Elder Ding asked. Fong Chun nodded. Elder Ding's face was ferocious as he said coldly, I'm in charge of the daily lives of core disciples. You've offended me. From now on, don't think you'll have a good life. Elder Ding, are you threatening me? Fong Chun frowned. Threatening? Are you worthy? Elder Ding said disdainfully. He had been brooding over the loss of 1,000,000 star stones. Moreover, in front of so many people, this guy actually didn't give him any face at all. This made Elder Ding extremely furious. Even for a paragon like Elder Ding, 1,000,000 star stones wasn't a small amount. In order to cheat the antidote, he took out all his savings and borrowed some star stones from his friends. Only then did he have 1,000,000. He originally wanted to find an excuse to take the antidote back by force after getting it. However, he failed, so he was very angry. Elder Ding, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Fong Chun directly ignored Elder Ding's threat and turned to leave. Looking at his back, Ding Mu was anxious. Elder Ding, this guy is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him leave like this? That's 1,000,000 star stones. Idiot, if it weren't for you, would this have happened? Elder Ding scolded. Don't think about this. Cultivate properly. Of course, this matter won't end here. My 1,000,000 star stones aren't that easy to get. Chapter 2846. Elder Ding was in charge of the daily life of the core disciples. In the eyes of many core disciples, he had a lot of power. To Elder Ding, secretly dealing with a core disciple was as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, when he learned that Fong Chun had become a core disciple, he was secretly delighted. Recently, because of the matter of the 1,000,000 star stones, his old friend also showed faint signs of falling out with him. Now it was finally good. Not only could he take out the 1,000,000 star stones, but he could also get the poison in Fong Chun's hands. It was killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Elder Ding was secretly delighted. It was night, and the stars were shining. In a courtyard, it was brightly lit. Fong Chun and Wang Heng were talking by candlelight. The two talked and laughed. They were in a good mood. After all, it was fate that they met in the ancient cold sect. Ha ha! I knew that with Brother Fong's strength, you would become a core disciple sooner or later, Wang Heng said with a smile. If Elder Chong and Elder Tianhan hadn't been selfish, Fong Chun would have become a core disciple long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. I'm not as good as Brother Wang Heng, Fong Chun said modestly. He was also surprised to find that Wang Heng had become a star venerable. Wang Heng waved his hand. Brother Fong, don't you know what I'm capable of? If it weren't for the inheritance left by the ancestor, I wouldn't be able to become a star venerable even if I had 100 years. The star venerable was the first stage of the God realm. This stage was mysterious. It was fundamentally different from the life ancient realm. Since ancient times, many geniuses had failed to cross the final mountain and become a God Highness realm expert, even after spending their entire lives trying. Brother Wang, you're too modest. Being able to become a star venerable means that Brother Wang Heng has great potential, Fong Chun said with a smile. Wang Heng grinned and stopped talking about this topic. He changed the topic and asked, Brother Fong, I heard that you cheated Elder Ding of 1,000,000 star stones? That's really satisfying. Elder Ding was in charge of the core disciples' daily lives. Usually, many core disciples were dissatisfied with him. However, because he was an elder, they didn't dare to say anything. After learning that Fong Chun had cheated him of 1,000,000 star stones, they were secretly delighted. Fong Chun and Wang Heng talked a lot that night, about the present and the future. However, early the next morning, Elder Ding suddenly came to Fong Chun with an expressionless face. The sect has issued a mission to send you to the Nile continent, Elder Ding said. What? Hearing this, Wang Heng's face suddenly changed. Elder Ding, is there a misunderstanding? Why would the sect send Brother Fong to the Nile continent? Wang Heng stopped Fong Chun. The Nile continent was simply a wasteland. If a life ancient realm martial artist went there, they would die in a matter of minutes. This must be Elder Ding's doing, Wang Heng thought to himself. He pulled on Fang Chen's clothes and winked. After the mission was delivered, Elder Ding turned and left. Soon, the news spread. Many core disciples were surprised. They didn't expect the sect to give such a dangerous mission to a new core disciple. What was going on? In the end, they thought that Elder Ding must be taking revenge on Fang Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him to the Nile continent. The Nile continent was just a piece of land for the ancient frigid sect. The level of brutality there was unimaginable. Humph, a mere life ancient realm cultivator. He thinks he can compete with Elder Ding just because he has great potential and won the attention of the upper echelons? What an idiot. Yes, Elder Ding is an elder. He dared to cheat Elder Ding of 1,000,000 star stones. He's simply lawless. Who asked him to be so smug? Now that he's gone to the Nile continent, I'm afraid he'll never come back. It seems that Elder Ding's power is much greater than we thought. He can actually send a core disciple to the Nile continent. For a time, many core disciples in the core area were whispering. Some were worried for Fang Chen, thinking that there must be a conspiracy. Some are gloating. For example, Ding Mu, who was defeated by Fang Chen, was secretly delighted when he heard the news. He even thought that all of this was secretly arranged by Elder Ding. Kid, you're dead. In a huge core area, everyone's expression changed when they talked about the Nile continent. I didn't expect the competition in the Nile continent to be so cruel. Fang Chen grinned. However, such a cruel environment could stimulate his fighting spirit even more. Along the way, he had squeezed out his potential on the edge of life and death, constantly moving forward and breaking through. Strictly speaking, he liked this feeling very much. However, I like it very much, Fang Chen said with a smile. Elder Ding thought that his scheme had succeeded, but he didn't know that Fang Chen couldn't wait to go to the Nile continent. Through the historical records in the ancient cold sect, Fang Chen already had a deep understanding of the Nile continent. The Nile continent was located at the edge of the ancient cold sect's territory. It didn't belong to the 99 continents under the ancient cold sect and was considered a continent without a ruler. It was very chaotic. Many powerful sects in the surrounding area wanted to control the Nile continent, but no one wanted to give in. For countless years, there had been constant fighting. Because there were no rules and it was very chaotic, it became a paradise for those outlaws. Over there, as long as your fist was big, you could suppress everything. In the afternoon, Fang Chen received the details of the mission. The sect considered his potential and allowed him to cultivate in the Nile continent for 100 years. Then, he took the teleportation array and left the ancient cold sect. On a towering mountain peak, Ancestor Han and sect leader Han stood with their hands behind their backs, looking into the distance. I don't know if this is right or wrong. Sect leader Han muttered with a complicated expression. After all, no matter how monstrous Fang Chen's potential was, he was only an ancient life realm cultivator. Facing the outlaws of the Nile continent, it was difficult for him to protect himself. Even if he could fight those above his level, it would be useless. The difference in level was difficult to make up for with divine techniques. Don't worry, my judgment won't be wrong, Ancestor Han said with a smile. As the ancestor of the ancient cold sect, he had lived for countless eras and had seen many geniuses. He believed in his judgment. Moreover, before I made the decision, I had already discussed it with the Empyrean Star Realm Master. He also agreed to my plan, Ancestor Han said. Hearing this, Sect leader Han didn't say anything else. Even the Empyrean Star Realm Master agreed. What else could he say? In the core disciple area, Elder Ding's residence. Elder Ding is amazing. I admire you so much. Ding Mu flattered. I really want to see that guy die with my own eyes. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance. After entering the Nile continent, Fang Chen would never have the chance to come out again. Ding Mu thought that he would definitely die. By the way, Elder Ding, what about the 1,000,000 star stones? Ding Mu asked. What can we do? There's no need to be so calculative with a dead person, right? Elder Ding took a sip of tea and said slowly, although the 1,000,000 star stones makes my heart ache, As long as I think of this guy dying in the Nile continent, I'm very happy. As for the starstones I owe my old friend, I'll think of a way. Hearing this, Ding Mu's face revealed a trace of a smile. In a mysterious place, the bald old man was guiding Butian in his cultivation. With a flick of his finger, rays of light shot into Butian's body. Then, Butian suddenly opened his eyes. Not bad. You can already completely control the ice demonic puppet. The bald old man smiled and said, "During this period of time, I've already repaired the ice demonic puppet. Now, when you activate the ice demonic puppet, you can already use 50% of its power." "Thank you, Master," Butian thanked. "By the way, Fang Chun went to the Nile continent," the bald old man suddenly said. "What?" Hearing this, Butian's eyes widened. But soon he felt relieved. With his understanding of Fang Chun, there was nothing strange about going to the Nile continent. It was Ancestor Han who arranged for him to go. "The main purpose is to train him," the bald old man said. Butian already knew that his master was entrusted by Ancestor Han to let him get close to Fang Chun. "Ancestor Han is so assured?" Butian asked. Chapter 28:47. The ancient cold sect's territory was located in the southern part of the primordial chaos. The Nile continent was located in the northern part of the ancient cold sect. There were many experts there, and martial artists died all the time. Of course, many sects secretly fought for it, and it was extremely cruel. The ancient cold sect had once sent Chang Zhe to the Nile continent, wanting to suppress all the chaos there with his unparalleled strength. But in the end, he failed. The reason was simple. The Nile continent was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were even experts comparable to the ancient cold sect master living in seclusion. The ancient cold sect suffered heavy losses in that battle. 2 paragons even died. This directly caused the ancient cold sect to hide in this world for countless years. The 99 continents under their command never increased. On the contrary, the other surrounding factions kept expanding, increasing the number of continents under their command one after another. After recuperating, the ancient cold sect master believed that the ancient cold sect had recovered to its peak strength. He wanted to invade the Nile continent again, but he was stopped by Ancestor Cold. The current situation was very balanced. Once the ancient cold sect entered, it would definitely break the balance, and it would be difficult to clean up. Moreover, Ancestor Cold had already touched the threshold of a world god. The more so, the more reverence he had for the supreme laws. He came into contact with more and more secrets, and he paid more attention to the cycle of karma and reincarnation. He believed that the ancient cold sect hadn't reached the time to expand yet. Everything had to be done step by step. Otherwise, it was very likely that the ancient cold sect would be destroyed. In a mysterious place, in the primordial chaos, Fire Demon Perfected Lord, Zeo, and the others had nothing to do, so they sat together and played chess. "Haha, this guy actually became sworn brothers with Empyrean Realm Lord," Zeo said with a smile. Empyrean Realm Lord is smart. He knew that he was one of the candidates for Bloodline King, so he directly became sworn brothers with him. This time, he was sent to the Nile continent. I wonder if this guy can withstand the test. Only Fire Demon Perfected Lord hadn't said anything. Actually, what he really cared about wasn't Fang Chun, but Xiao Hua in Cave Ming Mountain. Ever since Xiao Hua completely awakened his fire seed, he was extremely excited. Finally, someone among his descendants had awakened a fire seed. In the future, his fire lineage would definitely rise again. Buzz. Just as Fire Demon True Monarch was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Immediately, he looked at the others with a grave expression and said, "The Bloodline King has encountered some difficulties and needs our help." "What?" Many experts, including the disheveled old man, turned pale with fright. "Let's go." As soon as True Monarch Fire Demon finished speaking, many experts instantly vanished. The ancient Frost sect had a teleportation array that led directly to the Nilua continent. Voila! With a flash of white light, Fang Chun walked out of the teleportation array. Immediately, he heard an incomparable clamor. as well as the biting cold, murderous intent in the air. Is this the Nile continent? Fang Chun looked around in shock. Any random warrior on the street had an ancient god cultivation base. Even venerables, who were rarely seen, were as common as cabbages here. As expected of the Nile continent, the city of chaos. A smile of excitement appeared on Fang Chen's face. Get out of the way. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded from behind him. Immediately after, Fang Chun felt a huge force attacking him. He dodged in a flash. Miss, let's go. A tall and sturdy man glared at Fang Chun. Immediately, he spoke to a black-clothed lady beside him. The black-clothed woman had 2 small braids on her head. She didn't look old, but Fang Chun vaguely sensed a familiar aura from her. The woman in black seemed to have noticed Fang Chun as well. She blinked and ignored the burly guard's obstruction. She walked to Fang Chen's side and asked with a smile, Big brother, is this your first time in the Nile continent too? Fang Chen nodded and looked at the woman in black calmly. It's my first time here too. Can we be friends? The woman in black looked mischievous. I'm Ling Shan. What about you, big brother? I'm Fang Chun. Miss, we should go. The butler is already waiting for us. The burly guard urged. The woman in black curled her lips and said, Big brother, I'll go first. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Under the protection of the burly guard, the woman in black quickly disappeared into the crowd. Miss, that guy is just an ancient god. With your noble status, you don't need to make friends with that kind of person, the burly guard said. He did not have a good impression of Fang Chun. Seeing the miss talking to that guy, he was a little displeased. He's not simple. At this time, the mischievous expression on the woman in black's face disappeared and was replaced by a dignified look. I sensed the blood of the heavenly dragon in him. What? Hearing this, the burly guard's face suddenly changed. Really? Then why didn't Miss tell me earlier? The woman in black waved her hand and said, He came to the Nile continent alone. He must be here to gain experience. We'll have a chance to meet sooner or later. Looking at the back of the woman in black, many thoughts flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Could it be that the blood of the heavenly dragon also flows in the body of the woman in black? Or could it be that she also came out of the bloodline boundary? Fang Chen was very puzzled. He sensed a subtle aura that flashed by. Interesting. After a while, the corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. He did not expect to meet such an interesting girl as soon as he came to the Nile continent. Fang Chen remembered her name, Ling Shan. After asking around, Fang Chen learned that this city was called Nishua City. In terms of prosperity on the Nile continent, it was ranked 3rd. Temporarily staying here, Fang Chen had a lot of starstones on hand, so he directly bought an independent courtyard. He did not want to be disturbed by others. It's really shady. In the courtyard, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Such a small courtyard actually cost 100,000 starstones. It was simply robbery. However, what he did not know was that because the Nile continent was very chaotic, many vicious people came here to hide after burning, killing, and robbing. The courtyards here were the most popular. Every courtyard was surrounded by powerful formations. Even tribulation supremacies were unable to see through the formations to see what was going on inside. That was also why the monastery was so mysterious. There were many extremely vicious people who loved this kind of place. Over time, the price of independent courtyards was inflated. On the day Fang Chun came to Nishua City, an important thing happened. All the cultivators in the entire Nishua City were shocked, because young Master Songshan actually came out of seclusion, and it was said that he came out because of a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, he was heartlessly rejected by the woman. The entire Nishua City was talking about this matter. Did you hear? Young Master Songshan came out of seclusion. Of course I heard about such an important matter. Young Master Songshan actually came out of seclusion. It's really surprising. Yes, it's said that it's because of a woman. Many people were very surprised. They really could not imagine that young Master Songshan would actually come out of seclusion for a woman. At the same time, their hearts were also filled with panic, because every time young Master Songshan came out of seclusion, he would capture a large number of ancient god cultivators and absorb their life force. In the tallest building in Nishua City, young Master Song Shan, dressed in blood-red clothes, had a faint smile on his face. "Young Master, how many do you need this time?" asked an old servant. Young Master Song Shan licked his dry lips and said sinisterly, "First capture 3,000 ancient gods. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I can't use too much for the time being." "Okay, I'll do it right away." The old servant nodded. "Right, young master, that girl of the Ling family is not giving young master face. She actually refused young master's request in public." Young Master Song Shan waved his hand. "You don't need to worry about this matter. One day, that girl Ling Shan will come to find me." Seeing this, the old servant did not say anything else and hurriedly left to prepare ancient god cultivators for young Master Song Shan. Young Master Song Shan's matter was of the utmost importance. "It's been a long time since anything sensational happened in Nishua City." Young Master Song Shan muttered, "Since it's like this, then let me do it. From now on, the world will remember my name." Chapter 28:48. Soon, all the ancient gods in Nishua City fell into a state of panic. Young Master Song Shan had come out of seclusion and wanted to capture 3,000 ancient gods. This made many ancient gods tremble in fear, afraid that they would be captured. Young Master Song Shan's old servants were extremely strong. They were star venerables. When they attacked, many ancient gods had no power to resist. Moreover, they represented young Master Song Shan in carrying out the mission, so no one dared to speak out. In the elegant courtyard, Fong Chun sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes. Heavenly law power surged around him, and sharp and domineering sword Qi soared into the sky. "Who?" He took a deep breath and stopped cultivating. "My invincible sword principle has reached a bottleneck. If I can't cross it, I'll be stuck here forever," Fong Chun murmured. However, he wasn't worried. He was very confident in his sword principle. Since ancient times, there were very few sword principles that could compare to the invincible sword principle. Fong Chun believed that if the invincible sword principle was cultivated to the peak, it would definitely be able to suppress the immemorial chaos. "I can't be impatient when it comes to cultivation, especially when it comes to comprehending the invincible sword principle. One wrong step will lead to many wrong steps," Fong Chun said. In his mind, there were many paths for the invincible sword principle. He had to carefully consider and choose the most suitable path for himself. Otherwise, the invincible sword principle would never reach its peak. Creak! Just as he was thinking, a servant quickly walked in. "Lord, something big has happened," the servant said anxiously. His face was full of worry. "It's best if you don't leave the courtyard in the near future. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." Fong Chun had spent some star stones to buy this servant in Nishua City. The servant was responsible for gathering information for Fong Chun and passing on information. "Why? Young Master Song Shan has come out of seclusion. His subordinates are wantonly capturing the ancient gods of Nishua City." The servant continued, "I heard that a total of 3,000 ancient gods will be captured this time, according to their strength. Lord, an ancient god of life realm like you will definitely be their primary target." Young Master Song Shan, capture 3,000 ancient gods? The servant's words made Fong Chun even more confused. Young Master Song Shan is not very strong. He has just become a star venerate. However, there is a huge figure behind him. The servant rested for a while before continuing. His father is a famous tribulation supremacy in the Nile continent, known as the Tribulation Supremacy Crossing Evil. He is very powerful and can cover the sky with one hand. He dotes on young Master Song Shan very much. In the past, there were martial artists who were unfriendly to young Master Song Shan. The next day, their corpses were hung at the city gate as a warning to others. From then on, no one dared to be disrespectful to young Master Song Shan. Then why did he capture the 3,000 ancient gods? Fong Chun asked. He secretly remembered young Master Song Shan, but he didn't understand what this had to do with capturing the 3,000 ancient gods. "We don't know the specifics either. The information I've gathered is basically hearsay. The servant said, "It is said that young Master Songzhan is raising a pure-blooded demon beast descendant from ancient times. For this pure-blooded demon beast to grow, it must devour human martial artists. So, a pure-blooded demon beast descendant from the primordial era?" Fang Chen frowned and thought to himself, "Every time young Master Songzhan comes out of seclusion, the entire Nishua city will be in a state of panic. But there is no other way. His father, the Tribulation Supremacy Crossing Evil, personally said that Nishua city will be given to his son. This is young Master Songshan's territory. Since he is here, he must abide by the rules and regulations here." The servant said helplessly. In the following time, the entire Nishua city was in a state of panic. Young Master Songshan's subordinates wantonly captured the ancient gods. In just 3 days, they had captured 1,000 ancient gods. Moreover, the targets they chose were basically life ancient gods. Only when they couldn't capture life ancient gods would they lower the requirements and capture star ancient gods. This also caused many ancient gods to be uneasy and try all means to escape from Nishua city. However, young Master Songshan's subordinates had captured ancient gods countless times and had long since experienced it. They set up an inescapable net at the city gate, waiting for them to jump in. In an instant, Nishua city was filled with whales. But to young Master Songzhan, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with him. He was like a high and mighty emperor, and the ancient gods he had captured were like ants. On this day, young Master Songzhan once again arrived in front of a mansion. A golden plaque hung above the gate with the words Ling Mansion written on it. Under the protection of many people, young Master Songzhan swaggered to the front of the Ling Mansion. "This is an important place of the Ling Mansion. Leave quickly." 2 guards scolded loudly. Young Master Songzhan frowned, very displeased. Boom! Behind him, a star venerable servant attacked with lightning speed and killed the 2 guards on the spot. "How dare you speak rudely to young master? You deserve to die." After killing them, the servant flicked his sleeves and walked behind young Master Songzhan. On the street, the martial artists passing by were so scared that their legs went soft. At the same time, they also recognized young Master Songshan's strength. Creak! The gate opened, and a burly guard walked out. "So it's young Master Songzhan. Please come in quickly," the burly guard said with a smile. He didn't take the death of the 2 guards seriously. What could he do? The other party was young Master Songzhan. Even the Ling family didn't dare to provoke Tribulation Lord Duxi on the Nile continent. "Where's Ling Shan?" Young Master Songzhan asked indifferently. "Miss is in seclusion." Before the burly guard could finish his words, he was interrupted by young Master Songzhan. "Tell her to come see me when she comes out," young Master Songzhan said and turned to leave. Looking at his back, the burly guard sneered in his heart. "If it weren't for my powerful father, I would have killed you long ago." There was no other way. The reason why many martial artists didn't dare to offend young Master Songzhan was because of his father, Tribulation Lord Duxi. "Young Master, that guy is obviously lying. Why don't you just barge in?" the old servant asked. "It doesn't matter. One day, she will come and beg me in person." Time passed quickly. About half a month had passed. The storm of capturing the ancient gods gradually passed. It was said that the 3,000 ancient gods had been captured, and Nile City was peaceful again. Young Master Songzhan still went to the Ling Mansion every day to look for Ling Shan. Everyone's heart trembled. They didn't know when young Master Songzhan would lose patience with the Ling Mansion. After cultivating for more than half a month, Fang Chen's cultivation was completely stuck at a bottleneck. He wanted to go out and walk around. It's said that the Nile continent is full of treasures. Many treasures that people don't dare to take out in the outside world can be found in the Nile continent, as long as you can afford it. Fang Chen said to himself. Soon, he made a decision to go out and walk around. He had less than 1,000,000 starstones on him. If he liked something, he could buy it. After asking the servant a little, he knew that the largest chamber of commerce in Nile City was called the Nile Chamber of Commerce. Let's go to the Nile Chamber of Commerce. The Nile Chamber of Commerce was not too far from Fong Chen's courtyard. Soon, Fong Chen saw the towering pavilion. As expected of the largest chamber of commerce in Nile City, Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. On the way to the Nile Chamber of Commerce, he could often hear people discussing what kind of treasures appeared inside. There's so many people. As soon as he entered the first floor of the Nile Chamber of Commerce, he saw a dense crowd. The things on the first floor were the most ordinary. Fong Chen just took a simple look and felt that there was nothing interesting. He went up to the second floor. The things on the second floor are not bad. Unfortunately, I can't use them, Fong Chen said. His main purpose of coming here was to find a sword treasure and make a breakthrough in the invincible sword Dao. I wonder what's on the third floor. Passing through the second floor, he came to the entrance of the third floor. Two guards stopped Fong Chen. If you want to go up to the third floor, you need to prove your strength or financial resources. Fong Chen just released a little aura and passed the test and went up to the third floor. Red flower, diamond, fiery dragon ball. As soon as he went up to the third floor, Fong Chen felt a little surprised. What he saw were treasures that were almost impossible to see in the outside world. He looked around the counters, carefully looking for them. At this moment, a black-clothed woman came to the third floor. See if there are any sword dusk, path understanding grass, the black-clothed woman said to the burly guard beside her. Chapter 2849. The Nishua Chamber of Commerce had a total of 5 floors. The first floor only had the most ordinary items, while the second floor had some treasures. Only a small number of people could enter the third floor. The items here would definitely be snatched by the outside world. As for the fourth floor, it was said that only venerable god powerhouses were qualified to enter. As for the fifth floor, so far, no one in Nishua City was qualified to enter except for young Master Song Shan. Ling Shan's trip was to find the sword evening path understanding grass. It was a very powerful herb that contained a very strong sword chi. For sword cultivators, it was very effective. The third floor was very wide and had countless counters. Soon, Fong Chen walked around. Although the things here were precious, there was nothing he wanted. He curled his lips and shook his head, preparing to leave. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw a herb placed in the corner of a remote counter not far away. The reason why it attracted his attention was because the appearance of this herb was like a long sword soaring into the sky. What kind of herb is this? Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked to the counter. This counter was in the innermost area and was very remote. Very few people came here. He carefully sensed for a moment and did not find any power emerging from the inside of the herb. Is it really just an ordinary herb? Fong Chen muttered to himself. Young master, may I ask what you need? The staff member arrived in time and asked Fong Chen about the situation. When she noticed that Fong Chen's gaze fell on the herb in the corner, she introduced with a smile. Young master, you have a good eye. This herb is called the demon sword herb. It is very beneficial for sword cultivators. Demon sword herb? It was the first time Fong Chen heard of the demon sword herb. The origin of this demon sword grass is very great. It once grew beside a powerful swordsman and accompanied him every day. Over time, its body was tainted with an extremely powerful sword intent. The reason why it is called the demon sword herb is because the sword cultivator was called the demon sword. The staff member spoke with assurance. If a sword cultivator obtains the demon sword herb, it is very likely that they can comprehend the sword intent of Lord Demon Sword from it and break through themselves in the sword Dao. But why don't I sense any sword chi from this demon sword herb? Fong Chen asked. This, the staff member said, because Lord Demon Sword is too strong, the sword chi he emitted imperceptibly hurt the foundation of the demon sword herb, causing internal damage. After our blood chamber of commerce obtained it, we used special means to seal it. Otherwise, it would have withered long ago. So, other than the illusory sword intent of the devil's sword, this is no different from a piece of useless grass? Fong Chen shrugged. The staff member was talking about how powerful it was, but in his opinion, this demon sword grass was simply a useless grass. Just by looking at its position, one could tell that this herb was not popular. Fong Chen glanced at it. The price of the demon's sword herb was 200,000 star stones. Obviously, no one was willing to risk 200,000 star stones. This was also why it had not been sold, even though it had such a powerful origin. Usually, no one would come to inquire. Now that there was one, the staff naturally would not give up. Young master, think about it. How strong is the demon's sword's sword intent? Even if there's only a 1% chance, it is enough to cause a huge sensation. The staff member continued, if you can comprehend the demon's sword's sword intent, soaring into the sky is not a dream. Simply put, it was a gamble with 200,000 star stones to see if there was still any demon sword's sword intent left inside the demon sword herb. This deal was not worth it. Fong Chen shook his head. It's too expensive. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Young master, if you really want it, the price can be discussed. The staff member hurriedly stopped Fong Chen with an anxious look on his face. 50,000 star stones. Otherwise, it's off the table. Fong Chen gave the price he had in mind. Young master, it's too little. How about this 100,000 star stones, and you take it away? The staff member argued. Fong Chen shook his head and pretended to leave. The staff member continued to negotiate the price with Fong Chen. In the end, he sold it to Fong Chen at the price of 50,000 star stones. After packing it up and storing it in Dark Cave Mountain, Fong Chen turned around and left. I finally caught an idiot. The staff member looked at Fong Chen's back and secretly rejoiced. This demon sword herb has long been judged as a useless herb by the president. The demon sword's sword intent is too strong and has completely destroyed its foundation. Haha. After leaving the counter, Fong Chen also secretly asked the hidden star sword, are you sure it's worth this price? The hidden star sword said, the inside of this demon's sword herb has been completely destroyed. The staff member was right. It should have been destroyed by the powerful demon sword's sword intent. However, I can vaguely feel that there is a vague sword intent hidden in the depths of the demon's sword herb. Maybe we can force it out. The sword spirit continued. The demon sword's sword intent is very strong. If we can force it out, we will benefit greatly. On the contrary, even if we fail, we will only get 50,000 star stones. Fong Chen was speechless. It turned out that the hidden star sword was not very confident. Just as he was about to reach the door, he suddenly heard a noise. It seemed that someone was quarreling. Why is this voice so familiar? Fong Chen stopped in his tracks and looked back. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Ling Shan and the burly guard were standing in front of a counter. Beside them was a man in a brocade robe. Many servants were standing behind him. One of them had a strong aura. He should be a star venerable. Ling Shan, I told you long ago that I like you. If you agree to follow me, I can give you this sword evening path understanding grass. Young Master Song Shan played with the herb in his hand and grinned. My father has a lot of this sword evening path understanding grass. I can give you as many as you want. Humph. Ling Shan snorted with disdain. When did the Nishua Chamber of Commerce become young Master Song Shan's lackey? Ling Shan turned to look at the staff member. First come, first served. Customers come first. I bought this sword evening path understanding grass first and paid enough star stones. But now you're going back on your word and selling it to him. What is this? Ling Shan was relentless. The staff member didn't know what to say. After all, if this matter spread out, it would have a great impact on the reputation of the Nishua Chamber of Commerce. But there was no other way. The other party was young Master Song Shan. The Nishua Chamber of Commerce couldn't afford to offend him. Ling Shan, it's useless no matter what you say. Without my order, they dare not sell anything to you. Young Master Song Shan said with a smile. Mississippi, the burly guard wanted to say something but stopped. Ling Shan glared fiercely at young Master Song Shan and turned to leave. Ling Shan noticed Fong Chen and quickened her pace, walking to Fong Chen's side. Why are you here? After seeing Fong Chen, Ling Shan's face eased a lot, revealing a faint smile. I'm here to see if there's anything I need, Fong Chen said. Seeing Ling Shan and Fong Chen talking and laughing, young Master Song Shan's face turned completely gloomy. Who is he? Young Master Song Shan asked. A staff member hurriedly ran over and whispered, "Young master, that person just bought the demon sword grass from us." Humph! Young master Songshan snorted and stopped talking. The staff member knew what he meant. He walked to Fong Chun and apologized. "Young master, the Nishua Chamber of Commerce will not sell the demon sword grass you just bought. We need to take it back. I hope you can cooperate." "Why?" Fong Chun asked. "Because..." The staff member hesitated. "Because I don't like you." Young master Songshan walked over at the right time and said sarcastically, "In Nishua City, anyone who I don't like will not have a good ending. Is this how the Nishua Chamber of Commerce does business?" Fong Chun asked. "It's useless to say this. I, young master Songshan, am standing here. They don't dare to sell you anything." Young master Songshan said extremely arrogantly. Fong Chun frowned and stared at young master Songshan, confronting him. Chapter 2850. Young master Songshan's attitude was extremely arrogant. Nishua City was his territory, and he was not afraid of anyone. "Young master, I'm really sorry. We'll make up for it." The staff wanted to buy the demon sword grass from Fong Chun for 100,000 star stones. However, all of this was because young master Songshan didn't like Fong Chun. Fong Chun sneered and looked at young master Songshan fearlessly. "Kid, didn't you hear what my young master said?" A starved venerable servant behind young master Songshan threatened. "Young master Songshan, don't go too far." Lingshan also realized that they couldn't stay here any longer, so she pulled Fong Chun's arm and left Nishua Chamber of Commerce. "Young master, do you want..." The old servant made a throat-slitting gesture, but was stopped by young master Songshan. "Find where he's staying and bring him to me alive." "Don't worry, young master. He can't escape." Ling Mansion. Young master Songshan is too arrogant. He's not afraid of anyone in Nishua City. "Be careful," Lingshan said apologetically. "I'm sorry because Fong Chun waved his hand and didn't care too much." In order to not let young master Songshan find the place to stay, Lingshan deliberately brought Fong Chun to the Ling Mansion. In a very dignified courtyard, young master Songshan stood quietly with a cold face. "He didn't come out for the whole night?" young master Songshan asked. "Lingshan brought that guy into the mansion and never came out again," the old servant said. "But don't worry, young master. We've been watching. As soon as he comes out, we'll immediately take action." "Damn guy," young master Songshan said coldly. Suddenly, a palm-sized demonic beast appeared in his sleeve. This was the rumor that it was the descendant of a pure-blooded beast from ancient times. "You want to eat him?" Young master Songshan gently stroked the little guy's head and asked. The latter nodded and sent a thought into young master Songshan's mind. "You mean you sense the aura of a special bloodline on him?" young master Songshan asked. The pure-blooded beast cub quickly nodded, as if it couldn't wait. "Don't worry. A mere-life, ancient realm cultivator won't be able to escape from me. Once you've sucked all the blood out of his body, I'll kill him myself." Recalling the way Lingshan and him chatted happily, young noble Songshan was furious. At night, Fong Chun secretly left the Ling Mansion. As soon as he came out, he felt the fluctuations in the dark. He sneered and used the space-time escape technique to escape into the void. Today, Fong Chun's comprehension of the space-time Tao had reached an extremely high level. If he wanted to escape, even Star Venerables would not be able to track him down. After Fong Chun left, the old servant appeared. He frowned and looked around. "Trying to play tricks with me?" The old servant sneered and quickly drove into the darkness. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Along the way, Fong Chun deliberately released a faint trace of aura to lure the old servant. Soon, he arrived at a desolate suburb. "You've been following me all the way. Why haven't you come out yet?" Fong Chun said. "You can find me?" The old servant was surprised. However, he coldly looked at Fong Chun and released his aura, locking onto Fong Chun. "Kid, you can only blame yourself for offending my young noble." The old servant directly attacked. A large black hand fell for the sky, trying to capture Fong Chun. However, at this moment, Fong Chun disappeared in front of him. "Oh no, it's an illusion." The old servant fell into the illusion and attacked it madly. Whoosh! Fong Chun opened his eyes. The powerful power of his ancestral eye merged into the illusion, increasing its power to the maximum. Kill. Fang Chun wanted to kill. He took out the hidden star sword and used the invincible sword principle. Furthermore, he immediately used his strongest move, the illusory sword, right from the start. Whoosh! Between heaven and earth, an illusory sword light appeared out of nowhere. When it merged with the illusion, its attack power suddenly increased. Damn it! The old servant shouted angrily and used all his strength to resist. However, after the illusion and the illusory sword merged, he was firmly restrained. No! When the old servant realized that something was wrong, it was too late. The illusory sword light fiercely pierced into his body. With a puff, his chest exploded. Go! The old servant felt that his life was threatened and wanted to escape. Bang! He leaped into the air. However, at that moment, a boundless power ruthlessly slammed into his body, forcibly smashing him to the ground. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from his body. He was severely injured and spat out blood. In the illusion, sword chi raged. A snow-white puppet stood proudly. It was the ice demonic puppet. Fang Chun activated the ice demonic puppet at the critical moment and blocked the old servant's escape route. Kill! Fang Chun controlled the ice demonic puppet and used the invincible sword principle. In the end, a scream was heard. The starved venerable old servant was killed by Fang Chun. After that, Fang Chun activated the divine fire and burned the old servant's body. At the same time, the remaining aura in the air was also burned away. Whoosh! After doing all this, Fang Chun waved his hand and removed the illusion. His figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. In the yard, Fang Chun opened the old servant's sumaru ring. As soon as he opened it, Fang Chun was stunned. Sword evening path under standing grass. After being stunned, his face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that the old man's sumaru ring would have such a treasure. This is great. He tried to suppress his excitement and put the sword evening path under standing grass into his bag. After that, he checked carefully. There was nothing else except some star stones. It seems that young Master Songshan has accumulated a lot of wealth in Nishua City. An old servant's sumaru ring could carry 500,000 star stones at any time. After putting away the 500,000 star stones, Fang Chun happily threw the sumaru ring into Dark Cave Mountain. After all, this was young Master Songshan's territory. If he sensed the sumaru ring, he would definitely find him. To be safe, he threw it into Dark Cave Mountain and isolated it from the outside world. The next day, when young Master Songshan learned of the old servant's death, he was furious. Find the murderer at all costs. The anger in young Master Songshan's heart soared. He wanted to turn the whole Nishua City upside down. The old servant had been with him for a long time. Although they were master and servant, the latter was more like an elder taking care of him. Young master, could it be that guy? The other servants asked in a low voice. Young Master Songshan shook his head. Impossible. He's just an ancient life realm martial artist. Then it's very likely that the Ling Mansion did this. One of the servants said, Lingshan has a good relationship with that guy. She knew that young master would definitely attack that guy. So she secretly sent the Ling Mansion's experts to kill him without anyone knowing. Bang! Young Master Songshan clenched his fist and crushed a small doll in his palm. He was furious and his eyes were scarlet. A mere Ling Mansion dares to go against me. Young Master Songshan, you're courting death. If this was outside the Nile continent, he naturally wouldn't dare to provoke the Ling Mansion. But this was the Nile continent's Nishua City, young Master Songshan's territory. Here, the Ling Mansion was just a dragon crossing the river. But although he wanted to directly destroy the Nishua City Ling Mansion branch, he still held back. Don't act rashly for the time being. The Ling Mansion still has value. Moreover, Lingshan hasn't submitted to me yet. Young Master Songshan said, but that guy, I'll find him even if I have to dig 3 feet in the ground. The death of the old servant had completely enraged young Master Songshan. Although Fang Chun didn't go out, he could clearly feel that the atmosphere in Nishua City was very oppressive. It was like the feeling before a storm. Young Master Songshan was brewing a shocking war. Once he completely erupted, Nishua City would be flooded with blood. He shouldn't be suspicious of me, Fong Chen muttered. Young Master Songshan's biggest suspect was probably the Ling Mansion. With the Ling Mansion's strength, young Master Songshan wouldn't dare to act rashly. Thinking of this, Fong Chen couldn't wait to increase his strength. If he was strong enough, he could directly crush young Master Songshan without any scruples. However, if he was really forced into a corner, he didn't mind killing young Master Songshan. Chapter 2851. Nishua City, Ling Mansion. The lights were waning, illuminating the dark night sky. People were coming and going in the mansion, and the guards were patrolling. In the study, Ling Shan was in a black outfit, sitting on a wooden armchair, reading a book with her head lowered. Opposite her, the burly guard was reporting what had happened in Nishua City. "Miss, do you think it was Fong Chen who did it?" the burly guard asked doubtfully. Ling Shan shook her head. "Fong Chen is strong, but not strong enough to kill a star venerable." Ling Shan thought for a while and said, "It could also be the expert behind him." Hearing this, the burly guard's face changed. If what Ling Shan said was true, that there was a mysterious expert behind Fong Chen, then their plan could go smoothly. "Miss, should we change our plan?" the burly guard asked. Ling Shan shook her head and closed the book. A mysterious smile appeared on her beautiful face, and her red lips moved slightly. "No, his heavenly dragon bloodline is also very important to us." Then, the burly guard wanted to say something, but Ling Shan stopped him. In 3 days, Fong Chen had completely refined the sword evening path understanding grass. Buzz, sword chi surrounded him, and the sword evening path understanding grass surged with majestic sword principle aura, which was all absorbed by him. It is indeed the sword evening path understanding grass. Fong Chen curled his lips and said, "Unfortunately, there is only one. If there were more, I would definitely be able to comprehend the higher level of the invincible sword principle. There is only one sword evening path understanding grass in the old servant's Sumeru ring, and Fong Chen felt it was a pity. However, even so, one sword evening path understanding grass had made Fong Chen's strength improve, and his invincible sword principle became more powerful. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a strange movement in a mortal cave mountain. Then, he flashed and entered a mortal cave mountain. Buzz! Inside a mortal cave mountain, extremely powerful sword chi kept raging in the void. In the middle of the dense sword chi, the hidden star sword stood proudly. "What happened?" Fong Chen asked hurriedly. "Master, I've tried countless times, but all of them failed. In the end, with the courage to cut off all means of retreat, I urged my own origin energy and poured it into the devil sword grass. In the end, I successfully stimulated the trace of devil sword intent hidden in the depths of the devil sword grass." The hidden star sword artifact spirit said joyfully. "Success." Fong Chen stared blankly for a moment before he became ecstatic. He didn't expect that the star concealing sword would really succeed. Voila! The star hidden sword issued a loud and clear sword cry. Then, the vast sword chi in the sky crazily drilled into his body. Then, a little light appeared on the tip of his sword. The light grew brighter and brighter, and the sword chi grew more and more powerful. In the end, it enveloped the entire immortal cave mountain. That is, Fong Chen's heart trembled. The invincible sword chi in his body resonated and was automatically released. "Devil's sword intent," Fong Chen exclaimed. He could clearly feel that the sword intent on the tip of the star-hidden sword contained an incomparably ancient sword intent. If this sword intent was at its peak, it could destroy him with a single thought. "Master, the devil sword intent is very weak. Try to absorb it." The star-hidden sword turned into a stream of light and arrived in front of Fong Chen. Fong Chen placed his hands on the star-hidden sword and used it as a carrier to absorb the devil's sword intent. Buzz! When the invincible sword chi came into contact with the devil's sword intent, it trembled violently and released a strong repulsive force. But soon, the invincible sword Qi completely enveloped the devil's sword intent. Absorb. The invincible sword Qi gradually gained the upper hand. Fang Chun suppressed the devil's sword intent with his absolute strength and then absorbed it. Dong! The energy in his body vibrated and the sword Qi was rampant. As the devil's sword intent was absorbed by the invincible sword Qi, the sword Qi around Fang Chun shot up into the sky and shone brightly. He felt that the energy in his body had accumulated to a certain extent and needed to be released. Let's break through. Fang Chun growled. His body underwent a huge transformation. His chaotic origin sword body was pushed to the limit, and his cultivation base was also undergoing a transformation. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. Thunder rumbled in the sky as the heavenly Tao energy poured into his body. When the last strand of devil sword intent was refined, Fang Chen's cultivation base naturally reached the middle stage of the life ancient realm. When the sky regained its calm, Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. What a powerful sword intent. Fang Chun felt a little dizzy. The impact of the devil sword intent on his body was too strong. I wonder if the legendary Lord Devil Sword is still alive in this world. Fang Chun muttered. An expert who could comprehend the sword Dao to such a high level was something Fang Chun respected. The invincible sword Dao seems to have become stronger. Fang Chun tried slashing out with his sword. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. Kacha! A single slash flattened a mountain peak. Fang Chun looked into the distance in surprise at the powerful sword Qi that filled the sky. What he used just now was the Sword of Annihilation, the first move of the invincible sword Dao. Its power has increased by at least 30%. Fang Chun was very excited. He did not expect that just a strand of devil sword intent could increase the overall power of his invincible sword Dao by 30%. This was too exaggerated. What a pity. There is too little devil sword intent in the devil sword grass. Fang Chun said with some regret. If the Nishua Chamber of Commerce knew about this, they would definitely regret it. Just the devil sword intent alone would cause a huge commotion if it was spread out. Unfortunately, no one could appraise the true situation of the devil sword grass, and Fang Chun took advantage of the loophole. Of course, after a comprehensive analysis, it was not without reason that Fang Chun was able to obtain the devil sword intent. Firstly, he had the invincible sword Dao, one of the strongest sword Daos in the myriad heavens. Secondly, he had the hidden star sword and sensed the extraordinariness of the devil sword grass. Combining all these, he spent 50,000 star stones to buy it. Ha! Fang Chun was overjoyed and very happy. His overall strength had been greatly improved. Just as he was excited, suddenly the communication jade pendant rang. Come to the Ling Mansion quickly. I have something to discuss. The message was from Ling Shan, and it seemed to be an urgent matter. Fang Chun thought for a moment and finally escaped into the void. Ling Mansion, meeting hall. Don't worry, young Master Song Shan won't find this place. Ling Shan said with a smile, as if to dispel Fang Chen's scruples. Fang Chen nodded and asked, why are you in such a hurry to find me? What's the matter? Do you know why I came to Nishua City this time? Ling Shan asked with a bright smile. Fang Chun shook his head. Ling Shan continued. According to our Ling family's intelligence investigation, there is a broken relic in the depths of Nishua City. That relic is very likely related to our Ling family's ancestors. I would like to invite you to explore that place with me. Me? Fang Chun was a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Shan to invite him. I'm just an ancient god of life, ancient realm. Your guards are much stronger than me. Fang Chun said. Nishua City is young Master Song Shan's territory. Our Ling family is also weak here, so we must be careful. As for your strength, you don't need to worry at all. I have confidence in you. Ling Shan said. Obviously, Fang Chun wasn't easily moved by Ling Shan's words. He didn't say anything and fell into silence. Seeing this, Ling Shan's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she said, actually, the reason why I invited you is because I want to borrow the power of the Heavenly Dragon bloodline in your body. Heavenly Dragon bloodline? Fang Chen looked at Ling Shan in surprise. How did she know that he had the heavenly dragon bloodline in his body? Could it be? Speaking of which, our Ling family bloodline is very closely related to the heavenly dragon bloodline. If you are willing to help me, this operation will definitely succeed. Ling Shan's beautiful eyes stared straight at Fang Chen. If you are willing to help, from now on you will be an honored guest of our Ling family. Our Ling family will not let you suffer losses. Ling Shan said, if I'm not wrong, you should be a sword cultivator. As long as you are willing to help, our Ling family will find some sword evening path understanding grass for you. To a sword cultivator, the sword evening path understanding grass was an irresistible temptation. If you want me to help, I can, but I must first understand this relic and then make a decision. Fang Chen said, no matter what, first determine the level of danger. There was also one thing he was curious about. What was the Ling family's bloodline? Before, he had guessed that it was the heavenly dragon bloodline, but now that Ling Shan said this, it seemed to be even more confusing. Chapter 2852. Not only Fang Chen, but any sword cultivator could not resist the temptation of the sword evening path understanding grass. This time, Ling Shan actually used it as a condition to invite Fang Chen to explore the ruins together. This made Fang Chen restless. Moreover, he was quite curious. What was the bloodline in Ling Shan's body? Why did it resonate with the sky dragon bloodline in his body? Not only that, other than the things left behind by my ancestors, you can take everything else. Ling Shan looked at Fang Chen with a smile. She knew that no one could resist such temptation. As expected, Fang Chen pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Tell me the specific plan, Fang Chen said. Ling Shan was secretly delighted when she heard this, and her face was filled with joy. Ever since the mysterious death of young Master Song Shan's old servant, the entire Nishua city fell into a state of depression. Young Master Song Shan's heart was filled with rage. He ordered that the murderer be found at all costs, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. At the same time, he also sent his subordinates to secretly monitor the movements of the Ling residents. Under the dark night sky, young Master Song Shan stood with his hands behind his back. His body emitted a strong fluctuation as his dark eyes looked into the distance. Squeak! Suddenly, a fiend the size of a palm appeared on his shoulder, squeaking nonstop. Young Master Song Shan turned his head, and after seeing the pure-blooded cub, a smile appeared on his serious face. Wait here, young Master Song Shan said calmly. The pure-blooded cub jumped from young Master Song Shan's right shoulder to his left shoulder, dancing with joy. I know you're anxious, but don't worry, I will definitely catch that guy. Young Master Song Shan comforted. The pure-blooded cub heard this and quickly nodded. This pure-blooded cub was obtained by its father, Tribulation Supremacy Evil, in an ancient ruin countless years ago. This was a true pure-blooded cub from the ancient times. The ancient bloodline flowing in its body was very powerful. Once it grew up, it would shock the entire primordial chaos. Over the years, every time young Master Mount Song came out of seclusion, he would capture a large number of ancient gods to find food for the pure-blooded beast cubs. As time passed, the pure-blooded beast cubs' appetite grew stronger and stronger. Each time, it had to devour a large number of human warriors before it could enter a dormant state. Only when it was in a dormant state could it grow rapidly. Young Master Mount Song valued pure-blooded beast cubs very much. Over the years, he had personally witnessed the pure-blooded beast cub's growth process and felt incomparably shocked. He reached out his hand and gently patted the pure-blooded beast cub's head. At this moment, a servant hurried over from the darkness. Young Master. The servant cupped his fists towards young Master Song Shan and whispered, Our men have already discovered that fellow. He is in the Ling residence. Hearing this, young Master Song Shan's eyes flickered, and a hint of fluctuation appeared on his face. He's been discussing something with Ling Shan. Should we barge into the Ling residence and capture him? The servant asked. Young Master Song Shan waved his hand. His pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. Keep an eye on them first. 3 days later, Ling Shan was ready. On a certain dark night, she secretly left the Ling residence with Fong Chun and headed towards the depths of Nishua City. However, as soon as she left, she was discovered by young Master Songshan's servants. They reported the news to young Master Songshan. The latter sneered in his heart and personally led the pure-blooded beast cub to chase after them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the darkness, a cold wind blew past. Young Master Songshan's speed was extremely fast. He was like a stream of light cutting through the sky. Not long after, Fong Chun and Ling Shan arrived at the depths of Nishua City. "It's just ahead," Ling Shan whispered. "According to our Ling family's intelligence, the broken ruins are on a high mountain in the depths of Nishua City. Since this ancient ruin is related to your Ling family's ancestor, why doesn't the Ling family take action directly?" Fong Chun asked, puzzled. Ling Shan shook her head. "Although our Ling family's influence is strong, it's all outside of the Nile continent. The Nile continent is at the intersection of many factions, and it's very chaotic. Once our Ling family arrives, we'll definitely break the balance of the Nile continent. At that time, the ancient ruin will definitely be discovered. And most importantly, once young Master Songshan knows, he'll definitely inform his father, the Tribulation Lord Demonic." Ling Shan's expression changed when she mentioned the Tribulation Lord Demonic. Even if she was the princess of the Ling family, when she heard the words Tribulation Lord Demonic, her heart trembled. "We'll act in secret so that we won't attract attention," Ling Shan said. "I was a little worried at first, but after meeting you, I've become more confident." "Heavenly Dragon bloodline?" Fong Chun murmured. Ling Shan nodded lightly and leaped to the peak of the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind blew past, blowing on Ling Shan's face and rustling her black clothes. "Where's the ruin?" Fong Chun asked. "Let me sense it." Ling Shan closed her eyes and activated the bloodline power in her body, beginning to sense the location of the ruin. At the foot of the mountain, young Master Songshan looked coldly at the peak and said, "Humph, Nile City is my territory. Even if there's a ruin, it's still my private property." Seeing Ling Shan and Fong Chun standing side by side, young Master Songshan was furious. At this time, the pure-blooded beast poked its head out of his sleeve and licked its lips impatiently. Young Master Songshan patted its head and said, "There will be fresh food soon." As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Songshan leaped and traveled through the void, arriving at the peak of the mountain. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw a golden light wrap around the two of them, and then they disappeared from the peak of the mountain. Young Master Songshan frowned and spread out his divine sense, but found nothing. "I don't believe that you can hide anywhere." Young Master Songshan was furious and began a large-scale search. Ling Shan sensed the existence of the ancient ruin and activated it with her bloodline. Golden light appeared and wrapped the two of them, and they entered the ancient ruin. Fong Chun felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes and stabilized his body, he found himself in a dark place. "There's a palace in front." Fong Chun saw the palace in the dark. At this time, Ling Shan flicked her finger, and two flames burst out, igniting the two sides of the palace door and illuminating the place. "Is this the ancient ruin you were talking about?" Fong Chun asked. Ling Shan shook her head, but there was uncontrollable excitement in her eyes. "I can sense the Ling clan's bloodline aura surging in the palace. Now I can basically confirm that the Ling clan's ancestors must have been here." Ling Shan said excitedly, "This is not the real ancient ruin, just an independent space inside the mountain. We need to open the palace to enter the real ancient ruin." "How do we open it?" Fong Chun asked. Ling Shan quickly made her way to the front of the palace gates and was surprised to see lines of small words floating on top of the gates. "Good technique." Fong Chun couldn't help but exclaim. This door contained a very powerful talisman technique. When it sensed the aura of a warrior, the words would automatically appear. "At least Star Venerables and even Saint Venerables can't do this," Fong Chun said. He had done some research on talismans and had even cultivated it. He knew quite a bit about talismans, so he could see the power of the talisman technique on the door at a glance. According to his guess, these words were at least 100 million years ago. After the baptism of time, they could still appear in front of them so vividly. He couldn't help but be amazed. The techniques of the ancient people were not something they could compare to memory, talisman. Just as Fong Chun was thinking, he suddenly heard Ling Shan's exclamation. Her eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open, as if she had discovered something. Memory, talisman? Fong Chun looked at Ling Shan. Ling Shan quickly shook her head, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The legends are true. How is this possible? Ling Shan said, in the ancestral records of the Ling family, the love of our ancestors' life was a talisman master. But because of various reasons, she couldn't be with our ancestor. In the end, our ancestor chose his wife and built the Ling family. But even so, our ancestors still couldn't forget her. After the rise of the Ling family, our ancestor's wife died. After that, our ancestor never returned. It was said that he went to find his love. Later, news spread that our ancestor found his love. He wanted to protect her and help her break through the bottleneck. You're saying that the talisman technique on the door was left behind by the Ling family ancestor's love. Fong Chun was surprised. Ling Shan nodded. She bit her finger and dripped a drop of essence blood on the densely packed words. Then, something amazing happened. The small, densely packed characters suddenly became exceptionally clear. This, Fong Chun was shocked. Could it be that the Ling family ancestor had predicted that a descendant of the Ling family would come to this place billions of years ago? After a moment of shock, Fong Chun sighed. It seemed that the Ling family ancestor had been prepared and had left behind a backup plan. Only star venerate fighting strength and Ling family bloodline can push the door open. The engravings on the door flashed, and the small words were clearly imprinted into his eyes. But the next sentence shocked Fong Chun. Only with the protection of the heavenly dragon bloodline can the door be opened. The meaning was clear. Star venerate fighting strength and Ling family bloodline could only push the door open, but not completely open. If one had the protection of the heavenly spirit bloodline, they could easily enter the ancient ruin. Seeing this, Fong Chun and Ling Shan looked at each other. In his heart, he vaguely guessed some things related to the heavenly dragon bloodline. But he didn't ask. He believed that the truth would be revealed once they entered the ancient ruin. Chapter 2853. Ling Shan closed her eyes and activated the Ling family bloodline in her body. The red aura circled around the palace gate and was absorbed by the gate. With the influx of the Ling family's bloodline power, the words on the door became brighter and brighter. Faint sounds of thunder could be heard, causing even Fong Chun to be a little surprised. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He felt that the sky dragon bloodline in his body seemed to be resonating. Fong Chun frowned and stared at the gate. At this moment, Ling Shan suddenly shouted, "Infuse the sky dragon bloodline into the gate." Hearing Ling Shan's words, Fong Chun didn't hesitate. He slammed his palm forward, and the heavenly dragon bloodline's power burst out. It rushed to the door of the palace and merged with the Ling family bloodline's power. When the two bloodline powers completely fused together, an unimaginable power erupted, causing the palace doors to shake. At this moment, Ling Shan clenched her fist and swung it. Dong! The majestic fist radiance smashed onto the door of the palace. Creak! The gate slowly opened. Seeing this, Ling Shan's face was filled with joy. When the gate opened to a certain extent, she quickly walked into the palace. Fong Chun followed closely behind and entered the palace. However, they did not expect that at this critical moment, a black figure would suddenly appear out of thin air. His body was surrounded by extremely powerful energy as he forcibly charged into the palace. Boom! The black shadow attacked Fong Chun fiercely as soon as it came in. The vast fist light danced in the void and blasted toward Fong Chun. Dong! Caught off guard, Fong Chun didn't have time to dodge. His body took the sudden punch. "Young Master Song Shan?" Ling Shan exclaimed. Her face darkened. She was ready to join forces with Fong Chun to fight against young Master Song Shan. You blocked it? Even young Master Song Shan didn't expect Fong Chun to block his attack with pure physical strength. 1. The chaotic origin sword body was automatically released from Fong Chen's body. Layers of sword chi halos enveloped his entire body. His defense was raised to the maximum. Over these years, under Fong Chen's hard work, his chaotic origin sword body had reached the pinnacle. As long as he took another step forward, it would evolve into the primal chaos sword body. However, this step was too difficult. The chaotic origin sword body could only be said to be one of the strongest sword bodies in the primal chaos realm. As for the primal chaos sword body, it could be said to be an unparalleled sword body in the primal chaos realm. The strongest sword body and the invincible sword body were fundamentally different. One could imagine how difficult it was to evolve them. However, even so, Fong Chen's defense had already caused martial artists of the same realm to despair. Die! Young Master Song Han didn't believe in heresy and continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. His palms suddenly waved, and 2 black rays of light burst out from his sleeves. Be careful. This is young Master Song Shan's poison dart. Ling Shan reminded him. Fong Chun had an indifferent expression as he stood quietly on the ground until young Master Song Shan's poison dart struck his body. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. After the poison dart struck Fong Chen's skin, it couldn't move an inch further. You're dead. Young Master Song Shan sneered. The poison on his poison dart was something that even star venerables couldn't resist. How could a mere-life, ancient realm martial artist resist it? However, out of his expectations, Fong Chun raised his palm and gently grasped the poison dart. With a slight force, the poison dart instantly turned into powder. The pitch-black poison sprayed out, but Fong Chun simply ignored it. You have the nerve to call such a small amount of poison. Fong Chun shook his head and curled his lips. As the successor of the Poison Disaster Pill Association, he was truly immune to poison after consuming the pseudo-poison disaster divine pill. Only the poison in his body could be called a poison. Since you've poisoned me, have a taste of my poison. With a swoosh, Fong Chun flicked his finger. A bright light burst out from his finger and formed a line in the air. It carried a horrifying poison as it rushed towards young Master Song Shan. The latter sneered and struck out with his palm. You're courting death. Young Master Song Shan was too confident. He was so arrogant that he thought Fong Chen's poison couldn't harm him at all. Because of this, he could only watch as the line in the air pierced through his palm and shot into his chest. Pucci! He felt the power in his body rapidly dissipating as his body was suddenly sent flying. Dong! Leaning on the wall, he barely managed to stabilize his body. He felt the terror of the poison. How is this possible? He felt the power in his body spreading too fast. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he lost the ability to fight. What kind of poison is this? Young Master Song Shan didn't dare to imagine. The more he checked his body, the more fear came from his heart. He raised his head and glanced at Fong Chun. In a trance, he had the thought of retreating. At the same time, he was more and more convinced that his old servant was most likely killed by Fong Chun. Damn it! Young Master Song Shan was furious. He clenched his fist and cursed in his heart. Fong Chun walked towards young Master Song Shan step by step. His palm contained an extremely powerful force. Ling Shan, who was about to make a move, was completely stunned. What kind of poison is that? Even young Master Song Shan couldn't resist it? Ling Shan cried out involuntarily. According to legend, young Master Song Shan's poison dart was given to him by his father. Even a saint venerable wouldn't dare to resist it directly. However, it was blocked by Fong Chen's physical strength. Of course, this wasn't the most shocking thing. What really shocked Ling Shan was that Fong Chen's poison could actually hit young Master Song Shan. This is unbelievable. Ling Shan shook her head hard. You've been hiding your strength. Young Master Song Shan glared at Fong Chun and said, My old servant was also killed by you, right? Looks like you're not that stupid. Fong Chun smiled. Those who offend me, young Master Song Shan, will never have a good ending. The same goes for you. Even at this point, young Master Song Shan was still threatening Fong Chun. However, the latter didn't fall for it. If I kill you, who will know? Even your almighty father won't know. Fang Chun smiled playfully. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. Boom! Young Master Song Shan used all his strength and punched out, barely blocking Fang Chen's attack. At the same time, young Master Song Shan took out a bead and smashed it on the ground. Boom! After the bead hit the ground, it instantly exploded. The wild explosive force quickly swept across the entire ground. Smoke shrouded Fang Chun. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the smoke dispersed, Fang Chun looked around. Young Master Song Shan was long gone. What is this? The explosive force made me feel danger. Fang Chun murmured. This is the exploding earth bead. It was refined by a subordinate of Tribulation Lord Evil and given to young Master Song Shan. Ling Shan walked over and explained. This bead contains a powerful force. If it explodes at full strength, even Star Venerables will be injured. I see. Fang Chun nodded. Unfortunately, young Master Song Shan escaped. This is troublesome. Ling Shan smiled bitterly. However, at this point, he didn't think too much. Obtaining the inheritance was the most important thing. This was an empty valley. According to Ling Shan's guess, this should be where the ruins were. We've entered the palace. This is where the ancestors' ruins are. Ling Shan glanced at Fang Chun and said, if she had invited Fang Chun for the heavenly dragon bloodline in his body before, she had changed her mind now. Perhaps Fang Chun's strength could really help her obtain the inheritance in the ruins. I can't see through this guy anymore. Looking at Fang Chun's back, Ling Shan's heart was filled with complicated thoughts. In a dark place in the valley, young Master Song Shan dragged his battered body and hid in the dark. Damn it, I must take revenge. Young Master Song Shan screamed at his heart. How many years had it been since someone dared to treat him like this? Both of you must die. Everything in this ruin belongs to me, young Master Song Shan. Young Master Song Shan's eyes were scarlet. He said coldly, not only you, but the Ling family branch will also be wiped off the Nile continent. This time, young Master Song Shan was completely enraged. Chapter 2854. In the calm and peaceful valley, lush greenery could be seen at first glance. Moreover, the air was humid, as if it had just rained. Not a sound could be heard in the vast valley. Fang Chun and Ling Shan looked at each other, confused. The heavenly energy here was so thin that it was almost non-existent. Was there really an ancient ruin left behind by the Ling clan's ancestors? Dong dong dong. Suddenly, Ling Shan's body trembled. She became stiff and her eyes blurred. Like a zombie, she walked into the depths of the valley. Fang Chun was confused. He followed Ling Shan, wanting to see if she had found the inheritance left behind by the Ling clan's ancestors. Soon, Ling Shan arrived at the center of the valley. Then, something happened. When Ling Shan's foot stepped on the empty ground in the center of the valley, the entire valley shook as if it was about to collapse. A large amount of talisman aura appeared in the sky. What's going on? Fang Chun looked around. His powerful emperor-level primordial spirit was fully released, covering the entire valley. Right at this moment, his pupils constricted, and his heart trembled to the extreme. How is this possible? Fang Chun exclaimed at his heart. He widened his eyes and looked around the valley. Then, he looked at the center of the valley. No. Fang Chun shook his head, unable to accept the reality before his eyes. A talisman. The entire valley was made into a talisman. This discovery completely shocked Fang Chun. How strong must one be to be able to make such a talisman? Needless to say, this talisman must have been made by the beloved of the Ling clan's ancestors. That's a big deal. After a moment of shock, Fang Chun calmed himself down and sighed. At the same time, he also noticed Ling Shan's abnormality. Since entering the valley, Ling Shan's behavior had been very different from before. Just now, Fang Chun was sure that Ling Shan's abnormality had something to do with the Ling clan's bloodline. And just now, she walked to the center of the valley like a zombie. When she stepped on the ground, she probably activated the talisman restriction. The wild power of talismans surrounded the entire valley. This is a spatial talisman, and it's a slaughter talisman. Fang Chun felt the powerful killing power contained in the talisman power in the valley. He was extremely surprised. Since this place was related to the ancestors of the Ling family, why would it be a talisman of slaughter? Could it be? Thinking of this, Fang Chun took a deep breath as a crazy and bold idea appeared in his mind. Let's go. Without a second thought, Fang Chun grabbed Ling Shan, wanting to leave this place as quickly as possible. Bang! Ling Shan's palm landed on Fang Chun's arm, forcing him to retreat. Ling Shan, on the other hand, danced in the wind, her robes fluttering as they wrapped around her body. Whoosh! In the center of the valley, a beam of light broke through the ground and shot up into the sky. Ling Shan's body was swallowed by the light. Not good. Fang Chun cursed inwardly. Immediately, he jumped on the tip of his foot and activated the power of talismans around him. He pushed his emperor-level primordial spirit to the extreme and could barely see the trajectory of the talismans. Based on the trajectory of the talismans, he could barely avoid the powerful killing moves. Whoosh! After a few jumps, Fang Chun jumped onto a blue stone protruding from the cliff. In the process of avoiding the talismans, he found that this blue stone was the only safe place in the entire valley. The killing power filled the valley, but could not get close to the blue stone. What's going on? Fang Chun's mind was filled with complicated thoughts. Could it be that the beloved of the ancestors of the Ling family is taking revenge on the Ling family? The person who left the words on the palace gate was obviously the ancestor of the Ling family. His meaning was clear. He wanted to guide the descendants of the Lin family to enter the ruins and obtain the inheritance. As for the talisman on the door, it was left behind by his true love. Logically speaking, there should be no conflict between the two of them. Moreover, the ruins here should have been left behind by the two of them together. But why did this space talisman want to kill everyone who entered, especially the descendants of the Ling family? Why did it activate the space talisman as soon as they entered and lose themselves like walking corpses? Fang Chun was sure that the beloved of the ancestors of the Ling family had done something to the space talisman. Buzz! Fang Chun stood on the blue stone and looked down. He gradually saw through the trajectory of the space talisman. Profound, Fang Chun whispered. Crash! On the blue stone, a dark green light suddenly broke out of the stone and floated in front of Fang Chun. Fang Chun instantly sensed a thought from the dark green light. Young friend, a hoarse and ancient voice came from the dark green light. Fang Chun was shocked. You are the ancestor of the Ling family? Fang Chun asked tentatively. He didn't expect that the other party was really a trace of the Ling family ancestors' thought. This made Fang Chun very shocked. But soon he understood why the killing power that filled the entire valley couldn't affect this blue stone. Perhaps it was because of the Ling family ancestor. Yes, I'm the ancestor of the Ling family. However, I am ashamed to face the Ling family. It was clear that the voice of the Ling family's ancestor contained a tinge of shame. Senior, what's going on? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. It's a long story. Listen to me. The dark green light flickered as if responding to Fang Chun. Fang Chun nodded and listened quietly. I think the descendants of the Ling family should have told you how I came here, right? I want to talk about this. The Ling family ancestor said slowly, everything starts from Yunling. Fang Chun guessed that Yunling should be the true love of the Ling family ancestor, the powerful talisman puppet. Yunling, and I loved each other. We were childhood sweethearts and originally planned to become Dao companions. However, I let her down. In order to obtain the support of a powerful force, I chose my wife. After obtaining her family support, the Ling family was gradually established and then started to rise. For countless years, I've always felt guilty towards Yunling and missed her all the time. Until one day, my wife died of a serious illness. This made me even more determined to make it up to Yunling. After that, I settled the rising Ling family and wandered the world in search of Yunling. In the end, I found her here. The time we spent together was very beautiful. I also thought that the two of us would become a beautiful couple. However, I was wrong. I was very wrong. One day, I made an appointment with Yunling to create an ancient ruin here. We have been cultivating here and will not come out until we become world gods. At the same time, it will be convenient for the descendants of the Ling family to come here to find opportunities. However, just after we built the palace gate together, a sudden change occurred. Yunling plotted against me and destroyed my physical body. I risked my life to escape. She refined this valley into a space-type talisman and even used all her methods to severely injure my primordial spirit, causing my lifespan to come to an end. Only then did I know that she was with me and had been scheming to take revenge on me. I couldn't stand her harming the descendants of the Ling family, so I used the self-destruction of my primordial spirit to completely destroy the valley. At the same time, she was also severely injured. She dragged her injured body and refined the valley again. Because she consumed her origin, she fell into a deep sleep. All these years, I could see the descendants of the Ling family dying in the valley all the time. My heart ached. At this point, the dark green light kept shaking as if it would fall at any time. Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. He didn't expect things to be like this. Yunling's desire for revenge was too strong. Not only did she plot against the ancestor of the Ling family, but she also schemed to destroy all the descendants of the Ling family. Her vicious mind was shocking. The remnant consciousness of the Ling family ancestor remained on this blue stone, hoping that the descendants of the Ling family who entered the valley would come here one day. Sigh. The Ling family ancestor sighed, full of helplessness. Then, why do you need the heavenly dragon bloodline to enter this place? Fang Chun asked the question in his heart. The heavenly dragon bloodline? Chapter 2855. Fang Chun was stunned. The Ling family bloodline originated from the heavenly dragon bloodline? Speaking of which, the Ling family originally belonged to the heavenly dragon bloodline, said the Ling family ancestor. Fang Chun listened attentively as the Ling family ancestor slowly explained. After listening to the Ling family ancestor's explanation, Fang Chun finally understood. All his doubts had been solved, and the truth was revealed. The Ling family ancestor was once a member of the heavenly dragon bloodline, but for various reasons, he withdrew from the bloodline. After that, he wandered the world, raised his cultivation, and gradually became a powerhouse that everyone respected. At this time, the Ling family also emerged spontaneously. After that, with the support of the powerful force behind his wife, the Ling family quickly rose and completely established a foothold in the ancient chaos. No wonder. Fang Chun shook his head. When he first met Ling Shan, he felt a familiar aura in her body. He didn't expect things to be so complicated. At the same time, he could see that Yunling's thoughts were vicious. Not only did she want to destroy the Ling family, but she also wanted to destroy everyone or anything related to the Ling family. Fang Chun spread his hands. He couldn't say who was right and who was wrong. From Yunling's point of view, it was naturally the Ling family ancestor's fault. He first wronged Yunling, which caused the latter's personality to change greatly, resulting in a strong desire for revenge. From the Ling family ancestor's point of view, it was understandable. Everything was for survival, and there was no other choice. After hearing the Ling family ancestor's words, Fang Chun fell into silence. He didn't know what to say. The Ling family ancestor was only left with a trace of remnant consciousness, and he couldn't help him. If he wanted to escape danger, he still had to rely on himself. My remnant consciousness has been here for countless years, silently watching everything in the valley. I have seen many descendants of the Ling family, and even innocent members of the heavenly dragon bloodline, die in the hands of that vicious woman, Yunling. I am extremely regretful. The Ling family ancestor said in a deep voice, if given another chance, I will kill Yunling with my own hands. Hatred born from love, and madness born from hatred. Senior, do you know where Ling Shan went when she was swept away by that beam of light? Fang Chen asked. That light beam was personally set up by that evil woman, Yunling. Among the descendants of the Ling family, those with outstanding talent would be taken away by the light beam. She personally said that she would turn them into killing machines and then personally slaughter the Ling family. Fortunately, that evil woman is still asleep. In the battle back then, the primordial spirit of the Ling family's ancestor exploded. The power was so strong that the spatial talisman was almost destroyed. Yun Ling even exhausted her origin to barely repair the spatial talisman. However, she also fell into a deep sleep because of this. In other words, Ling Shan's life isn't in danger for now. Fang Chen asked, but once Yun Ling wakes up from her slumber, not only will Ling Shan be in danger, but the entire Ling family will suffer as well. The ancestor of the Ling clan said, Yun Ling has completely gone mad. If she wakes up, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering, so we have to stop her. Young friend, you have the bloodline of the heavenly dragon, so we can be considered to be of the same clan. Are you willing to help? Fang Chen fell into deep thought. In fact, he just wanted to escape from this place. He didn't want to be involved in the battle between the Ling family and Yun Ling. Spatial talismans are very mysterious. Without my help, you can't leave at all. The ancestor continued. Moreover, since you can come to this blue stone, you should know something about talismans. Yun Ling's talisman skills are superb. If you can obtain her talisman inheritance, your strength will definitely skyrocket. Fang Chen was really tempted by the ancestor's words. However, he also had his own worries. What if Yun Ling woke up during the process of receiving the talisman inheritance? Don't worry, I know what you're worried about. Yun Ling's origin foundation is damaged. It's impossible for her to wake up without an era, the ancestor said solemnly. Fang Chen knew that an era was 10 billion years. Furthermore, if you help me, I can give you a supreme treasure. The ancestor pondered for a moment before making a decision. This supreme treasure was originally intended to be left for the descendants of the Ling family. But now, I have no other choice. After waiting for so many years, someone has finally appeared. I can't miss this opportunity. The ancestor said solemnly, you have the chaotic origin sword body, and it has reached the pinnacle. If you can obtain this supreme treasure of mine, your chaotic origin sword body will have a huge chance of evolving into the primal chaos sword body. Hearing that, Fang Chen's heart stirred. He exclaimed in surprise, what supreme treasure? He subconsciously asked. After all, this supreme treasure was related to the evolution of his chaotic origin sword body into the primal chaos sword body. Even though Fang Chen was calm, he was still excited. Have you heard of the reincarnation sword shuttle? Fang Chen shook his head. The ancestor explained. The reincarnation sword shuttle is a space-type supreme treasure. It contains a strand of sword intent left behind by the reincarnation sword emperor. As long as a sword cultivator enters it, he would be able to experience 100 reincarnations. Every reincarnation would cause a huge change to the sword body. If one could experience 100 reincarnations in one go, the chances of the chaotic origin sword body evolving into the primal chaos sword body would be more than 50%. 50% was already high enough. If this supreme treasure were to be placed in the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and blood would flow like a river. Back then, when I was roaming the underworld, I accidentally discovered an inheritance left behind by the reincarnation sword emperor. Furthermore, I was fortunate enough to obtain the reincarnation sword shuttle. The ancestor said, what a pity. I have also entered the reincarnation sword shuttle, but failed in the end. I did not manage to pass through 100 reincarnations. In order to pass through 100 reincarnations, one had to be sufficiently monstrous in the sword Tao. If you agree, I can give you the reincarnation sword shuttle right now. The ancestor said. Fang Chen's mind was filled with complicated thoughts. He had heard of the reincarnation sword emperor before. He was an unparalleled expert from the antiquity era. Furthermore, he was one of the strongest experts in the immemorial primal chaos. Even the Sky One Sword Emperor was slightly inferior in front of him. After thinking about it, Fang Chen finally agreed to the Ling clan's request. Xiao, a black shuttle shot out from the dark green light. Fong Chen held it in his hand. Immediately, a mysterious sword chi escaped from it and drilled into his body. What a mysterious feeling. It's as though I am in the world of reincarnation. Fong Chen's face was filled with an excited smile. It seemed like this reincarnation sword shuttle was real. After dripping his blood on it, all the information about the reincarnation sword shuttle was imprinted into his mind. Fong Chen's face was filled with joy. He kept the reincarnation sword shuttle into his spatial ring before looking at the dark green light. At this moment, the dark green light seemed to have dimmed a lot and was about to dissipate. Fong Chen was a little puzzled. All these years, the reason why I was able to maintain this remnant of consciousness and wait for the successor to come here was all because of the reincarnation sword shuttle. Now that I have given you the reincarnation sword shuttle, I naturally can't hold on for too long. The ancestor of the Ling clan didn't waste any more time and told all the key points to Fong Chen. Listen, the place where Yun Ling is sleeping is under the ground in the center of the valley. You have to find a way to go underground. The ancestor of the Ling clan said, As for me, I will use this last remnant of consciousness to draw all the killing power of the space talisman to buy you time. The only problem now was how to enter the underground. How long can you draw it? Fong Chen asked. 3 seconds at most, the ancestor of the Ling clan said. After 3 seconds, his remnant consciousness would explode and completely disappear from this world. 3 seconds? Fong Chen murmured, thinking and calculating quickly in his mind. Soon, he nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, I am confident that I can break the talisman and go underground within 3 seconds. But don't worry about me. As long as you remember your promise to me, save the descendant of the Ling clan and destroy Yun Ling vicious plan, it will be the greatest respect for me, the ancestor of the Ling clan said bleakly. Remember, after going underground, don't release the aura of the talisman. Otherwise, it will cause trouble. The ancestor of the Ling clan exhorted. Lingshan is bound by the light beam. This is the way to break it. After you go in, save her first, and then give these things to her. A ray of light shot out of the dark green light and disappeared into Fong Chen's forehead. There was a way to break the light beam, as well as the inherited secret method left by the ancestor of the Ling clan. Young friend, everything depends on you. Chapter 2856. After everything was arranged properly, the dark green light suddenly began to shake, as if it would collapse at any time. At the same time, the last words of the Ling family ancestor were transmitted into Fong Chen's mind. Do it. The Ling family ancestor shouted in a low voice. The dark green light suddenly soared and then swept across the entire valley. Rumble. The deafening sound resounded through the sky. All the killing power of the space talisman was attracted by the Ling family ancestor. A huge amount of energy swept over and attacked the dark green light crazily. This is it. Fong Chen had been waiting for an opportunity. Finally, after a short wait, the opportunity came. The Ling family ancestor used his last bit of strength to pull the space talisman. A second later, Fong Chen jumped to the center of the valley. 2 seconds later, Fong Chen used the invincible sword principle as an attack. At the same time, he waved his hands and constantly patted every corner of the ground. Open. Fong Chen roared furiously, and a crack appeared on the ground from the force of his roar. Boom! The dark green light exploded. The last trace of the Ling family ancestor's consciousness completely disappeared. The space talisman returned to its original state. After sensing Fong Chen's aura, all the killing power blasted toward Fong Chen. At this critical moment, Fong Chen broke a flaw in the space treasury and drilled into the ground. Dong! Just as he disappeared, a wild, killing energy fiercely smashed into the ground, causing the entire mountain valley to tremble. Whoosh! The cold wind blew and rustled. Faint sounds of mourning could be heard in the air, as if the ancestors of the Ling family were repenting for their sins. Crack! After drilling into the ground, Fong Chen was completely free from the restraint of the space talisman. He sped up and kept diving. Finally, after diving for half an hour, he came to the bottom of the ground. Dong! Fong Chun landed on the dark ground. Suddenly, dust flew up. He looked around vigilantly. Voila! A flame appeared in his palm and lit up the dark ground. Over there, he immediately noticed Ling Shan, who was bound by a powerful beam of light, unable to move at all. Her pretty face was contorted as if she was in great pain. "I'm here to save you," Fong Chun called out softly. Then, with a leap, he arrived in front of the light beam. However, before he could approach the beam of light, he felt a resplendent power erupting from the beam of light and colliding with him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and blocked the beam attack, retreating a few steps. Wong! Around the beam of light, beams of lasers flickered and intertwined, surrounding the beam of light. What happened? Fong Chun frowned. When he first came down, there were no lasers. Why did it become like this now? After pondering for a moment, Fong Chun understood that it must be his aura that triggered the automatic protective consciousness of the light beam. He turned his head to look in other directions and suddenly discovered that there were many faintly discernible beams of light that formed a long line. And in those beams of light, there were many white skeletons that were particularly eye-catching. Ling Shan, who had fallen into despair, suddenly noticed some movement outside. Her eyes widened as she looked outside. Fong Chun. After seeing Fong Chun, Ling Shan's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement, her heart pounding. She actually came to save me? No one knew better than Ling Shan how dangerous this place was. However, a person she had only met a few times was risking so much to save her. Be careful. Just as he was thinking, the beams of light intertwined and forced Fong Chun back. She screamed hysterically, but unfortunately, her voice was blocked by the beam of light. Fong Chun couldn't hear her at all. Outside, Fong Chun was deep in thought. How could he break through the intertwining beams of light without hurting Ling Shan? Intertwining beams of light. Pull one hair, and the whole thing will be affected. Fong Chun pondered. If we use force to attack, unless we can destroy the laser or even the light beam, Ling Shan will die for sure if we make the slightest mistake. With Fong Chun's means, he could also perform the invincible sword principle with all his strength. However, he didn't want to take the risk easily. The intertwining beams of light seem chaotic, but in fact their operation is traceable. Fong Chun's dark eyes flickered and said in a deep voice, "This should be a small talisman method." Fong Chun shook his head and finally decided to break the beam of light with force. In terms of talisman methods, he didn't think that he could compare to Yunling or Sword chi circled around Fong Chun's body. The powerful sword will soar into the sky. Fong Chun held the hidden star sword and performed the fifth move of the invincible sword principle, which was also the strongest move so far. An illusory sword. When the hidden star sword was swung out, the whole space seemed to become distorted, and an extremely wild and hallucinatory aura instantly filled the air. At that moment, the operation of the intertwining beams of light seemed to have paused for a moment and fell into an illusion. Break! With Fong Chun's roar, the hidden star sword cooperated with its master and exerted its strongest power. The illusory sword turned the world into an illusion, and even the intertwining beams of light were powerless to resist. Crack! When the tip of the hidden star sword pierced the beam of light, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the beam of light shattered and the laser collapsed. Fong Chun jumped and appeared beside Ling Shan, then stretched out his hand, grabbed her slender waist, and took her to a safe place. Whoosh! The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Ling Shan didn't even have time to be shocked when she found that she was free. Ling Shan's beautiful eyes were full of shock, and she looked at Fong Chun blankly. She had never thought that Fong Chun's strength was so strong. The sword just now had been reverberating in her mind. It was too shocking and too powerful. With such swordsmanship, so what if it was young Master Song Shan? Now, Ling Shan finally understood why Fong Chun was so calm when facing young Master Song Shan. He was not afraid of young Master Song Shan at all. Genius! Ling Shan, who was gradually recovering, thought highly of Fong Chun. Life ancient realm cultivation but he could exert the strength of a star venerable. If he wasn't a genius, then what was? Thank you. Ling Shan cupped her fists and nodded slightly to Fang Chun to express her gratitude. Whoosh! Fang Chun flicked his finger, and all the things that the Ling family's ancestors asked him to give to Ling Shan were handed over. Ling Shan's delicate body trembled, and then her face was filled with disbelief. Inheritance? The more information she received, the more excited she became. In the end, she jumped up in excitement. Ling Shan suppressed her excitement and hurriedly asked, "How did you get the inheritance of my Ling family's ancestors? After you were swept away by the light beam, the murderous aura in the valley kept attacking me. I unintentionally hid on a blue stone and accidentally met a trace of your Ling family's ancestors' remnant soul. He told me the ins and outs of the matter and asked me to save you. As a trade, he gave me a supreme treasure." Fang Chun explained briefly. I see. Ling Shan was a little sad after hearing that. Her ancestor was so powerful, but in the end, he ended up like this. However, in her heart, she hated Yunling even more. Yunling, must be here. Let's look for her, Ling Shan said. She had completely accepted the inheritance of her ancestor and couldn't comprehend it in a short time. Instead of wasting time, it was better to find Yunling and ruin her plan. Okay, Fang Chun and Ling Shan split up and began to search. Master, I sense an extremely obscure aura in front of us. The hidden star sword suddenly said. Oh, Yunling, Fang Chun immediately let the hidden star sword lead the way, and he followed closely behind. Not long after, the star concealing sword brought him to a vast dark plain. He saw Yunling, who was in a deep sleep. In the wilderness, Yunling was sleeping. Around her, the powerful talisman power and the power of the heavenly law intertwined to form the strongest defense. What a strong defense! What a powerful technique! Seeing this scene, Fang Chun exclaimed. He didn't expect Yunling to have such a backup plan. Master, with our current strength, we can't break through Yunling's defense. The hidden star sword said, but our goal is to get the talisman inheritance and ruin her plan. You have a way? Fang Chun asked. Master, did you notice the stone platform on Yunling's arm? Chapter 28:57. After the hidden star sword's reminder, Fang Chun noticed that the place where Yunling was lying was very special. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a golden throne. Yunling was lying on the golden throne in a sitting posture. However, the throne showed signs of cracking, causing Yunling to lie directly on the ground. However, there was a square stone platform at the position of her arm. If my guess is correct, the dark green bead on the stone platform should be the heavenly talisman pearl, the hidden star sword said. Fang Chun was stunned. Soon after, he stared intently at the jade green bead on the stone platform. The bead looked ordinary and quietly placed on the stone platform, but in fact, it had been revolving at a high speed. Its revolving speed was so fast that its trajectory could not be seen with the naked eye. Around the bead, there was a faint talisman power spreading. I understand. Fang Chun was once a talisman master, so he quickly understood the mystery. Moreover, after the hidden star sword's reminder, he also confirmed that the dark green bead should be the legendary heavenly talisman pearl. What was the heavenly talisman pearl? Every talisman master would accumulate endless talisman power throughout their lifetime of cultivation. The strength of the talisman power also represented the strength of the talisman master. The heavenly talisman pearl was the treasure that every talisman master stored talisman power. This was recognized in the talisman master world. Talisman power was special and could not be stored in the body, so it could only be stored with the help of the heavenly talisman pearl. Only those who truly stood at the peak of the primordial chaos could store the power of talismans in their every move. You mean we only need to find a way to take out the heavenly talisman pearl, and we can complete the task? Fang Chun said. The heavenly talisman pearl must contain Yunling's talisman inheritance and her powerful talisman power. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, I found that the heavenly talisman pearl is the source of power supporting the defense of the talisman power around her. If the source of power was removed, the defense would naturally collapse. But if we attack forcefully, it will definitely not work. Feng Chun was a little worried. Actually, there's no need to attack forcefully. Master, you can try using the space-time escape technique, the hidden star sword reminded. Feng Chun touched his chin and quickly thought in his mind. Very soon, he came up with a plan that wasn't perfect. Feng Chun had already completely comprehended the space-time evasion art to this day. With a single thought, he could create tens of thousands of clones. Although the strength of each clone was not as strong as the main body, their battle prowess was at least comparable to the Star Ancient Realm. He could use the human wave tactic to attract the defensive power of the talisman, and then take the opportunity to penetrate the gap and enter. At the critical moment, I can also share the burden of my master. The hidden star sword said, "All right, it's settled then." Feng Chun nodded. No matter what, he had to try. What if he succeeded? The Ling family's ancestor had said that Yun Ling, Er's origin was damaged, and she would be in a deep sleep for at least an epoch. Thus, there was no need to worry about her waking up for the time being. After quickly adjusting his body, Feng Chun instantly condensed thousands upon thousands of clones with a thought. He pushed the space-time escape technique to the extreme, and all of his incarnations rushed toward the defense in front of Yunling. Crack! The first incarnation to arrive suffered the fiercest attack and was blasted away in the blink of an eye. The following incarnations came one after another. Because there were too many of them, the defensive power of the talisman was also a little weak. Buzz! After a long while, some cracks appeared in the fusion of the talisman power and the heavenly way power. Feng Chun seized the opportunity and controlled the 5 incarnations to rush toward the cracks, ready to enter the defense. Swoosh! When the 5 incarnations arrived, a stronger power suddenly emerged from the heavenly talisman pearl, and at the same time, the defensive power of the talisman power was greatly strengthened. Crack! 3 of the incarnations were instantly crushed. Invincible Sword Principle. It was the hidden star sword's turn to attack. It turned into a stream of light, carrying an unparalleled sword intent, and rushed toward the defense. In an instant, the hidden star sword attracted all the firepower of the talisman power, which also bought Feng Chun enough time. Going, the 2 incarnations successfully entered the defense. Heavenly Talisman Pearl. Feng Chun stared at the heavenly talisman pearl, and at the same time, controlled the 2 incarnations to quickly approach the heavenly talisman pearl. Crack! At this moment, there was a sudden change. Yin Linger's body emitted a powerful aura, and one of the incarnations was crushed. Oh no! Feng Chun cursed and forcibly controlled the last incarnation to grab the heavenly talisman pearl. However, just as he was about to succeed, a vast aura emerged again. The atmosphere within the defense was extremely oppressive, and the incarnation turned into nothingness inch by inch. Bang! Many incarnations were destroyed, and the power of the heavenly way and the talisman power merged again, perfect and flawless. Feng Chun sighed. His attempt this time had ended in failure. Buzz! The hidden star sword was hit by a powerful recoil, and the tip of the sword was inserted into the ground. The sword shook and let out a loud sword hum. Master! The hidden star sword said, Yinlinger used to be a talisman master after all. Even if she is asleep, the aura she naturally emits is not something we can resist. Yes, I underestimated the means of a talisman master. Feng Chun curled his lips and said, Fortunately, it's just an incarnation. If my original body rashly entered, I'm afraid I would have died. The more it was like this, the more anxious Feng Chun was. Yunlinger, who was in a deep sleep, emitted such a powerful aura. What she really woke up, it would definitely be a disaster. Feng Chun. In the distance, Lingshan quickly rushed over. She discovered the sleeping Yunlinger, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Don't be impulsive. The defense around her is too strong. Attacking rashly will only lead to death. Fang Chun reminded. Then what should we do? Ling Shan asked. Wait, I'll think of a way. Underground, in a hidden place, young Master Song Shan's pitch-black eyes had a hint of blood in them. He looked into the distance and took in Fang Chen's actions. Damn it! Young Master Song Shan clenched his fists and said coldly. He's just a life ancient realm cultivator. Once you get Yin Linger's heavenly talisman pearl, killing him will be as easy as flipping your hand. Moreover, you will have the chance to become an expert like your father. A voice sounded in young Master Song Shan's mind. I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, my father won't let you go. Young Master Song Shan said in a deep voice. He chased into the ruins and had a fierce battle with Fang Chun before fleeing. He was inadvertently attracted by a flickering light. He thought it was an inheritance treasure. Out of curiosity, he touched the flickering light with his palm. Who knew that there was an extremely evil Yuan spirit hidden in the flickering light? It instantly invaded his body, trying to devour his Yuan spirit and then take over his body. However, at the critical moment, the mark left by tribulation's supremacy evil in young Master Song Shan's body burst out and defeated the evil Yuan spirit. In the end, the evil Yuan spirit and young Master Song Shan reached an agreement. The two of them coexisted. It would help young Master Song Shan obtain Yun Linger's heavenly talisman pearl. After leaving, it would find someone else to possess and be reborn. Don't worry, you saw it yourself. Even though Yun Linger is asleep, the aura she releases is still so powerful. Who knows how many people will fight for her heavenly talisman pearl? The evil voice laughed. When do we make our move? Young Master Song Shan asked. Wait a bit. That guy is quite interesting. It won't be too late to make our move after he exhausts the defensive power of the talisman. What if he snatches the heavenly talisman pearl? Young Master Song Shan asked. He couldn't wait to kill Fang Chun. However, for the sake of the heavenly talisman pearl, he forcefully restrained himself. How can the heavenly talisman pearl be so easily obtained by him? The evil Yuan spirit disdainfully said, Don't worry. I'll definitely do what I promised you. The heavenly talisman pearl is yours. No one can take it away. As for what you promised me, I hope you won't forget it. While the evil Yuan spirit and young Master Song Shan were talking, Fang Chun and the hidden star sword launched several waves of attacks. However, they all ended in failure. However, although they failed, they gained some experience. In addition, with Ling Shan's help, Fang Chun felt that breaking the talisman defense was just around the corner. Chapter 2858. The best way to break through a talisman's defense was to break through its surface. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to be strong enough. Otherwise, it would be too difficult. At this stage, Fang Chun's biggest problem was the powerful aura emitted by Yun Linger. After countless years of accumulation, the talisman's defense had formed an aura as domineering as the way of the heavens. This aura had been there all year round, subconsciously protecting Yun Linger. As long as it sensed someone approaching, it would launch its most powerful attack to destroy the enemy. I wonder if the ice demon puppet will work. Fang Chun was a little hesitant. There was only one ice demon puppet. If it was damaged, the loss would be too great. Let's try one last time. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun nodded heavily. He told Ling Shan his plan. Ling Shan happily agreed and expressed that she would cooperate with Fang Chun in all aspects. Buzz. Ling Shan's Ling family bloodline was completely activated. At the same time, Fang Chen's Sky Dragon bloodline also emerged and merged with the Ling family bloodline, forming a fierce attack. Space-time escape technique. At the same time, Fang Chun used the space-time escape technique. With a thought, tens of thousands of incarnations appeared. Crack! The fusion of the two bloodlines rapidly consumed the power of the talisman's defense. The heavenly talisman pearl trembled continuously, providing an endless amount of energy. Tens of thousands of incarnations also rushed to the talisman's defense at this moment and bombarded it continuously. Whoosh! Fang Chun controlled his 5 avatars and arrived at the crack in the talisman's defense. The other 4 avatars risked being destroyed to protect the avatar that carried the Ice Fiend puppet and successfully entered the talisman's defense. Seeing this, Feng Chun was overjoyed. The heavenly talisman pearl trembled faster and faster, as if it was about to shatter. At the same time, the incarnations also felt a powerful attack. With a thought, Feng Chun released the ice demon puppet and fully activated it. There were enough energy stones to unleash the full power of the ice demon puppet. "You must block it," Feng Chun prayed in his heart. In the distance, when an evil primordial spirit saw the ice demon puppet, it panicked and said, "Quickly, disrupt his plan." Although young Master Songshan was very annoyed, he still made a move. He opened his mind, and the evil primordial spirit temporarily took over his body. It traveled through the void and arrived in front of the defensive talisman. "Go in." He had once fought with Yunling, so he was very clear about the defensive talismans. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the defensive talismans. "Not good," Feng Chun exclaimed. "Young Master Songshan?" Feng Chun's face was filled with rage, but he couldn't be distracted. The ice devil puppet resisted the powerful pressure and was on the verge of collapsing. His incarnation was nearing the heavenly talisman pearl. Faster. Feng Chun was extremely anxious, but young Master Mount Song still attacked the ice fiend puppet. "Break!" A furious voice came from young Master Song Shan's mouth. Soon after, he gathered all of his strength into a punch and bombarded the ice demonic puppet. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the ice fiend puppet instantly exploded. "It's over." Ling Shan's face was pale as she shook her head and mumbled to herself. "Poochie." Feng Chun spat out a mouthful of essence blood and circulated his strength to the extreme. He controlled his incarnation and arrived in front of the heavenly talisman pearl at lightning speed. As long as he picked up the heavenly talisman pearl, he wouldn't be afraid of the powerful aura emitted from Yunling. "The heavenly talisman pearl is mine." Young Master Songshan roared. He stomped his feet, causing the ground to tremble. Yunling, clothes fluttered in the wind as a vast power surged out. "Condense." Young Master Songshan raised his finger and a brilliant light flickered. He used his absolute strength to resist the powerful force in the void for a short period of time. Whoosh! Young Master Songshan coldly looked at Feng Chun's incarnation. Then he flicked his finger and a brilliant light shot out. Retrieve. At the critical moment, Feng Chun's incarnation grabbed the heavenly talisman pearl. It was also at this moment that the brilliant light rushed over with boundless power. With a crack, Feng Chun's incarnation collapsed, and the heavenly talisman pearl floated in the air. Crack! Without the support of the heavenly talisman pearl, the talisman defense was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without the obstruction of the talisman defense, Feng Chun stomped his feet and rushed towards the heavenly talisman pearl. "The heavenly talisman pearl is mine." Young Master Songshan grinned and grabbed the heavenly talisman pearl. Invincible Sword Dao. An illusory sword was unleashed. The hidden star sword descended from the sky and slashed at the place where young Master Songshan had to pass. Feng Chun used the stellar transposition and arrived in front of the heavenly talisman pearl in an instant. He grabbed the heavenly talisman pearl in his hand. Buzz! At this moment, the entire ground seemed to revolve around him. The powerful talisman energy in the air endlessly drilled into the heavenly talisman pearl. Feng Chun stood on the ground with the hidden star sword in his hand. Cold killing intent filled the air as he stared at young Master Songshan. "Today you must die." After saying that, Feng Chun used the invincible Sword Dao. Sword after sword, like a stormy sea, surged over violently. "Let's go." Feng Chun's attack power was beyond young Master Songshan's tolerance. The evil primordial spirit was restricted and couldn't provide much help. "Let's go." Although he was unwilling, young Master Songshan still made the decision. He threw a punch at Feng Chun and quickly retreated. "You can't escape." Feng Chun chased after him with the hidden star sword. After a long while, Feng Chun helplessly returned to the place where Yunlinger was sleeping. "Where's young Master Songshan?" Ling Shan asked. "I chopped off his arms, but he escaped," Fong Chun said, "There's an evil primordial spirit in his body. Otherwise, he would have died." Although young Master Song Shan wasn't a threat, his escape was still unfavorable to Fong Chun. Once he spread the news that he had the heavenly talisman pearl, the evil tribulation supremacy would definitely attack him. Forget it. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Fong Chun shook his head and looked at the sleeping Yinlinger. It could be seen that Yinlinger was definitely a great beauty and a femme fatale. What about her? Lingshan was ready to kill Yinlinger, but she was stopped by Fong Chun. Not to mention other things, with Lingshan's current strength, it was impossible to kill Yinlinger. Yinlinger is sleeping, but she's a peerless powerhouse after all. With our strength, it's impossible to break her defense. Fong Chun said, "Let me try and see if I could take her into Immortal Cave Mountain." Fong Chun communicated with Immortal Cave Mountain briefly and then began a try. Immortal Cave Mountain opened, and a powerful suction force enveloped Yinlinger. Buzz! Yinlinger's body didn't move at all. No way. Fong Chun's eyes widened. Even Immortal Cave Mountain couldn't suck her away. Wasn't this too terrifying? Master, use the Heavenly Talisman Pearl. The Hidden Star Sword reminded. The Heavenly Talisman Pearl was Yinlinger's pearl of life, and it was closely related to her. Hearing this, Fong Chun's eyes turned, and he quickly took out the Heavenly Talisman Pearl and then activated it. Traces of talisman power emerged from the Heavenly Talisman Pearl. When the talisman power came into contact with Yinlinger's body, the latter underwent a slight change. "Her body is moving," Lingshan exclaimed. Did it work? Fong Chun was overjoyed. Under his gaze, Yinlinger entered Immortal Cave Mountain. Fong Chun hurriedly looked inside Immortal Cave Mountain and found that Yinlinger was still sleeping. Phew! After safely taking Yinlinger into Immortal Cave Mountain, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis here was finally resolved, but he still didn't know how to deal with Yinlinger. Forget it. Let's not think so much. Let's take it one step at a time. Fong Chun said. "We should leave too," Lingshan whispered. In the depths of Nishua City, a bloody light soared into the sky. Young Master Song Shan was seriously injured, and blood was all over his body. His arms were cut off, and he was in a very sorry state. "I will definitely take revenge for this." Young Master Song Shan subconsciously wanted to contact the Tribulation Lord, but he was stopped by the evil spirit. He used his powerful divine sense to interfere with young Master Song Shan, so that he couldn't send a message. Possession. Taking advantage of young Master Song Shan's injury, the evil spirit launched a new round of possession, and this time it succeeded easily. A moment later, young Master Song Shan stood up, and his body was domineering. "If it weren't for your father, I would have devoured your spirit." The evil spirit only suppressed young Master Song Shan's spirit in the corner of his mind and didn't completely destroy it. Chapter 2859. In the underground wasteland, Fong Chun looked down at the broken ice demon puppet, feeling a little pained. This was his strongest trump card. As long as there was enough energy, it could explode with amazing power. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Yinlinger's aura. I wonder if it could be repaired? Fong Chun was unwilling to give up. He stored the broken ice demon puppet in Dark Cave Mountain. Perhaps one day, he would meet a powerful blacksmith who could repair it for him. After doing all this, Fong Chun brought Lingshan back to the surface. 1. Without the support of the Heavenly Talisman Orb, the Space Talisman had completely stopped working. Ancestor. Lingshan bowed deeply in the direction of Qin Shi. Her heart was very sad. She thought that her ancestor had found his true love, but who would have thought that he would be harmed by it in the end? Rest in peace, Lingshan said softly. When Fong Chun and her left the valley, they appeared in front of the palace gate. With a thought, Fong Chun placed the spatial talisman into his pouch. This was a good item. Then, the two returned to Nishua City. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Fong Chun looked up at the twinkling stars and sighed. This trip to the ruins was very rewarding, but also experienced a lot. Are you okay? Seeing that Lingshan's mood was a little off, Fong Chun asked. I'm fine. Ling Shan's face changed as soon as she said that. What's wrong? Ling Shan's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. She was very angry. Young Master Song Shan led his men and completely destroyed our Ling family's mansion in Nishua City. What? Fang Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect young Master Song Shan to recover so quickly. He also said that our Ling family intended to invade Nishua City and is a sinner of Nishua City. Ling Shan said in a low voice, and he also ordered a search for us. Let's leave here first. Fang Chen pulled Ling Shan and disappeared into the darkness. The current Nishua City was bustling with activity. The destruction of the Ling family was a great blow to everyone. On this day, Bu Tian leisurely came to Nishua City. That old man is so cruel. He actually made me come to the Nile continent, Bu Tian said reluctantly. He knew the dangers of the Nile continent better than anyone else. When the old man learned that Ancestor Han had sent Fang Chen to the Nile continent, he immediately decided to let him come here to train himself and meet up with Fang Chen. I wonder where that guy is. After Bu Tian entered Nishua City, he found someone to inquire about Fang Chen's whereabouts. However, it was to no avail. There are two possibilities. First, Fang Chen didn't come to Nishua City at all. Secondly, he did not cause any big commotion when he came, so no one knew about it. Bu Tian slowly said. At night, Bu Tian found a secluded courtyard to rest. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Bu Tian opened his eyes. His face was overjoyed. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. Brother Fang, are you really in Nishua City? Brother Bu Tian, why did you come in Nishua City? Fang Chen asked. Bu Tian briefly explained, and then asked Fang Chen. After learning that the latter had broken up with young Master Song Shan, he was secretly speechless. This guy was not honest anywhere. He had just come to the Nile continent, but he had already offended young Master Song Shan of Nishua City, and it was the kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. Don't you know that guy's father is the Tribulation Lord of Evil? Brother Bu Tian, young Master Song Shan, is looking for me all over the city. It's not convenient for me to show up. I came to you today because I have something to discuss with you. Fang Chen transmitted his voice. He was an ancestor-level powerhouse in the Tao of time and space. His concealment methods were even more unfathomable. As long as he was careful, no one would be able to find him. You have offended young Master Song Shan. Why don't you leave Nishua City quickly? Bu Tian asked. Fang Chen was not surprised that he could find him. After all, the latter's primordial spirit had reached the emperor level. He was an out-and-out freak. I want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Fang Chen transmitted his voice. When Bu Tian heard this, he was instantly stunned. After a long time, he recovered and asked again, Are you sure you want to kill young Master Song Shan? That guy's father is the Tribulation Lord of Evil who is famous in the Nile continent. As long as our hands and feet are clean, even the Tribulation Lord of Evil won't be able to find any clues. Besides, the Nile continent is so vast. After killing him, we can escape Nishua City and go to other places to cultivate. Fang Chen said. He was waiting for Bu Tian's reply. If Bu Tian was willing to join forces with him, they could definitely kill young Master Song Shan without anyone knowing. Bu Tian's eyes flashed with a complicated light, recalling what his master had said to him. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Since Brother Fang wants to be crazy, then I, Bu Tian, will accompany you this time. There was still madness hidden in Bu Tian's bones. Okay, thank you, Brother Bu Tian. Fang Chen thanked him. I will go back and prepare first. When the time is right, I will inform Brother Bu Tian. What do I need to do? Bu Tian asked. Young Master Song Shan was different from ordinary people. If they wanted to kill him, they had to be well prepared. Otherwise, if they left any clues, they would definitely be discovered by the Tribulation Lord of Evil. Brother Bu Tian, carefully inquire about where young Master Song Shan appears in the next few days. If you can sneak into his mansion, that would be the best. Fang Chen said. Okay, no problem. Nishua City, a hidden place. Fang Chen and Ling Shan looked at each other. The latter's face was full of complicated expressions. Are you sure you want to kill young Master Song Shan? Ling Shan asked in disbelief. Fang Chen nodded. You don't need to get involved. I will send you out of Nishua City. Quickly contact the Ling family's experts to escort you back to the Ling family territory. Ling Shan had just received the inheritance of the Ling family's ancestor and was the hope of the Ling family's rise again. He had promised the Ling family's ancestor to protect Ling Shan's safety. Naturally, he didn't want her to get involved. Ling Shan shook her head and stubbornly said, I can stay and help you. You can't help me. Fang Chen's attitude was very tough. In the end, Ling Shan compromised. Fang Chen sent Ling Shan out of Nishua City that very night. The latter disappeared into the darkness. Fang Chen believed that as long as Ling Shan left Nishua City, she could return to the Ling family territory alive. At that time, even the evil tribulation supremacy wouldn't be able to kill her. After sending Ling Shan away, Fang Chen began to wait for an opportunity. In a mansion where young Master Song Shan was staying, the lights were bright. Bang! A heavy sound came from the study, followed by young Master Song Shan's anger. Trash, a bunch of trash. How big is Nishua City? You can't even find two people? Young Master Song Shan cursed. Young Master, we're already doing our best. The servant whispered. I don't care. If they are alive, I want to see them. If they are dead, I want to see their corpses. Young Master Song Shan said coldly. Also, capture 10,000 ancient gods and send them to my mansion. Yes, young master. After the servant left, a gloomy expression appeared on young Master Song Shan's face. It's useless even if you resist. I've already cut off your connection with the outside world. Don't think that your father will come to save you. As long as your primordial spirit is still here, your father won't know that you have been suppressed by me. The evil voice said disdainfully. At the same time, he patted his sleeves, and a palm-sized, pure-blooded beast cub appeared. When the pure-blooded beast cub saw young Master Song Shan, it roared angrily and bared its fangs. Slap! Young Master Song Shan slapped the pure-blooded beast cub away. A monster dares to point fingers in front of me? While occupying young Master Song Shan's primordial spirit, the evil primordial spirit found the pure-blooded beast cub and was secretly delighted. You will definitely not be buried by following me. When you become the king of beasts, you will be grateful to me. The evil primordial spirit said coldly, and then put away the pure-blooded beast cub. He looked at the dark, starry sky through the window. Just wait. One day in the future, I will definitely dominate the world again with a strong stance and shock the world. The evil primordial spirit said. Given time, he would definitely recover to his peak. At that time, not to mention the evil tribulation supremacy, even if all the experts of the Nile continent were to join forces, they would still not be his opponent. But now he had just been reborn and his strength was too weak. He needed a long time to recuperate and heal. Therefore, he would not act rashly. I must get the heavenly talisman pearl. Young Master Song Shan clenched his fists, his eyes burning. Chapter 2860. Young Master Song Shan's cultivation was only at the Star Venerable realm. If Fang Chen attacked with all his strength, he could also kill him. However, it would cause a big commotion and be discovered by young Master Song Shan's subordinates. Therefore, he chose to join forces with Butian. Butian attacked first, using his powerful strength to restrain young Master Song Shan. Then, Fang Chen used an illusory sword to break young Master Song Shan's armor defense. At this moment, the Ice Demon Puppet appeared. Although Fang Chen's Ice Demon Puppet was damaged, Butian's was intact. Crack! At that moment, the pressure that the Ice Fiend Puppet exuded was in no way weaker than young Master Song Shan's. It suddenly threw out a punch that froze space. Young Master Song Shan was sent flying by the punch. The sound of bones breaking came from his body. The power of the Ice Demon Puppet was too strong, completely crushing young Master Song Shan. Damn it! As death approached, young Master Song Shan could not care less. He waved his hand, and his body instantly shattered. Two primordial spirits floated in the sky. The evil primordial spirit sneered, and threw the suppressed primordial spirit of young Master Song Shan at Fang Chen. Whoosh! The illusory sword was used again, and it split open young Master Songshan's primordial spirit. At the same time, the ice demon puppet and Butian completely surrounded the evil primordial spirit. No, the evil primordial spirit let out a miserable cry. He wanted to resist, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he was killed by the ice demon puppet, and his primordial spirit was completely shattered. Let's go. Fang Chun pulled Butian and disappeared into the void in a flash. He pushed the space-time doctrine to the extreme, and his body flew rapidly like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the defense line of Nishua City and left the city. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended from the sky above Nishua City. A terrifying aura swept out. Many warriors who were sleeping felt tremors, and their eyes widened as they looked at the sky. In the dark sky, a huge head loomed, and an angry aura filled the earth. My son, as the voice fell, many warriors felt their primordial spirits tremble, as if they were about to shatter. It's the incarnation of tribulation, Lord Evil Crossing. Why would he come to Nishua City? Not good. Could it be that young Master Songshan has fallen? That must be it. Otherwise, why would tribulation supremacy be here? It's over. Nishua City is going to suffer. In the distance, many cultivators looked at the huge head in the sky with fear, their hearts trembling. They recognized the incarnation of Tribulation Master Evil Crossing and were terrified. Young Master Songshan was the only son of the Tribulation Supremacy. He doted on young Master Songshan very much. The latter's death would definitely cause him to be furious. The huge head released a powerful divine sense that enveloped the entire courtyard. Illusions, swordsmanship, frost aura, and evil aura. The huge head said in a low voice. His divine sense spread out and enveloped the territory within a radius of 10,000 miles around Nishua City, but he did not find any clues. No matter who it is, I want you to pay the price. As it spoke, the huge head opened its mouth, and scorching flames crawled down, instantly turning Nishua City into a sea of fire. Countless cultivators screamed miserably. They desperately fled out of Nishua City, but as soon as they got close to the city gate, their bodies would be torn apart. This scene shocked everyone. Does God want to destroy my Nishua City? Tribulation supremacy. Aren't you afraid of God's wrath for such a large-scale massacre? I don't want to die. I want to go out. That night, countless miserable screams came from Nishua City. The huge head looked down. The sea of fire enveloped Nishua City, and the miserable screams were getting smaller and smaller. Powerful resentment gathered in the sky above Nishua City, wanting to ask for an explanation from Tribulation Supremacy. But the latter opened his mouth, and a terrifying suction force came and directly swallowed these resentment. You lowly people, all of you will be buried with my son. In his eyes, the entire Nishua City was not enough to exchange for the life of his son, young Master Songshan. Illusory Sword Lord, I hope you can give me an explanation. After a long while, Nishua City had been completely turned into ashes in the huge sea of fire and was removed from the Nile continent. Tribulation Supremacy said softly, and then his incarnation dissipated. Judging from the aura left behind at the scene, Tribulation Supremacy believed that the murderer of his son was most likely related to Illusory Sword Lord. Because in the vast Nile continent, only Illusory Sword Lord cultivated both the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Illusion, and his bloodline power was very evil and overbearing. Combining all kinds of clues, he was going to find Illusory Sword Lord to ask for an explanation. In a barren land in the Nile continent, Fang Chun and Butian leaned against a blue stone, gasping for breath. Tribulation Supremacy's incarnation came so quickly. Butian couldn't help but sigh. Tribulation Supremacy was a Tribulation Supremacy, and his strength was so powerful that he could cover the sky with one hand. He was one of the most powerful people in the Nile continent, and even in the outside world, he could become the master of sect. At least, even if Ancestor Han of the ancient cold sect came in person, he couldn't do anything to Tribulation Supremacy. For such a powerhouse, Killing the two of them would be as easy as flipping his hand. Brother Fong, I was scared to death just now. When Tribulation Supremacy's incarnation appeared, I thought we would be discovered. Recalling the frightening moment just now, Butian admired Fong Chun even more. How did you do it? How did you completely hide your body? And even Tribulation Supremacy couldn't find you. Butian asked curiously. Fong Chun smiled slightly and didn't say anything. When it came to escaping and hiding, no one dared to say they were the best when it came to space-time. Although there was a big gap between his cultivation and Tribulation Supremacies, his achievements in space-time were unparalleled. Not long ago, he had a flash of inspiration and pushed space-time to a higher level, so he also comprehended a very powerful concealment secret technique. It was this concealment secret technique that allowed him to avoid Tribulation Supremacy's search. Forget it, I won't ask. Seeing that Fong Chun was silent, Butian shook his head and said. Suddenly, Fong Chun raised his head, looked at Butian, and said seriously, Brother Butian, to tell you the truth, I'm a successor of space-time, and the concealment secret technique I just used is a space-time secret technique. Chapter 2861. The second largest city on the Nile continent was Illusory Sword City. Lil 1. In fact, this city was not as large as Nishua City, but the reason why it could become the second largest city was entirely because of Illusory Sword Lord. Illusory Sword Lord cultivated both sword principle and illusion principle, and the combination of the two made his attack power incredible. Although they were both Tribulation Supremacies, Tribulation Supremacy did not dare to provoke Illusory Sword Lord without special circumstances. It was only because his only son, young Master Song Shan, died that Tribulation Supremacy was so angry. Tribulation Supremacy, what are you doing here? Illusory Sword Lord asked in a deep voice. Lord of the Illusory Sword, my son was killed in Nishua City. I sensed the way of the sword and the way of the illusion at the scene, as well as an evil aura. Let me ask you, other than the descendant of the Lord of the Illusory Sword, who else on the Nile continent can possess these three auras at the same time and dare to attack my son? Everyone knew that young Master Songshan was the only son of Tribulation Supremacy. Even Saint Venerables did not dare to kill young Master Songshan. After such a thing happened, Tribulation Supremacy's only suspect was Illusory Sword Lord. Are you suspecting me? Illusory Sword Lord frowned. After my son died, I rushed there immediately, but I did not find the murderer, Tribulation Supremacy said. Illusory Sword Lord shook his head. Your son's death has nothing to do with my Illusory Sword City. Give me a reason, Tribulation Supremacy said sternly. There is no reason. Then let's fight. On this day, according to the warriors who saw everything with their own eyes, there was a burst of colorful light in the sky, and a vast power fell down as if the whole sky was about to sink. The power was so strong that the whole Illusory Sword City was shaking. If Illusory Sword Lord had not covered the city with his illusion, the power of the battle alone would have been enough to completely raze the Illusory Sword City to the ground. As for the final result, no one knew. They only knew that the battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, Illusory Sword Lord returned to Illusory Sword City, and Tribulation Supremacy disappeared. News of this battle quickly spread throughout the Nile continent and caused a great sensation. Even Fong Chun and Butian, who were far away, received the news. Tribulation, Lord, Demonic Tribulation, and Illusory Sword Master fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Butian's eyes widened, and he was tongue-tied. Has the Tribulation Master gone mad? He actually dares to fight the Illusory Sword Lord? Butian couldn't believe it and kept shaking his head. Although the Illusory Sword Lord was at the same level as the Tribulation Master Evil Crossing, his strength was a notch higher. The Lord of the Illusory Sword was vaguely known as the strongest person on the Nile continent. It should be related to young Master Song Shan's death. Fong Chun muttered, I used my swordsmanship, and you used the Ice Fiend puppet. There was also the aura of the evil essence soul left at the scene. The combination of the three reminded Transcendence, evil tribulation, lord of the illusory sword. Hearing this, Bution pondered and said, "Indeed, in the entire Nile continent, I'm afraid only the illusory sword city dares to kill young Master Songshan so blatantly, right? Ha, what a pity. The tribulation master, Evil Crossing, never dreamed that it was the two of us who killed his son." Bution grinned. In the process of teaming up with Fong Chun, his heart was in turmoil. He was incomparably shocked. It had only been a short time since they parted on the Luo Bing continent, and Fong Chen's strength had grown to such a level. It was too incredible. This also confirmed his master's words. Fong Chun was extraordinary and would definitely be famous in the ancient chaos in the future. Thinking of this, Bution's heart was full of emotions. "Brother Fong, what should we do next?" Bution asked. The Nile continent was vast, and there were endless battles and opportunities here. Ancestor Han asked Fong Chun to come here for two reasons. One was to hone his cultivation, and the other was to distract the attention of the outside world. Now, as soon as he came to the Nile continent, he killed young Master Songshan. He had completely formed an irreconcilable hatred with the Tribulation Master, Evil Crossing. "Let's go to the Nether Moon City," Fong Chun said. "Okay." Bution didn't even think about it and directly nodded. "Brother Fong, have you ever thought about establishing your own force and dominating the Nile continent?" Suddenly, Bution asked. Fong Chun froze for a moment, then shook his head and continued to move forward. Looking at Fong Chen's back in the wilderness, Bution chuckled and quickly caught up with him. "My master once said that a warrior who doesn't want to be an overlord isn't a qualified warrior. Since ancient times, which peerless powerhouse wasn't the leader of a region. With a single command, their subordinates could overturn one force after another." Bution continued. "Even the strongest martial artist would need some helpers. The Nile continent was extremely chaotic, and many forces were involved." Bution's heart moved slightly, and he had such a bold idea. Establishing a force is not something that can be done overnight. We could do it secretly. First, we can control some small sect, and then gradually develop. Bution said, "One day, when our force grows to the point where we can compete with the Tribulation Supremacy, we can announce it to the world. At that time, we could be considered one of the overlords of the Nile continent. Let's improve our cultivation first." Fong Chun shook his head. He didn't think too much about it for now. Looking at the Nile continent, the overlords of many forces were basically Saint Venerables or Tribulation Supremacies. As for him and Bution, they were at most equivalent to Star Venerables. It would be difficult to deal with powerful Star Venerables. Thinking about this now seemed a little too far away. The Ling family was an overlord of the southwest of the ancient chaos. They had 180 continents under their command, and their strength was at least twice as strong as the ancient cold sect. The Ling family was once one of the most glorious and powerful families, and they had a deep foundation. Even if they had declined now, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Ling family was still the absolute overlord of this area. Since the Ling family branch in the Nile continent was destroyed, the Ling family had been worried about Lingshan's safety. However, a few months ago, Lingshan had successfully returned, which made the Ling family members breathe a sigh of relief. The garden was lush and verdant. Lingshan, who was dressed in black, sat by the pond, looking at the fish swimming freely in the water. "I wonder how Fong Chun is doing," Lingshan murmured. Lingshan murmured, her mind filled with images of Fong Chun. "Shan-er." Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. Without turning around, she knew it was her father, the current head of the Ling family. "Father," Lingshan greeted. Chapter 2862. Every time he cultivated in the reincarnation sword shuttle, he could feel that he had benefited a lot. Moreover, every time he came out of the reincarnation sword shuttle, he could clearly feel that his understanding of the sword principle had improved sharply. However, what troubled Fong Chun was that he had not been able to pass the first reincarnation. The sword reincarnation was different from other reincarnations. If he wanted to pass it, He had to rely on his powerful understanding of the sword principle and his skills. However, although he failed every time, his invincible sword principle was getting more and more powerful. After comprehending something in the reincarnation sword shuttle, Fang Chun recondensed the first 5 moves of the invincible sword principle, and their power increased by 10%. On the way to Nethermoon City, Fang Chun and Bu Tian were not in a hurry. They cultivated as they traveled. Bu Tian became more and more interested in the way of time and space. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. He claimed to be a genius, but he still only knew a little about it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Finally, they approached the territory of Nethermoon City. Legend has it that the Lord of Nethermoon City is a beautiful woman, Bu Tian said with a smile. I don't know if the rumor is true or not. Maybe she's a vicious woman. Fang Chun walked in front and shook his head. Among the 5 tribulation masters of the Nile continent, the Lord of Nethermoon City was ranked in the top 3, which was enough to show how powerful she was. There were many different legends about the Lord of Nethermoon City. The most credible one was that the Lord of Nethermoon City came from the remote, chaotic void. She had an underworld shadow body and obtained the inheritance of an ancient, powerful figure on the Nile continent. Bu Tian talked to Fang Chun, but the latter ignored him. This made him a little confused. He looked up and saw that the latter had stopped and seemed to be a little serious. Brother Fang, what's wrong? Bu Tian asked hurriedly. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was full of shock. He looked inside Mount Dongming and suddenly found that in the spacious space, a palm-sized demonic beast was running around randomly. What's this? Fang Chun was very puzzled. He knew everything about Dark Cave Mountain like the back of his hand, but he couldn't understand how this little guy had appeared. Fang Chun tried to communicate with the pure-blooded beast cub, but was met with a frantic counterattack. With no other choice, Fang Chun could only use Cave Tomb Mountain to suppress the pure-blooded beast cubs. Brother Bu Tian, do you recognize this item? Fang Chun opened the Dark Cave Mountain and pointed at the suppressed pure-blooded beast cub for Bu Tian to see. Unlike demonic beasts, the blood and qi in their bodies are very vigorous. As he spoke, Bu Tian's eyes widened and his heartbeat accelerated. Brother Fang, you're rich. What's going on? Bu Tian's sudden surprise made Fang Chun a little confused. Do you know about the pure-blooded demonic beasts from the ancient times? Bu Tian asked. Don't tell me you're saying that it's a pure-blooded demon beast from the ancient times? Fang Chun had naturally heard that pure-blooded demon beasts had gone extinct after the Battle of the Gods in ancient times. Now, they only existed in legends. Bu Tian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, No, to be exact, it should be a descendant of a pure-blooded demon beast from the ancient times. A pure-blooded beast cub? Fang Chen's head heated up as he stared at the little fellow. Are you sure? Bu Tian carefully observed the little fellow and nodded heavily after a moment. I once followed my master and was fortunate enough to see a dead pure-blooded beast cub. It was about the same size, and most importantly, the blood and qi in their bodies were exactly the same. Fang Chun was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to imagine that he actually had a pure-blooded beast cub. I've really hit the jackpot. It's said that after a pure-blooded beast cub reaches adulthood, its strength is comparable to a tribulation supremacy. With a little training, it can become a world deity. Bu Tian sighed. In the ancient times, humans and demonic beasts coexisted. Only pure-blooded demonic beasts could be on equal footing with the strongest humans. The blood of pure-blooded demonic beasts was priceless. Simply put, the poisonous calamity divine pill was precious enough. But compared to the blood of pure-blooded demonic beasts, it was simply trash. Hoo-hoo! Fang Chen's breathing quickened as he stared at the pure-blooded beast cub. The latter raised its head and flaunted, as if to tell Fang Chun how powerful it was. Little fellow. Fang Chun slapped the pure-blooded beast cub's head and immediately enveloped it with his powerful divine sense. Soon, he obtained a lot of information from it. This is fate. Young Master Song Shan went through a lot of hardships and didn't hesitate to kill countless people to capture ancient god cultivators in Nishua City so that the pure-blooded beast cub could absorb their strength and grow. But in the end, I accidentally obtained it. Fang Chun felt like laughing. When he destroyed young Master Song Shan's body, the latter was automatically taken away by Cave Dark Mountain. Brother Fong, the pure-blooded beast cub is very important. You can't let others know about it. Bu Tian warned, especially Tribulation Supremacy Duxie. If he knows that you have the pure-blooded beast cub, he will definitely know that you are the murderer. Fang Chen nodded. Cave Dark Mountain was a spatial treasure personally refined by the great emperor of cave ruins. Although its grade wasn't high, it contained a trace of the great emperor of cave ruins' aura and could isolate all auras. The pure-blooded beast cub was safest in Cave Dark Mountain. Whoosh! Crazy flames soared into the sky, and a figure walked out of the sea of fire. The flames spread throughout Cave Dark Mountain, and the pure-blooded beast cub was also affected. It roared and pounced at Xiaohua. Scram! Xiaohua subconsciously punched out, and the flaming fist hit the pure-blooded beast cub. He thought that he could send it flying, but he didn't expect it to be safe and sound after taking his punch. Xiaohua was a little surprised. At this moment, Fang Chun walked over. Big brother, is this your new little brother? Xiaohua asked innocently. Fang Chun gently patted Xiaohua's head and said with a smile, "You can say so." Xiaohua, how's your cultivation recently? Big brother, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and the fire seed in my body is stagnant. Speaking of cultivation, Xiaohua was a little depressed. Don't be depressed. You're still young. I believe that one day you will stand at the top of the primordial chaos. Fang Chan said, when we go to Nethermoon City, I will buy you some fire-type treasures for you to cultivate. Thank you, big brother. Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. Little guy, have a taste of my flames. Not long after, Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub got along well. Fang Chun quietly left Cave Dark Mountain and continued forward with Butian. Brother Fang, my admiration for you is like the water of the Yellow River. Stop, stop, stop. When did you learn to be so glib? Fang Chen couldn't stand Butian anymore. I mean it. In my heart, you are the strongest prodigy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you are the strongest ancient god, Butian said seriously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew and the sky changed. A cold voice was heard. A firefly dares to say that you are the strongest ancient god? What a joke. Fang Chun and Butian looked in the direction of the voice. In the void, not far away, a beautiful woman in purple walked over. She had a strong aura on her body. Who are you? What does my brother have to do with you? Butian curled his lips and said, Besides, I don't think I am wrong. My brother is the strongest ancient god. You are a frog at the bottom of the well. The primordial chaos is so big. With the passing of eras, experts have emerged in large numbers. You dare to say that you are the strongest at a certain level? The woman in purple said coldly with a cold expression. You're talking nonsense. Slap. As soon as Butian finished speaking, he was sent flying by a slap from the woman in purple. It hurt so much. Butian quickly got up and looked at the woman in purple with anger. Fang Chun pulled Butian's clothes gently and looked at the woman in purple in the void. Senior, we are just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Since ancient times, experts have emerged in large numbers. I naturally don't dare to say that I am the strongest ancient god. Fang Chen's words made the purple-clothed woman's expression soften. You're not bad. It is a pity that you are far from being the strongest ancient god. I know a few ancient gods. I am afraid you can't even defeat them. The woman in purple shook her head and disappeared into the void. Brother Fang, why didn't you let me take action? This woman is too much. Brother Butian, do you know who that woman is? Fang Chen asked. Who else could it be? It can't be the master of Bright Moon City, right? Butian curled his lips and said. Fang Chen nodded. You don't say. She could really be the master of Bright Moon City. It can't be. Is the master of Bright Moon City so bored that she would argue with us about who is the strongest ancient god? Chapter 2863. Looking from afar, Nethermoon City was magnificent and prosperous. Nethermoon City, we've finally arrived. Butian laughed out loud. Along the way, he had been worried about being tracked by Tribulation Master Xie, so he walked carefully. Arriving at Nethermoon City, he could finally relax completely. Let's go in. After Fong Chun finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards Nethermoon City. However, at this moment, Butian called out to him. Fong Chun turned his head with some doubts and suddenly found that Butian was rushing towards the wasteland not far away. Brother Butian, what's wrong? Fong Chun asked. Butian's face was gloomy, his dark eyes staring at the front of the wasteland, and murmured, I just saw an acquaintance. An acquaintance? Brother Fong, you go to Nethermoon City first. I'll find you later. After saying that, without giving Fong Chun any chance to ask, his figure flashed and disappeared from the wasteland. Although he was very puzzled, Fong Chun still turned and entered Nethermoon City. On the wide street, people came and went, and there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Looking at the bustling street, Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. Nethermoon City was indeed worthy of being called Nethermoon City. Even the Ice King city of Luo Bing continent couldn't compare with this level of prosperity. Suddenly, the cultivators on the street rushed forward. Fong Chun was a little curious, so he stopped a cultivator and asked, Little brother, what's going on ahead? You don't know? The cultivator looked at Fong Chun in surprise and then asked, Are you new? Fong Chun nodded. The cultivator continued, No wonder you don't even know about such a big thing. Let me tell you, today the two heavens prides of Nethermoon City are competing, and they are all going to watch the competition. I'll stop talking, or I'll be late. Looking at the cultivator's back, Fong Chun quickly followed. After a while, they came to a wide square. There was a sea of people around, and there were even venerable god masters watching. In the center of the square, there was a martial arts stage, and two figures stood on it. Life ancient stage? Fong Chun could feel the aura emanating from the two of them and knew that they were life ancient realm martial artists. He couldn't understand why a battle between life ancient realm martial artists could attract so many onlookers. I think Yi Tsang has a higher chance of winning. That's not necessarily true. Lin Hai is not weak either. Both of them are Nethermoon City's geniuses that appear only once every 10,000 years. Although their cultivations are only at the life ancient realm, their battle prowess is no weaker than a star venerable. That's right. I heard that the two of them once had a glorious record of killing star venerables. In the surrounding crowd, people were discussing in low voices. After listening for a while, Fong Chun finally understood. The strongest ancient god? In his mind, he recalled the purple-clothed woman he had met on the wasteland of Nethermoon City. The latter had said that in the vast primordial chaos, there were many geniuses and countless experts competing with each other. It was too difficult to become the strongest at a certain level. After this battle, no matter who wins, they will become the strongest ancient god of Nethermoon City. That's right. Moreover, they can represent Nethermoon City and enter the immortal divine mountain to cultivate. Speaking of the immortal divine mountain, everyone's expression became serious. Obviously, they also yearned to enter the immortal divine mountain. Unfortunately, they didn't have the qualifications to enter. What a pity. If we could enter the immortal divine mountain, our strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Stop dreaming. What kind of place is the immortal divine mountain? Do you think someone like you can enter? If everyone could enter, then Yi Tsang and Lin Hai wouldn't have to fight to the death. The sounds of discussion were endless. The words immortal divine mountain attracted Fong Chen's attention. He calmly glanced at the surrounding martial artists, then asked in a low voice, Brothers, may I ask what kind of place the immortal divine mountain is? Seeing Fong Chen's modest appearance, the martial artist slowly explained, The immortal divine mountain is a divine mountain of laws. The laws contained within are completely different from those of our Nile continent. It is said that the immortal divine mountain was left behind by a peerless expert. Moreover, he himself cultivated there. However, for countless years, ever since the immortal divine mountain was discovered, countless people have tried to enter, but they all failed. Even tribulation's supremacies were unable to force their way in. The person continued. People slowly fumbled around and finally discovered some of the laws. That is, the strongest of each level can enter. It is said that the immortal divine mountain has supreme treasures, divine pills, and legacy cultivation methods. You can see them everywhere. As long as one can come out alive, their cultivation will definitely soar to the heavens. The dream of every martial artist in the Nile continent is to enter the immortal divine mountain to cultivate. One could hear that this person's heart was filled with sorrow. Fang Chen's heart trembled. The immortal divine mountain? Why hadn't he heard of it before? The strongest of each level? Fang Chen muttered, a crafty smile appearing in his eyes. Just as he was thinking, the battle on the martial arts stage had already begun. Yi Tsang roared and stomped his foot. Immediately, his body shot out like a cannonball, carrying a powerful aura as he charged towards Lin Hai. During this process, a spear appeared in Yi Tsang's hand. The life spear. Below, the crowd saw this and cried out in alarm. The life spear was Yi Tsang's personal weapon. Its name shook the entire Nile continent. Everyone's faces were filled with envy. The life spear? Let me see if the life spear is as miraculous as the legends say. After seeing the life spear, Lin Hai's expression changed. He clenched his hands into fists, and a vast amount of power gathered on his fists like thunder. He slowly raised his fists. They were as dazzling as the sun in the sky. So strong. Below the martial arts stage, cries of surprise could be heard. Legend had it that Lin Hai had once killed a star venerable expert with a single punch. His body was unparalleled, and his strength was tyrannical to the extreme. Everyone's eyes widened, their hearts incomparably shocked. They urgently wanted to know if Lin Hai's iron fist could block Yi Tsang's life spear. Life spear art. Yi Tsang's body that was floating in the air suddenly moved. His legs formed a bow shape. At the same time, his wrist flicked and the life spear emitted a resonant cry. He then ruthlessly stabbed the spear towards Lin Hai. Dong! The iron fist and the life spear collided. On the tip of the spear, a power that could crush everything appeared, directly pressing against Lin Hai's iron fist. Kill! Lin Hai's eyes were scarlet red. He roared in anger, and his body's strength increased. The power of his iron fist suddenly increased, and he forced the life spear back. Below, cries of surprise rang out. Heavens! Lin Hai's physical strength has already reached such a level. Too strong. A pair of iron fists forced the life spear back. After this battle, Lin Hai will undoubtedly be the strongest ancient god in Nethermoon City. Everyone was screaming. They all believed that Lin Hai could defeat Yi Tsang. However, Fang Chen didn't think so. His gaze was fixed on the two people on the martial arts stage. Lin Hai's physical strength is enough to crush Yi Tsang, but in the end, it hasn't reached the level of invincibility. On the other hand, Yi Tsang's life spear technique is incomparably mysterious. Fang Chen thought to himself, from the life spear technique, he actually saw a trace of the mysteries of the heavens. He even felt that the life spear technique and his invincible sword technique had some similarities. Thinking up to this point, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He secretly nodded. The current Yi Tsang might not be enough to convince others, but he should be enough to defeat Lin Hai. If he continued to study the life spear technique, then one day he would become a peak expert in the ancient chaos. Just at this moment, a change occurred on the martial arts stage. Yi Tsang, who had been suppressed all this time, suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. The life spears spun in the air, the spear tip and the spear hilt resonating with each other. A resplendent power erupted. Yi Tsang's body was like a rainbow, becoming one with the life spear. His attack power reached its peak. Whoosh! A spear light shot out from the life spear, directly towards Lin Hai. The latter had suppressed Yi Tsang from the start, causing Lin Hai's confidence to soar. Originally, he had planned to use the last of his strength to suppress Yi Tsang with absolute strength. However, when he saw Yi Tsang's counterattack, he was shocked. How is this possible? Even Lin Hai didn't expect Yi Tsang to have such a move. Ding ding ding. Chapter 2864. In reality, It was just as Fang Chun had predicted. Although Yi Tsang had been suppressed by Lin Hai's powerful attacks, he had still won in the end. Ordinary people only looked at the surface strength, but true experts looked at the inner strength. After seeing Yi Tsang's life spear art, Fang Chun concluded that this victory belonged to Yi Tsang. As for Lin Hai, his body was unparalleled, but that was only when compared to an ancient god-level martial artist. Against a supreme god, his body's advantage wasn't that obvious. Drip! The plaza was completely silent, so silent that it was frightening. The sound of sweat dripping could be heard. The two people on the stage looked at each other. The life spear was stabbed in the ground, standing beside Yi Tsang. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, but his eyes revealed a faint smile. Across from him, Lin Hai clenched his fists. The power in his body hadn't dissipated yet. A moment later, he slowly raised his fists, looking at them in disbelief. I lost. A hoarse voice came from Lin Hai's mouth. I'm sincerely convinced. Immediately, countless people below were stunned. They hadn't seen the final battle clearly. Lin Hai, who had always held the advantage, how could he lose? Just what was going on? Lin Hai, your body is very strong. If you temper it, even my life spear won't be able to break through your defense. Yi Tsang slowly said. Lin Hai shook his head, knowing that Yi Tsang was comforting him. He turned and walked off the stage. Yi Tsang. In the plaza, countless people were shouting Yi Tsang's name. No matter what the process was, the final victor was Yi Tsang. Since ancient times, only the victors had the right to enjoy the cheers of the crowd, to leave their names in history. As for the losers, no matter how monstrous or heavenly they were, they wouldn't be remembered. Seeing the excited expressions of the people below, Yi Tsang was very gratified. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Everyone, I, Yi Tsang, am where I am today because of everyone's support. I thank everyone. Yi Tsang politely said. I'll say it again. If anyone doesn't accept me, they can come up and challenge me. I, Yi Tsang, accept anyone's challenge. As Yi Tsang's voice fell, the entire plaza fell silent. Even Lin Hai wasn't his match. Who would dare to challenge him? Wasn't he just looking for a beating? If I defeat Yi Tsang, will I be able to enter the immortal divine mountain? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. That's true, but who among the ancient gods could defeat Yi Tsang? A martial artist beside him shook his head. Got it. Fang Chen nodded and walked out of the crowd towards the martial arts practice platform. What is that guy doing? After seeing Fang Chen's abnormal behavior, everyone's eyes converged on him. Don't tell me he thinks he can defeat Yi Tsang. This fella must be crazy. He thinks he can enter the immortal divine mountain just by defeating Yi Tsang. He is destined to be a joke. Fang Chun ignored everyone's mockery and quickly walked onto the martial arts stage. He looked straight at Yi Tsang and said, Are you the strongest ancient god in Nethermoon City? After seeing Fang Chun, Yi Tsang frowned but still nodded. At least for now, even Lin Hai has been defeated by me. Yi Tsang's meaning was clear. Even Lin Hai wasn't his match. Among the ancient gods of Nethermoon City, who would dare fight him? Fang Chen nodded. So you're saying that if I defeat you, I can replace you? Of course. Yi Tsang shrugged and smiled. His smile contained a bit of disdain. Then, I want to challenge you. Fang Chen's voice spread through the entire square. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded. They thought that Fang Chen was crazy. He actually dared to challenge Yi Tsang. Did he not see how strong Yi Tsang was? Crash! Lin Hai, who had already walked out of the square, suddenly turned his head. With a stomp of his foot, he gracefully returned to the martial arts stage. Boom! His aura erupted. An unparalleled power pressed towards Fang Chen. You want to challenge Yi Tsang? Lin Hai said angrily. Do you know that this is the greatest humiliation to me? Although Lin Hai had lost to Yi Tsang, he was still the strongest ancient god in Nethermoon City. Yet this guy in front of him wanted to challenge Yi Tsang so brazenly. Wasn't this just humiliating him? To Lin Hai, a warrior would rather be killed than humiliated, let alone an unknown guy. What? You defeated Yi Tsang. Don't tell me you won't allow others to challenge you? Fang Chen asked. You can challenge Yi Tsang, but you'll have to get past me first. Lin Hai was expressing his stance. If he couldn't even get past him, what qualifications did he have to challenge Yi Song? Yi Song looked at Fang Chun mockingly, but didn't say anything. He clearly approved of Lin Hai's words. After all, only Lin Hai had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. As for the others, no one else could. I'm challenging Yi Song, not you, Fang Chun said calmly. You don't dare? Lin Hai asked. You've already lost to Yi Song. I don't need to waste time by challenging you. What? Waste time? Fang Chen's words completely enraged Lin Hai. The latter walked towards Fang Chun step by step, his eyes filled with anger. If you have the guts, fight me. Otherwise, you don't have the qualifications to challenge Yi Song. Just then, Yi Song spoke. Brother Lin Hai is right. If you want to fight me, you'll have to defeat him first. Fang Chun shook his head. He simply wanted to enter the immortal divine mountain. That was why he wanted to challenge Yi Song, not to show off. But now, Lin Hai was forcing him. Are you sure you want me to fight you? Fang Chen's gaze shifted from Yi Song to Lin Hai. If you don't dare, then scram. Lin Hai said. Then let's begin. Fang Chen said calmly. Sword chi faintly revolved around his body. The chaotic origin sword body instantly revolved, and a powerful energy gathered in his palm. Lin Hai frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a mountain toppling and sea overturning power sweeping towards him. You're courting death. Lin Hai was enraged. He attacked with lightning speed. A vast iron fist fiercely collided with Fang Chen's fist. Stomp, stomp, stomp. A violent aura instantly spread out. Lin Hai couldn't help but take a few steps back. As for Fang Chun, he stood there without moving. Although your physical body is strong, it hasn't reached the true, unparalleled level. Fang Chen's voice resounded throughout the square. Everyone cried out in surprise. An unknown guy could actually compete with Lin Hai in terms of physical strength? Is that so? Lin Hai sneered. His figure flickered, and at the same time, he threw out countless punches, pushing his physical strength to the limit. On the side, Yi Song lightly shook his head. Your physical strength is not bad, but if you want to challenge me, you're still too far away. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a figure was sent flying. Everyone's gaze fell. When they saw the figure that was sent flying, their hearts were in a perilous situation. Fang Chun stood on the martial arts stage with his hands behind his back. As for Lin Hai, he was sent flying miserably. How is this possible? Many of the martial artists in the square couldn't accept the reality in front of them. Poochie! Lin Hai spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up with difficulty. He looked at Fang Chun with a complicated expression. You know better than anyone that the outcome of the battle was already decided before it even began. Fang Chun said. Lin Hai wanted to rush onto the stage several times, but in the end, he gave up. He recalled the punch he had just exchanged with Fang Chun. It was simply earth-shattering. Even he felt it was inconceivable. How can there be such a strong physical strength in this world? Lin Hai murmured. Could it be that this is the true, unparalleled body? You pay too much attention to physical strength, causing your cultivation to deviate. Your physical strength is getting stronger and stronger, but it also leaves behind hidden injuries. Fang Chen's words hit the nail on the head, pointing out Lin Hai's hidden injuries. Immediately, Lin Hai's expression changed. His breathing became hurried. This is the biggest taboo for martial artists who cultivate their body. After speaking, Fang Chun turned and looked at Yi Song. Do I have the qualifications to challenge you now? Brother, Lin Hai was a bit anxious. Fang Chen's physical strength was unparalleled. Moreover, he could see his hidden injuries at a glance. On the path of body cultivation, his accomplishments were remarkable. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Please enlighten me, brother, Lin Hai respectfully said. After all, this was related to his future. How could he not be anxious? If he could really solve his hidden injuries, that would be great. Chapter 2865. Lin Hai's attitude changed very quickly. Everyone was stunned. Just a moment ago, he was furious and wanted to rush up to Fang Chun to fight to the death. However, in just a few seconds, Lin Hai changed his attitude and became incomparably respectful towards Fang Chun. Just what was going on? Could it be that Fang Chun was right about Lin Hai's hidden illness? If that was the case, then wasn't he too strong? No matter what, everyone suppressed their doubts and waited for the battle between Yi Tsong and Fang Chun. For you, I don't fight with nameless people, Yi Tsong said in a low voice as he swung his sleeve and raised the life spear. Fang Chun. Yi Tsong racked his brain, but couldn't remember when such a monstrous genius had appeared on the Nile continent. All right, I'll remember you. No matter the result of this battle, you deserve my respect, Yi Tsong said in a low voice. Fang Chun was able to defeat Lin Hai. Just this point alone was enough to make Yi Tsong's expression change. However, Yi Tsong still believed that he could defeat Fang Chun. Then let's fight. Activating the chaotic origin sword body, Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back. Sword chi surrounded his body, and the entire world became oppressive. Seeing this, Yi Tsong's pitch-black eyes flashed with a cold light. Shortly after, he stomped his foot and his body flickered, whistling as he rushed out. At the same time, the life spear let out a series of cries. In the next moment, the tip of the spear emitted dots of light. The moment these lights appeared, the void distorted as if it was about to collapse. Life spear art, Yi Tsong shouted. The life spear suddenly flicked, directly shattering the void in front of Fang Chun. Then, with a thunderous momentum, it pierced towards Fang Chun. Kacha! The life spear was as fast as lightning. Before anyone could react, the tip of the spear had already pierced through Fang Chun's sword chi defense. A crisp sound rang out. Everyone thought that it would easily pierce through Fang Chun's defense. Who would have thought that the seemingly weak sword chi would actually block the life spear? Seeing this, Yi Tsong's expression changed greatly. He immediately activated all the power in his body. Break! With a furious roar, a violent power surged from the life spear, and the tip of the spear pierced towards the sword chi with unparalleled sharpness. Rip! Cracks began to appear on the sword chi defense. Fang Chun's body quickly retreated. As for the life spear, it missed. Yi Tsong didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he frowned as he looked at Fang Chun. The physical defense you're so proud of has already been broken by me. What other moves do you have? Yi Tsong thought that Fang Chun was about to admit defeat. After all, the only reason he could defeat Lin Hai was because of his powerful physical strength. But he was different. Once he used the life spear art, even Lin Hai would not be able to block it, let alone this person in front of him. Fang Chun gently patted the dust off his clothes. Immediately after, the sword chi around him vanished. A thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. Admit defeat? Fang Chun shook his head. In my life, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. Since that's the case, then I'll beat you until you admit defeat. Yi Tsong's expression gradually became cold. The life spear in his hand also began to emit a shocking power. Yi Tsong is going to go all out. This guy called Fang Chun, where did he come from? Why is he so strong? Yeah, to be able to block Yi Tsong's life spear art, even among the Nile continent's ancient gods, it's rare. At this time, everyone's gaze fell upon Lin Hai. They wanted Lin Hai to comment on the two. Lin Hai pondered. Fang Chun's physical strength is very strong, but Yi Tsong's life spear art is unpredictable. If that's all he has, then I'm afraid he'll lose. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Lin Hai's words. Yi Tsong held the life spear in his hand, constantly rubbing it, causing sparks to fly everywhere. He suddenly swung his hand, and the life spear floated in the air, drawing a strange arc. At the same time, it constantly changed, shooting out dazzling spear lights. Not good. Yi Tsong used the strongest move of the life spear art. Too strong. Is this Yi Tsong's true strength? So, when Yi Tsong fought Lin Hai, he didn't go all out. For a moment, everyone was shocked. They didn't think that Yi Tsong's strength could still continue to rise. The life spear pierced through the air, as if it wanted to pierce through the entire sky. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, even a star-venerable expert was somewhat lacking in confidence when facing the life spear art. While everyone was pessimistic and thought that Fang Shan was going to lose, the latter smiled indifferently and took out the hidden star sword. I forgot to tell you, my strongest attack isn't physical strength but sword arts. The moment his voice fell, the hidden star sword was waved unceasingly, and the blood soul sword burst out. Buzz! In the air, an unimaginably thick sword light appeared out of nowhere. This sword light was so powerful that it shocked everyone. Under everyone's gazes, the sword light collided with the life spear, easily breaking through the attack of the life spear art. At the same time, the life spear was knocked away. Some warriors at the tip of the sword noticed that there was a light-colored crack on the life spear. Crack! The moment the life spear was knocked away, Yi Tsang's internal organs were shaken. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Yi Tsang's body heavily landed on the edge of the arena, his body swaying. The brilliant sword light was tangled and complicated. A figure descended from the sky, sword in hand, like an ancient war god. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yi Tsang's body. They were shocked to see that drops of blood were dripping from the corner of Yi Tsang's mouth. Everyone cried out in alarm, tongue-tied. Yi Tsang had once killed a star venerable expert, but facing Fang Chun, who was at the same level, he was actually defeated. One sword strike defeated Yi Tsang. At this point, Fang Chun had become the undisputed strongest ancient god in Nethermoon City. He stood on the arena with the hidden star sword in hand, glancing at everyone out of the corner of his eyes. Lin Hai's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He kept shaking his head, feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, Fang Chun hadn't used his full strength when fighting with him. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. He's too strong. His swordsmanship is more than 10 times stronger than his physical strength. Unknowingly, Lin Hai had already regarded Fang Chun as a peerless monster. One sword strike defeated Yi Tsang. What did I see? Heavens! Fang Chun is too strong, isn't he? That last sword strike was simply earth-shattering. I can't believe I've seen such a peak battle in my life. There is no lack of star venerable experts in the arena. After seeing Fang Chun defeat Yi Tsang, they all shook their heads. Even if they were to fight against Fang Chun, they didn't have full confidence. This battle shocked the world. I've lost, Yi Tsang said with a bitter smile as he put away the common life spear and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Fang Chun with a strange expression. He couldn't imagine what kind of environment could nurture such a peerless monster. Yi Tsang, thought he was already a monster. He had worked hard for countless years, but now he was defeated by a single sword strike. Sure enough, there was always someone better than you. Huh? Yi Tsang sighed and turned to leave. Your common life spear art is very profound. Fang Chun looked at Yi Tsang and calmly said, Unfortunately, in pursuit of power, you neglected the spear art itself. That's why your spear art hasn't improved. If you can carefully comprehend it, you will definitely become a warlord in the future. Fang Chun spoke frankly with assurance. In the eyes of everyone, he seemed to have a deep understanding of the common life spear art. Yi Tsang stopped walking and looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. If my guess is correct, the concept behind the common life spear art should be to use the power of the heavens as the foundation. Then, one's own concept of the way of the spear will be used. Unfortunately, Fang Chun gave Yi Tsang a simple explanation of his understanding of the common life sword style. In reality, he didn't know much about the common life spear art. He only saw the strange changes in it. It was exactly the same as his invincible way of the sword. Unfortunately, Yi Tsang took the wrong path. Comprehend it well. The common life sword art is much stronger than you think. Fang Chun said, Sometimes, if you walk the right path, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. But if you walk the wrong path, you'll never reach the peak.